couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched from somewhere. I started to feel very uneasy. I heard the dogs go back inside. As calmly as I could, I made sure everything was locked up. Then I walked home. At around 4 p.m., I started back over for my second visit. As I approached the front door and put the key in, I had this sinking feeling in the middle of my chest. I shrugged it off and went inside so I could take care of the dogs. As I walked over to them, I noticed that one of the bedroom doors was now wide open. I let the dogs out and sort of thought back to my first visit. I was fairly certain that all the doors had been closed. I thought to myself that maybe Jillian had forgotten something and come back to the house briefly while I was away. Probably just forgot to tell me. I pulled out my phone and called her up real quick. "Hey, did you come back home earlier? I'm here to let the dogs out and I saw your bedroom door was open." What she said next chilled me to the bone. "No, I'm just getting in my car to head home now. Why?" I wanted to run and scream, but I decided to act as normal as possible. I didn't know if whoever had opened that bedroom door was still lurking around the property. I told Jillian I was calling the cops and hung up the phone. I let the dogs into the backyard, then went back inside. I announced loudly and calmly as I could, "Bye guys, see you tomorrow." I exited the house and dialed 911. I heard Jillian's front door open suddenly, and a tall, thin man emerged from the doorway. He began to sprint towards me. I ran as fast as I could towards my home. I opened the door, which was not locked, and slammed the door behind me. I locked the man out, and that's when I heard him call from the other side. "I'm coming for you." Before I could hit the call button, I heard a window break in the kitchen. I realized my brother was not home, and I had to fend for myself. I ran into my brother's room and went to his closet. I found the baseball bat he kept hidden away. I could now hear the man walking around my house, searching for me. He came into my brother's room and looked under the bed. I stood up from my place in the closet and prepared for him to find me. I was sobbing as quietly as I could and praying I would get a swing in before he got to me. He stood up and made his way over to the closet. He opened the door, and I swung at him right away. I smacked him hard in the chest, and he fell down to the ground. He managed to get right back up and knocked the bat out of my hands. He then shoved me to the ground and started dragging me out of the room. In the hallway, we found my brother standing there with a knife. Turns out he had come home after realizing he'd forgotten his wallet. He rushed the man and stabbed him in the shoulder. The intruder moaned as he fell to the floor, and my brother kicked him in the face over and over. He told me to call the cops. Just then, I heard sirens outside. Jillian had already called the cops after we hung up. She knew it was her crazy ex-husband who had broken into her house, and the cops dragged the man out of my home. He later confessed that he had planned on killing Jillian. When he saw me there, he decided to kill me and anyone in my house as well. He's not well in the head, if you catch my drift. I hate to think of what would have happened to me if my brother hadn't forgotten his wallet. This happened when I was 15. My dad and I were driving my sister from San Diego to Austin, Texas, where she would start her new job. She had lived in Guam for a year, and she couldn't afford to ship her car all the way to Texas, only to California. My dad and I loaded up her car with things she'd need and began the drive all the way to the Lone Star State. We had been going for a few hours now, and decided to stop in El Centro to get some gas and use the bathroom. I didn't have to go myself, so I volunteered to pump the gas. As my dad and sister went inside, there were a few other cars at the pumps and in the parking lot. There was a man, about 5'10" and average sized. I noticed he was at the pump adjacent to ours. As soon as I went to throw some trash away, he began giving me this weird look of sheer malice and hate. Being the unathletic turd I was highly intimidated. My father walked out of the store and told me he'd bought $35 worth of gas. He didn't seem to notice the strange man glaring at me as he climbed into the driver's seat. He looked down at his phone, and I began pumping the gas and tried to make the best of the situation. My sister walked out of the store soon after. I averted my eyes to look at her. At that point, I saw out of my peripheral vision the man reaching into his pocket and producing a knife. He then harshly whispered to me to get into his car, or else he was going to stab me. I went into full defense mode. I shoved the guy as hard as I could and knocked him off balance. I guess I'd taken him by surprise. He hit the gas hose that connected to his car, knocking it off and spraying him in gasoline as he fell backward. I hung up my own gas hose and yelled at my sister to get into the car and for my dad to fire it up. We jumped in the car together. I think my dad had seen the knife because he floored it the hell out of there. I saw the guy jump into his white Chevy and turn it on. But by that time, we were already out of the station and heading back to the interstate. I told them what happened, and my dad drove even faster to get back to the interstate. I looked out the back window and saw that same white Chevy weaving in between traffic, seemingly chasing after us. He pulled up right next to us, and that's when I noticed there was someone else in the passenger seat. The passenger rolled down his window and pointed a handgun at us, screaming to pull over. Instead, my dad hit the gas, bringing us up to almost 100 miles per hour. The Chevy was still next to us. Suddenly, my dad shouted at me and my sister to get down and brace ourselves. The Chevy abruptly swerved and sideswiped us, but the collision caused them to lose focus, sending them into the far lane, where they hit the back of a semi going at least 90 miles an hour. As we sped away, we saw their whole front end had caved in completely, and they were forced to pull over. We got off the next exit and went to a police station. We reported the incident. After about an hour, they told us they'd found the broken down Chevy. Both the assailants had left it behind and fled on foot. They fled before the truck driver could even get out of his rig, apparently. When I described the appearance of the guy, the police knew he was a serial offender. There were reports of him luring children into his car all across the Southwest and bringing them back to Mexico. He was wanted on several counts of kidnapping. After a few days, we were able to continue our move to Texas, and the rest of the trip went off without much of a hitch. I'm a 22-year-old female from South Texas. The town where I live in is quite small and still growing. Due to the lack of entertainment there, we often go to Houston or one of the other big cities nearby. Given this situation, my family decided to surprise me with tickets to a concert to one of my favorite artists. I would be joined by my sister. I was quite excited and thought it would be a really good time. It was a 3-hour drive or so there and back. We had a wedding to go to the next day, so we decided to save some time and take some back roads to get there faster. I wish we could have stayed at the hotel. After the amazing concert, we decided to get some Taco Bell and start heading back. Mind you, this was around 11:30 p.m. or so. Everything was going perfectly fine until the low tire pressure signal came on. My sister pulled over and got out of the car to check on things. I could hear her cursing. The tire was not only low on pressure, but completely deflated. My sister and I were both raised to be independent. You can always save a few extra bucks by doing things yourself. It goes without saying that we both knew how to change a tire. While we were in the process, a man suddenly emerged from the nearby tree line. He was about 6 foot tall, but what really caught my eye was how well dressed he was. He wore a suit and had this creepy smile. He walked up to us and offered to help, but we kindly declined. After that, he just kind of stood there and continued to stare at us. We made up a white lie and said our parents were already on the way and they would be there any moment to help us out. We told the man this in hopes that he would leave now. Eventually, he did do so. He just turned around and walked back into the tree line without saying another word. I thought it was quite weird how he'd just randomly come out of the forest at the perfect time. Just when we thought it was over, though, the man came back out, except this time there was a knife in his hand, and he was donning a black mask over his face. I started to freak out. He ran up to our car and sunk his knife into the rear passenger side tire. Me and my sister scrambled back into the vehicle through the driver's side doors and locked it just in time. And that's when a white truck pulled up behind us. We thought it was someone coming to help us, but that's when we saw 3 more men wearing black masks exit the vehicle and surround our car. And the 3 men started banging on the windows, while the guy with the suit got on top of the hood and began to drag his knife across the windshield, making this awful screeching sound. At that point, we had called the cops, but there was no sign of them showing up anytime soon. One of the men banged on the window so hard I thought they were going to break, and that's when the man in the suit jumped down off the hood. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a gun. I thought we were dead in that instant, and I began to pray. My sister started screaming hysterically. The guy walked up to the rear passenger side window and pointed his gun. He fired a shot inside, sending shards of glass all over the back seat. The first shot didn't fully break the window, so he pulled the trigger again. My heart had never raced so fast in my life. The masked man used his gun to move away some of the remaining glass and unlock the back door. During all this commotion, I had retrieved my pepper spray from my travel bag. The man made his way inside the car, and in that moment I turned around and emptied the entire bottle right into his face. The man immediately put his free hand over his eyes and began to scream. He pointed the gun at my sister. In that moment, I couldn't breathe. It was like the entire world was frozen still. For whatever reason, the man didn't pull the trigger. That's when I heard the fast-approaching police sirens. The men fled and jumped back into their truck within seconds. We saw their taillights disappearing into the night. The police arrived too late. We gave our report and I tried my best to give a description, but most of what came out of my mouth was nonsense. I was obviously pretty shaken up over what happened. The police combed the area. It turned out we were at the wrong place at the wrong time. These men had set up nails on the road and were just waiting for their next victims. They were possibly human traffickers. The police put out an APB on the truck, but as far as I know, they never found the men responsible. Always be careful when you're driving on the back roads of Texas. These men could still be out there, looking for their next victims. Always be sure to bring something to protect yourself with. It just might save your life. Hello everyone, my name is Luke. I'm French and I'm 26 years old. I currently live in Australia since May of 2019. I met my girlfriend Mina, who is of Japanese origin, about 1 month after arriving in Australia. We met on a strawberry farm where we both worked. We worked on it for several months until the health crisis impacted the planet. So, job on the farm was over, and we had to find something else. At that moment, the 2 choices available to us were go back home and separate, very hard for both of us, or stick together and try to get through this ordeal. Spoiler alert, we chose the second option. We decided to leave this seasonal job in the countryside and go to the city together to try and find new jobs. Bingo. Good news for me, an employer wanted to hire me to work for a local Australian football team. We'll call this employer Kathy. Kathy explained to me that I could work for managing the football team, but that currently, because of the health crisis, we'd have to wait until obligatory confinement periods passed and the football season resumed. I explained that I did like the job, but it would be quite hard for Mina and I to remain unemployed during that entire confinement period. We had to pay rent, food, and all that stuff still. Luckily, Kathy had a heart as big as the entirety of Australia. Sensitive to our situation, she explained that she had a solution for both of us. She owned a holiday home several kilometers from Brisbane, which belonged to her father, who was now in a retirement home. We could stay there for free during the period we couldn't work. At the time, I didn't really believe it. I told myself something fishy was clearly going on, but faced with this situation, I had no choice but to accept. It was the only real solution for us. We accepted the proposal together and moved into this house a few days later. We played Animal Crossing, Splatoon, Mortal Kombat, and did many other things together during this confinement period. Everything was going pretty well. We did feel a little bit lonely though. The house was very isolated in the countryside. Apart from that, everything seemed perfectly fine. We had a garden, a kitchen, basically everything for free. We really couldn't complain or be choosers here. I would like to reiterate once again that this house was in the middle of nowhere. We had just a single neighbor, John, who took care of his horses and whom I got along well with, but he rarely stopped by to visit the place. He was basically the only guy around. Other details which will be important. In this house, there's a main entrance door with a large blurred window, so you can distinguish things through it. There's another wooden door behind the house which opens onto a veranda connected to the home. The house is single-story, so there are no floors, and there are no curtains on the windows except in the bedroom. 3 or 4 weeks after moving in, Kathy called me to tell me some good news. I could finally go to work. The first day of work, everything was like clockwork. I loved what I was doing, and it was a very good working atmosphere. The only problem was, we were still staying in Kathy's father's house, which was several kilometers away, and I didn't have a car. It took an hour and a few separate train rides to get there, the same coming back as well. Like I said before though, I couldn't really complain. Mina was still looking for work. She hadn't been as lucky as me, so she was mostly stuck at home while I was working. The second day of work at 5 p.m., I was getting ready to end my day when I received a surprise call from Mina. She was whispering, and her voice was trembling. I knew immediately that something was wrong. I'm going to switch to her point of view so you get as much detail as possible. I was quietly playing Animal Crossing on the sofa when I saw a silhouette through the blurred window of the main entrance door. It was not the right shape for it to be Luke or even John, and I understood that very quickly. I stared at this figure, who was now motionless in the front door, and that's when I tried to get up and slowly move away. At this point, the individual outside started frantically banging. My heart started racing, and I didn't know what to do. I tried to be as discreet as possible, so the individual would think no one was home or would open the door for them. I finally decided to hide in the bedroom closet because it's the only room where you couldn't see what was happening from the outside. Huddling between the hangers and our clothes, I was praying for the person outside to just go away. At that point, I remembered there was a second door behind the home that was free to access. I couldn't remember if it had been locked or not. Feeling a surge of courage, I decided to rush through the house in order to reach this door. During this race, I saw the individual passing in front of one of the kitchen windows. The conclusion? This man was also going around back to check if the door was open. Panicked but already in the race, I decided to run to the end and close the door before the man tried to open it. When I finally pushed the latch, I heard the individual trying to push open the door. Switching back to my perspective, completely frightened, she went back to hide in the cupboard, and that's when she called me. I had a little bit of trouble understanding what she was trying to say to me on the phone, since her voice was trembling and she was so panicked. I tried to calm her down so I could get more clear information on what was happening. After a minute where I asked her to focus on breathing and listen to me, she managed to calmly describe to me the events occurring. Being next to Kathy, I asked her if anyone was supposed to pay a visit to the house or something. No one was supposed to come or even know that the house was being inhabited. I knew I had to get home as quickly as possible and ensure Mina was not in any danger. I asked her to stay in the cupboard and call the police and call me back directly afterwards. I was going to rush home. She decided to stay on the phone with me. Not the best solution, I admit. She should have called the police, but she was in a total state of stress and panic, and I guess having me on the phone reassured her. I ordered an Uber and told him to go as fast as possible. She explained to me that she no longer heard anything outside, no one knocking at the door or lingering around the house. I advised her to stay in hiding. She decided to take a peek outside the cupboard, though, and confirmed to me a few minutes later that the silhouette was no longer visible behind the door, and no one seemed to be around the house. I arrived at 5:45 p.m. I rushed over to Mina and wrapped her up in a big hug. I explained to her that now that I was here, there was nothing to fear anymore. At 6 p.m., it started to get completely dark. I checked the locks and tried to get this off our minds by playing games and watching anime together. That was a mistake, though. In my relief at finding her safe with no further problems, I omitted the detail of greatest importance. Check around the house, you idiot. Why didn't you check the house first? It was now time to go to bed. At 1 a.m., the neighbor's horses woke me up. I could hear the hooves. Mina, still not really asleep, asked me what the noise was. I told her it was just the neighbor's horses. At 3 a.m., there was a series of sudden frantic knocks on the back door. It was super strong, like they were trying to break it down. I can tell you, I discovered what adrenaline was at that moment. I was sure it was the same guy as earlier, and he had one intention all along, to get into this house. Mina was screaming. I started to shake all over. I had this feeling of being paralyzed while still expending a ton of energy. It's very strange to explain. Eventually, I got out of bed, planning to barricade the back door and call the police. As I left the room, though, I heard a dull metallic noise. He had opened the back door and was on the veranda. There was only one last door with a poor wooden wedge under the small space at the bottom that separated us. At this moment, it was certain he was going to get in. I'm not really the type to fight, and I'm not worth much in a fight anyway, but I had no choice. I grabbed the biggest knife I had and placed myself in an angle in which I had the best chance of taking him by surprise. I was ready to defend myself with a knife if need be, to defend Mina, who was paralyzed in fear on the bed. Honestly, I could already see myself explaining to the courts why I'd stabbed a guy. I was scared, no doubt, but at the same time, hearing Mina's screams filled me with determination. She threw me the phone and told me to call the police. I did so, still in the same position and ready to defend myself. The phone call must have lasted 40 seconds. The policeman on the phone understood straight away that this was a serious situation. He asked me for the address and said they were on the way immediately. At this moment, I found myself a little more relieved while remaining on lookout. This is where the individual began to mumble incomprehensible stuff that didn't really assure me. From the noise he was making, he was either a guy who was heavily drunk, on drugs, or mentally ill. He must have figured I'd called the cops, but he was still reaching for the handle and trying to get inside. At 3:10, the cops finally arrived, 4 officers and 1 dog. As I saw them approaching, I heard noises behind the door. The individual seemed to get scared and give up. I heard the dog barking, the policeman shouting, and the man moaning. Finally, it was finished. The individual was neutralized and taken away in the police car. The officers stayed with us to talk to us and get our version of the events that happened, to find out if we wanted to file charges or not. The officer told us there was a chance this man was a patient at a rehab center nearby. He also told us he wasn't sure of anything at the time, and they would have to verify his identity. Ultimately, we never heard back from the guy or the police, though. After that night, I admit we had a lot of trouble sleeping. I contacted Kathy to explain to her what happened to us. She was shocked and felt somewhat responsible as well. Unfortunately, there are no real answers as to who the guy was, nor what he wanted. I even ended up wondering if maybe this was someone who was actually in distress and went about things very poorly, in need of help. I guess we'll never really know. So yeah, I guess the lesson is Australia is great. This happened to me and a friend of mine a couple years back at our local church. For the sake of this story, my name will be Jamie, and we'll call my friend Mark. We were pretty young back then. I was 13 and Mark was only 12. This church is located in San Antonio, Texas. It also happens to be one of the oldest churches in the area. This all began at around noon sometime. We ended up hanging around church after Mass, waiting for our monthly youth meeting to begin. We still had 2 hours to kill, so we headed for a trail that went through the churchyard and continued past the grounds into a nearby preservation. This trail was commonly used by cyclists, but we like to walk these trails just to kill some time. Also to feel a little bit rebellious in our young minds. As we walked by this bench that was no more than a minute into the trail, my friend noticed something sitting on it. There was this dirty pillow, and there was no one nearby. "I dare you to take a nap and wait till someone wakes you up," Mark said jokingly. I wisely declined that offer. God knows where that musty pillow must have been. We assumed it must belong to one of the many homeless people we'd seen around town. It would also be quite rude to use someone else's things without their permission. Eventually, we got done with all our stuff and started to head back to Mark's house. His dad only lived about 7 minutes away, and we'd usually walk there from church on the nights where I would be staying with Mark. This was one of the few days I actually got to spend the night at Mark's house. Mark's dad had to work early the next morning, and he was asleep by 10 p.m. By midnight, me and Mark were still up, trying to figure out what we should do. "Bro, we gotta get out of here. Don't you want to do something else besides playing video games all night?" I admitted that the games were getting kind of boring, but there was really nothing else to do. "Well, what else did you have in mind?" I asked him. "Let's head back to that trail. We'll bring some flashlights and a pocket knife for protection." That sounded like a good idea to me. I was eager to do something different, so I agreed to go. Now, we went out at night more often than you might probably think, but we'd never been on the trail this late at night. We put on some sweaters, grabbed some of his dad's pocket knives and some flashlights before heading off to explore. As we walked down the dimly lit road, there was this sensation that something was not quite right settling in the pit of my stomach. I ignored that feeling and told myself I was just being paranoid. As we approached the trail's opening, Mark shined his light through the trees. There were crickets chirping, along with the wind rustling the leaves. After about a minute or so after entering the trail, I thought I could hear some footsteps behind us. They seemed to slowly die down as we continued on. Since this trail was about 3/4 of a mile long, it took a little while for us to reach the church grounds. While passing by the bench we encountered earlier that day, we discovered the dirty old pillow was still there. Mark said he could actually take a nap now if he wanted. I shrugged it off and told him, let's just go to the end so we can turn around and go home. This place is kinda giving me the creeps. By the time we got to the end, I had forgotten all about those faint footsteps I'd heard earlier. We turned around and started to head back the way we came. At this point, we were a ways away from the bench, but still close enough to see it. We stopped dead in our tracks as we were startled by the sound of footsteps running. What the hell was that? I said under my breath. Before I could figure out what to do, I noticed that pillow was now missing from the bench. I pointed it out to Mark, who was scanning the surrounding area with his flashlight. He pointed it at the bench area. As he did, we both noticed something standing behind a tree, a pair of eyes staring daggers at us. Mark quickly moved the light away and seemed to have the same idea I did. We should act like we hadn't seen anything and go home the other way. I nodded and followed his lead. As we turned around, though, we heard the sound of someone sprinting full speed right for us. Mark took off and I quickly followed behind him. The assailant was much faster than us and closing in quickly. I grabbed Mark and pulled him off to the side after switching his light off. I told him in a quiet voice that we should hide in the brush and wait for the man to pass, then run back. We heard the distinct sound of heavy breathing nearby and saw a large, dark figure through the bushes. When we were sure the figure had made its way past us, we made a break for Mark's house. We ran out of the trail and kept going. When we arrived at his home, we were out of breath and covered in sweat. To this day, we don't know who that was waiting for us behind the tree, nor do we know exactly what he was planning on doing if he'd managed to catch up to us. A couple of years ago, my husband and I took a trip to Yosemite. We stayed outside the park in El Portal. One evening, while we were driving back from the valley, I noticed that the headlights caught what appeared to be someone lying down on the side of the road, both feet pointed out towards the street. I told my husband there was a person laying in the pitch black on the side of the highway. He knows I love true crime and was absolutely certain what I had seen were trash bags. I was so certain, though, I just kept saying, "No, I saw a body. I know that was a person." We made our way back to the hotel, and as we were about to park, my husband looked over at me. "You're really sure about this, aren't you? You want to go back and look?" I was desperate. As we drove by the same area again, I saw the feet clearly. I had my husband turn the car back around and yelled at him to stop the vehicle. He rolled down his window and called out, "Are you okay?" There was no answer. One more time, even louder. Suddenly, a woman dressed in all black sat up. She was wearing a nice down jacket, black pants, had her purse and 3 water bottles. Her makeup was done very nicely, and she seemed very sweet. I could tell my husband was absolutely shocked. I asked her where she was headed. She said she was trying to get to the Chevron station up the road, and that her mom was going to meet her there to pick her up. This woman looked to be in her late 40s, mind you. I knew something weird was going on. From where we found her, the Chevron station was another 7 miles away. She said that in her mind she thought it was only a mile from her hotel, and that she'd be able to walk that distance. We offered her a ride and she climbed into the back seat. Not before I grabbed a thick scarf to wrap around my neck and my pepper spray. As we drove, we tried to ask her questions, just general chit-chat, you know. I asked her why she was laying on the side of the road in the pitch black. She said she'd gotten tired while walking and had to lay down and give up. It was winter and she had no hat or gloves either. I could tell this woman looked very fragile. Once we arrived at the Chevron station, she thanked us, got out of the car and sat down on a bench in front of the closed Chevron station store. We offered to stay with her until her mother arrived, but she insisted she'd be fine. I reminded her there was no cell reception in the area and triple-checked that she didn't want us to wait with her. We drove back to our hotel and noticed there were now 2 police cars in the parking lot. They had not been there the first time we arrived back that evening. I told my husband I knew they had to be there for that woman for whatever reason. I calmly walked over to one of the cars and asked if they were looking for a missing woman. The officer told me they were and asked if I'd seen her. I explained the situation and that I felt like the woman had something very bad happen to her. He thanked us for picking her up and giving her a ride. He couldn't tell me what happened, but thought leaving her and going somewhere else was a smart choice. I asked that he go check on her at the Chevron station just to make sure she was okay. I was now realizing that whatever had occurred must have been at the same hotel we were staying at. That evening, I looked up a local police log and found a serious domestic violence dispute had broken out at the hotel. The woman had been beaten severely and was so terrified that she was willing to walk in the dark without a flashlight just to get away. It's my guess that after walking a mile from the hotel, she was in so much pain that she needed to lay down. I got the distinct feeling she thought she might actually die there. She couldn't go back to the hotel because she'd already escaped and gone to the front desk to call her mom. Her husband knew she'd be there and would have come after her. The front desk called the police for her while she escaped. It's my understanding that the man who injured her was her husband and was soon arrested. I was always worried about her and wondered whether she managed to escape. Did her mom pick her up in the end? Did she get home safe? Now my husband always listens whenever I tell him I see a body on the side of the road. When I was 12 to 13 years old, I was waiting for my friends at the entrance to a large park in my city. While I was waiting, a van pulled up next to me, and the man inside rolled down his window. "Hey there, kid, what are you up to?" I replied I was waiting for my friends. I paced back and forth, slightly away from the van with each step. "Where they coming from?" he asked. I answered, "From the metro." "Hop in, I'll give you a lift there." At this point, I knew this guy was a creeper. I told him no thanks and began to walk away. He insisted I accept his lift. I left the park entrance. He pulled into the parking lot, did a U-turn, and drove out of the park along the road I was walking on. Having noticed what he was doing early on, I walked really fast to a hole in the fence of the park and climbed in. I guess he realized from that point he'd have to do an 8 to 10 minute drive to get back to the area I was, and he gave up and left. I met up with my friends a bit later and told them the story as well. I'm not sure if this technically counts for the theme since my dad wasn't alone. My mom and I were asleep for this though, and neither of us even knew it happened until he told us years later. Effectively, this means he was by himself in this situation. I've been itching to tell this story anyway, so here goes. This is more my dad's story than mine, obviously. I was really little at the time, and I don't really remember where we even were. My dad was driving us home from some trip one night, with my mom and I asleep in the back seat as previously mentioned. We lived in Hemet, this kinda dinky town in Southern California at the time. We had to take what I'm pretty sure was Route 74 to get back there from wherever we were. Back then, pretty much nothing had been built out there yet, probably the mid to late 90s or so. It was just this big, long, lonely stretch of nothing out in the middle of the desert. It was around 1 a.m. or something like that, so obviously there weren't that many people out there. And my dad, being the only one awake, was already pretty on edge. Just up ahead, he noticed an intersection, and the lights began to change. He didn't see any cars coming at all, and it was just flat nighttime desert. You'd definitely see them if they were. For some reason, though, his hair began to stand on edge, as he puts it. Sure enough, as he looked a little bit closer, he could see someone walking out into the middle of the road. Already, he didn't like this one bit, but maybe they were just lost or some shit, right? Out of his peripheral vision, though, he noticed other people hiding in the bushes on the side of the road. He pretty quickly realized these people were trying to surround his car. Some things about my dad. He's a mechanic, so he tends to acquire a lot of cars, and we had a lot of different ones through the years we lived there. He'd also been through a ton of shit. Alcoholism, drug abuse, a load of motorcycle accidents. He's got crushed discs in his neck and lower back, but somehow he's still an extremely sharp guy. The car we had was a Lincoln Town Car, so a good 400-pound beast of a car. My dad knew nothing good could come from what was happening. He always liked to tell me that if you're in your car, that's the best weapon you can have. He just floored it. He hit the dude that had walked in front of the car. The dude went tumbling over the hood, and my dad just kept on driving. The next day at work, he started to think about it, and obviously he felt kind of bad. Maybe their car had just broken down or something, and they were in the bushes for privacy. He didn't really know. He decided to mention it to a sheriff just in case. Maybe he knew someone who got hurt and didn't deserve it. Instead, the sheriff flipped out about it and started calling everyone looking for people who went to hospitals in the area with those injuries. It turned out there'd been a nasty string of carjackings in the area, usually ending with the people in said cars being killed. My dad mentioned cars being found in the desert, burnt up with the people inside them still. I don't know if there's ever been any news on it or anything, so I can't really confirm that. Basically, the sheriff told my dad he did the right thing. Hemet was kind of a retirement town at the time, and Lincolns are kind of seen as old folks' cars, so there's a good chance these people thought my dad was some random old nice person, not a grizzled mechanic with his family sleeping in the back seat. Pretty chilling to think about what might have happened if my dad was the type to have stopped for them. Driving from North Carolina to Northern Virginia at night alone, typically about a 3-hour drive, some terrifying shit can happen. This is 100% real, and I'll never forget that moment. I was a 22-year-old man at the time of this story 4 years ago. About halfway through, I needed to stop off at a rest station to very quickly take a piss. I remember wanting to be super fast, so I could meet my friends on time in Virginia. I pulled into a spot, and I saw another car pull in right next to mine. I remember thinking that they were parking pretty aggressively, but I didn't really look much more or think anything beyond that. Instead, I went to piss. As I was leaving the bathroom, I saw this guy meander in and lock eyes with me, in the fucking weirdest way I'd ever seen in my life. He had this black and white checkered shirt like a chessboard and neon green long pants. Quite a memorable outfit to say the least. As I passed him by, I expected him to go to the bathroom, but after maybe 5 seconds, he came out immediately walking after me. He hopped into his car, which of course was the one aggressively parked right next to mine. I was weirded out at this point, but surely now this would be all over. No. I drove for another 30 minutes, only to notice that a car had pulled up in the lane next to me and was driving at the exact same speed. I rolled down my window trying to see if this car was trying to tell me something. Maybe I had a taillight out or something. Keep in mind, I'd already long forgotten about that creep from before. Well, fuck me when I realized it was him, and he was not looking at the road at all. He was staring unblinkingly at me. He kept on making these faces, like he was gagging and smiling. He smiled like the Joker and kept licking his lips. It was terrifying. At this point, I flipped him off and sped up. This was also the exact instant when I saw his car lights behind me and realized that one of the headlights was out. In a startling moment, I realized that this same car had been behind me since I left North Carolina almost 3 hours ago. The man had been following me the entire time. With no clue what to do here, I couldn't pull over and I couldn't just drive like a lunatic either. In hindsight, maybe I should have called the cops. At the time, I didn't really know what to do though. I just sped up and tried to get him out of my line of sight. Eventually, I did manage to lose him a bit, only for him to come flying down the road 10 minutes later in front of me and turn his blinker on for the next exit. He slowed down, so I'd either have to take the exit too, or he'd try and force me off the road. I put my blinker on and waited for his car to approach mine. Then I floored it, and I mean really floored it, close to 120 miles per hour. The man tried to move into my car only to shoot past and into the exit, and I never saw him again. It still haunts me that he was following me that entire time. If I hadn't been so quick in the bathroom, I wonder what would have happened to me. I was driving near Santa Monica College one day. It was a nice and sunny day with lots of people out on the street, hanging out, enjoying the weather. I was quite tired and more than a little distracted. I was stopped at a red light waiting for it to change when my passenger door suddenly opened. A man got right into my car. I froze. This guy was in his late 20s or early 30s, tall and very strong looking, wearing jeans and a hoodie covering his face. He had a very angry look on his face. "Drive," he said. I'm a woman, and at the time I was 19. I was not exactly the biggest fighter. I was terrified. Every serial killer article I'd ever read flashed through my mind, and I tried to think of what I could use as a weapon, but there was nothing around me. All I could do was what he said. I didn't even get the chance to speak much. He had me drive him around Los Angeles for about 2 hours. Occasionally, he'd have me pull over to the side of the road and then just rant angrily to me about how fucked up his life was. All women are cunts and should be killed immediately. That was his main theme. Women suck and don't deserve to live. During those ragey monologues, he'd slam his fists into everything, kick the dashboard, and just go absolutely insane. I did what I think any person would do who's physically outmatched and trapped near an angry, crazy asshole. I acted submissive and unthreatening. I agreed with everything he said, so he wouldn't try to hurt me. Eventually, he wound down and gave me the great compliment of saying I might be one of the few women who didn't deserve to be raped or killed. Then, just as soon as he'd come, at a random intersection he had me stop. He jumped out of the car and ran away and disappeared. I was physically fucked up for days afterward. The adrenaline and the terror it kicked up was so strong, it felt like it actually crashed my brain. I had the freakiest walk home one night. So you get the picture. I grew up out in the country, smack dab in the middle of nowhere. Former farming community, but was mostly just people who wanted a bit of land at this point in time. When I was in my later teens, I would frequently walk home from a friend's house in the middle of the night. I never really thought much of it. It was a 2-mile walk in the middle of the night with nothing but the moon to light your way home. I was actually out with someone one night when they got a call saying someone had died or gotten sick or something or other. This person also happened to be my ride. They were supposed to be driving me home, but because of this emergency, he asked if he could drop me off from approximately where I'd usually walk from anyway. I said sure, even though it was slightly further and I wouldn't be going my usual route. Whatever, he had an emergency, so it was fine. I get out, my friend takes off, and I start walking. No more than 2 minutes into my walk, though, I hear rustling in the bushes, and something starts running towards me from the road. Another animal hops out of the bushes, doing the exact same. 2 massive guard dogs, trained Dobermans. I instantly remembered why I never took this route. It was due to the fact that the people who owned this corner lot were extremely private. Gates and fences surrounding the property all over, with a massive home right in the center. Numerous rumors of nefarious activities surrounded this area. Anyway, I started running as fast as I could. I thought to myself, you fucking idiot, they're gonna catch you in no time. Instantly, I turned around. I made myself as big as possible and let out as loud a roar as I could. I ran straight towards these dogs. Surprisingly, they took right off into the forest and presumably back home. I continued on my walk, thinking that would be it. All was fine and dandy until I turned the corner, about 20 minutes from my home still. As soon as I turned this corner at the intersection, I could hear some voices outside. It was around 2 a.m. at this point, so this was fairly unusual for this area. I proceeded with caution and silence as I was growing closer and closer to these two voices. Suddenly, I could make out what they were doing. They were digging a fucking hole at 2 a.m. in the dark and freezing cold. I saw one of the men snap to attention. "Hey, what was that?" The digging stopped right away. I was 40 meters away from where they were digging. I did what any semi-rational person would do. I hid. I crept into the bushes and hid in the ditch for a good half hour. The men searched for a while before they gave up. I worked up the courage to sneak further into the forest and around so I could get the fuck out of there and into my bed. They returned to digging and talking the entire time. They didn't once mention what they were digging for, but I wouldn't either if I was digging a hole in the middle of nowhere to hide something. I got home and went right to sleep. It didn't sit right with me though, so I drove by slowly the next day during daylight to check it out. There was a hole that was freshly dug and filled in, right in the middle of the driveway. I kept my mouth shut about this for a long time. I didn't even tell my parents about it until a little over a year ago, when they were moving away from that area. Their response was to tell me about all the murders that had occurred previously on that street. My dad laughed and said, "Sounds like they added another one." Huh, good times, I guess. My dad is a very logical person, and I'd like to think I'd take after him myself. A lot of nighttime terrors I got through by calmly trying to understand what was going on and figuring out what was happening systematically. Those are branches from a tree outside my window, not hands tapping on the wall, etc. Our house was quite old and much of the support structure was made of wood, so I'd become quite accustomed to the occasional creak at night. Our house was also right next to a bend in the road, just along a speed bump. Often, this meant the car lights would shine in through the windows. Heavier vehicles passing on the road would even gently shake the house and cause some small creaks as well. For a lot of my childhood, I didn't have a door on my room. Not even a wall really, since my room was defined by 3 walls and a closet serving as the 4th one. This meant that at night, I would often look out into the hallway of the house while trying to fall asleep. Every car that passed the bend in the road would trace their headlights across the hallway, accompanied with some minor squeaks and cracks from the road. When I was smaller, I used to get very scared of this. My dad got tired of me crying though, so he laid in bed for about 10 minutes with me to see what I was so scared of, then proceeded to systematically explain to me what was happening. Once I actually knew what was going on, I started being a lot less scared. One night, I saw some more lights, but these ones were moving a bit differently. Instead of coming out through the windows, it looked like they were coming from up the stairs. I saw a figure and a shaped cone of light slowly going down the stairs and moving down the hallway. At first, I thought it must be a very slow car illuminating someone out on a walk or something, but the lights normally stopped a meter or so from my door. That's as far as the windows would allow them to go. The figure continued to move down though, until now I could actually see it was a person, standing with one foot barely inside my room. It was a woman. She placed her hand on the wall. I could now see the woman standing there incredibly clearly. She was wearing some sort of dress and covered with a see-through drape kind of thing. It kind of almost reminded me of a wedding dress or something. I was stunned, staring at her as she stared in at me. I don't know for how long we were like this. It seemed she was just staring at me with her head tilted for almost an hour. Knowing the state I was in though, It must have likely been about 10 seconds or so. Just as suddenly as she'd come down the stairs, she turned around and sprinted down the hallway. For some reason, I just calmed right down immediately. Unnaturally, almost like shock, I felt as calm and relaxed as ever. I fell asleep and woke up sometime later because my parents finally came home. I wanted to say something about it in the morning. I came downstairs to my parents yelling at my sister because she'd snuck out while she was supposed to be watching me. It turns out she'd left me home alone that entire night, so I have no idea who that woman was. When I was about 16 or so, I tried to get a good night's rest before a very important sectional track meet the next day. I was tossing and turning all night. Competition nerves and the heat radiating throughout the bedroom were keeping me wide awake. The windows were closed and the fan was turned off. All I could hear was the wind faintly slapping against the window from time to time. My door would typically be closed to eliminate the sounds that cornfield wildlife produced at night. At the time, my queen-sized bed was perfectly centered across the room from my 2 swivel door closet. On the right side of the closet door hung some deer antlers that I'd found searching the cornfield mentioned before. It was probably around 2 a.m. at this time. The whole house remained silent, with complete darkness. Not a single ambient sound to be heard. As I was just staring up at the ceiling and walls, trying to follow its framing around the room to fall asleep, I heard a subtle, faint scratching noise appear from my closet. My eyes shot directly to it, as my perception became slowly accustomed to the darkness in the room. I stared and started to sweat, concerned and trying to wrap my mind around what could have caused that sound. Again, a subtle scratching noise, almost inaudible. Likely due to the silence of the night, it caused me to really focus on anything that stimulated my hearing. I could not look away from the direction this scratching was coming from. I didn't see any changes in the closet door though as the scratching continued. About 15 seconds went by of just staring at this unchanging closet door. I was staring, holding my breath in terror, trying to decide what to do, when those scratches became bangs. Now I could visually see the door moving in and out of its framework, and I heard the rattling of the deer antlers clasping together on the wall. Whatever was inside my closet was banging on the door hard now. The bangs continued, and it felt like an eternity. I jumped 5 feet from my bed to the bedroom door to turn the doorknob and escape that terror. I sprinted down the hallway panicking. I managed to clear all 10 steps that led to the main floor of my house in a single leap. I ran to get help, but when I returned, the noises had stopped. To this day, I have no idea what the sound was or what could have produced it. I checked the closet, but afterward I didn't find anything. I tell my friends this story sometimes, and they have no logical answers either. It remains a mystery I'll probably never solve in my entire life. What is up guys, Blue Spooky here as always. It's been a while since my last outro, so I figured I'd do one again. Thank you guys so much for watching, especially if you made it this far to the end of the video. If you liked the video, please be sure to like, share, comment, or subscribe if you feel so inclined. If you have any constructive criticism you'd like to share with me, be sure to leave it in the comments below. Although I can't respond to every comment I get nowadays anymore, I still do read all of them, and I enjoy hearing your guys' thoughts and opinions, especially of your opinions on the stories in the videos. If you guys have some stories you'd like to share yourselves, please be sure to check in the description below the video. There will be links to all of my social media, including my Facebook, Gmail, and Twitter accounts. Be sure to send me a message on any of those, and I'll try to get back to you as soon as possible. If you do decide to send in a story, please be sure to include in the tagline what the name of the story is if it has one, what type of story it is if it has a type, and how you'd like to be credited in the description of the video the story appears in. Also, please be sure to properly format and add as much detail as you feel comfortable with to ensure the most probability your story makes it into a video. I think that's pretty much it for now, though. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a wonderful day. This happened a few days ago, and I'm still pretty shaken up about it. I only just thought to post it, so here goes. On Friday afternoon, I got a call from my friend named Sarah, asking if I wanted to meet her and another friend named Lisa at Dunkin' Donuts, as we hadn't seen one another in quite a while. Dunkin' Donuts is a 15-minute walk from my house, so I decided I would walk. Besides, the weather was fine. I got to Dunkin' Donuts and found where Sarah and Lisa were sat and went to join them. As we were chatting, I noticed that my sister Elena was sat at a table in the corner of the room with her friend Jess. For some context, my sister and her friend are both 18. My sister still lives with my parents, whereas I live alone. I excused myself from the table for a moment and went over to Elena and Jess's. They were sat at a table with 3 seats, so I sat down with them and said hi. They both jumped a little bit like they were really startled, but then looked more relieved than anything to see me. Immediately, Elena leaned in and whispered to me, "Don't look now, but that guy in the blue shirt, I think he's been following Jess and I." I glanced over and saw a middle-aged man sat at a table, facing slightly away from us. He's walked past our table a good 5 times in the past 20 minutes to go to the bathroom, but he always walks slower when he passes by us, she continued. I told them they were most likely being paranoid, and there was nothing to worry about, but for their peace of mind, I offered to leave with them so they wouldn't feel as worried. I walked back over to my table and explained the situation to Sarah and Lisa. Both of them laughed it off and assumed my sister was just being paranoid. Literally, about a minute later though, I saw that same man get up from his seat and walk toward the bathroom. My eyes followed him, and sure enough, he walked extremely slowly past Elena and Jess. In fact, it was almost comical how obvious he became. Both of them looked in my direction, and I nodded to show them that now that I had seen him, I believed them. About 5 minutes later, I went to the toilets myself. On my way, I passed Elena and Jess and told them I was ready to go whenever they were. They both agreed that they wanted to leave right now. I told them I was going to go to the bathroom for a moment, and we could leave after I had done my business. Elena had come in her car, so she was going to give me a lift back. I went into the toilet stall, did my business, washed my hands. I was walking down the corridor back to the main eating area when Elena and Jess rushed into the corridor. I asked them what was wrong. They explained that another man had joined that strange creeper, and the men were both pointing and staring at them, so they rightfully felt unsafe. We walked back into the eating area. I put my money on our table and explained to Lisa and Sarah that I was taking off, and I would explain what was going on fully when we got home. We all got into Elena's car and left those creeps in the car's rearview mirror. After a 2-minute drive, we reached my house. Just then, I remembered that I had been meaning to return something I had borrowed from my mother, so I asked if Elena could drive me to my parents' house, as she was going there anyway. I jumped out of the car to get what I needed, when suddenly my phone rang. It was Elena. She explained that a car had just driven past and pulled into a driveway. She said the driver of the vehicle was that same creep from Dunkin' Donuts. I took a peek out my window, and sure enough, there was a car which didn't belong to the owner of the house, parked right on their driveway. I ushered the girls into my home and locked the door. I instructed Elena to take a photo of the car and its license plate, while telling Jess to call 911. She gave the operator more information than I could. Elena took the photos, and we sort of gathered around Jess as she was speaking to the operator. She had finished telling the story, and I heard the operator assure us the police would be at my house soon. Just a few minutes later, there was a loud knock at the front door, followed by a loud voice shouting, "It's the police!" We all breathed a sigh of relief as I went to open the door. Jess told the operator the police were there and went to hang up. I was just in the process of unlocking the door when I thought to look through the peephole at the top. I peered through, but what I saw was not a police officer. It was the same man. I froze in fear and didn't know what to say. We didn't call the police," I managed to shout back at the man through the door. Elena and Jess were both very confused as to why I was doing this. We had a call, sir," the man shouted back. "You must have the wrong address." I informed the girls it was the creep at the door and not an officer. Both were rightfully shocked and extremely scared, as was I. I was about to tell Jess to call the police again until I heard the sirens. The man began to panic. "Sir, you have to let me in right now." This time I didn't answer. He was pounding on the door. His commands for me to let him in turned into pleading and begging. I heard the police car pull up and some commotion outside. An actual officer then knocked on the door, and I let him in. And yes, I did check the peephole first. The police officers took the man into custody, while another police officer took Elena and Jess into the dining room for some brief questioning. I called my parents, and Jess called hers. Both were here extremely quickly once we told them what had happened. The man was found with a kitchen knife on his person, and some other weapons in the car. Who knows what could have happened if I hadn't had the instinct to look through the peephole first. Both my sister and her friend are fine, although they are shaken up after the whole incident. So I, 20 and female, lived in a shady-as-hell apartment complex in an otherwise rich suburban area for 3 years, and I have a hell of a lot of stories that could fit here. But this one is about a neighbor I'll call Bob. A little bit of backstory. Me, 18 at the time, and my then 16-year-old sister used to babysit all of the neighborhood kids. These kids considered us their friends. It even got to the point where they seemed to have a radar of whenever me and my sister went outside. They'd come out and talk to us, and we'd let them ride our skateboards and such in the parking lot. The kids were all ages 8 through 13. So one day we were outside with them, when we were suddenly joined by a stranger. He stood between us and our car, towering over us. He introduced himself and asked us to sign this petition he made up. We did, just being friendly. Then he asked us how old we were. I thought maybe he was a fellow teenager that perhaps looked just a bit older, or maybe he was just an awkward adult, so I told him I was 18. Of course, the very next question was if I wanted to go out with him, right in front of my mom and the other kids' moms as well. I awkwardly declined, but he continued talking about how he thought me and my sister were in middle school. Apparently, he was also 28. Eventually, he just kind of wandered away and asked someone else to sign his petition. A few days later, he knocked at our door after asking the neighbor for the address. He had a bag of what he said was chicken and wanted us to go eat it with him at the park. We declined and said we had schoolwork to do. He walked away, mumbling and grumbling about how antisocial everyone was. Later, we looked out our window and saw him playing baseball with 2 small girls. He kept physically moving their arms to different positions, even though they were clearly shrugging away from him. The next day, one of the little kids runs right up to me. I'll call her Maddie. She was 8. She had just gotten a new pair of Heelys and wanted to show off and have me help her with them. I was holding her hand and guiding her along when Bob appeared and said he could help better. Maddie said no, but he insisted. He actually pushed me out of the way and reached for Maddie, holding her tightly around the upper chest area. Her grandma was there too, and flipped out. He just sort of meandered away. The next day, Maddie was freaking out, saying Bob had been sitting on her porch when she left for school that morning. Her parents found out, and as they walked outside, he let himself in. He went into their kitchen and started making orange chicken. We later found out another neighbor had a similar story as well. Another time, we were helping a family move. They had a 2-year-old son. The garages are in a triangle shape to the road, almost like a roundabout. There's a flat patch of grass behind them. Well, here comes Bob to help us. He criticized the way we packed things and didn't help until our neighbor politely asked him to leave. Well, he left the garage. but instead of actually leaving, he asked the 2-year-old if he wanted to go off and play. When the kid said no, it made him angry. He picked up the kid to play, and the kid slapped him. He asked if the kid wanted to go behind the garages now. The kid's mom hadn't noticed yet, so I went with them and guided the kid back to his mom. The climax of this story is when my sister and I went on a walk with our 17-year-old friend and her other friend. Maddie ran up to us and wanted to come along. So here we are, starting our walk, when Bob comes out. He sees our friend and immediately asks how old she is and how much she weighs because she's so skinny. He asks where we're going, too. My friend tells him we're going for ice cream on a girls' trip. He got real mad and stomped away. We continued our walk, but halfway through I got this weird feeling, so I looked behind us. Bob is sprinting towards us. He yells at us for hiding from him, while also telling Maddie how pretty she is. An older neighbor saw this and immediately asked what was going on. He told the man we were being mean, and he needed to go write a song about us or something. He left, but later we saw him sitting at the park. When he saw us, he instantly came running again. We stop, and he asks us which one of us is over 18. Maddie's dad was there at this point, and told him we weren't interested in him. He exploded, telling the dad to fuck himself and various other rude things and expletives, also calling me a bitch. Maddie was crying, and the neighbor who saw us before rushed over to check on us since he'd seen Bob running. Bob went inside muttering to himself. For a few weeks, we didn't see him. A single dad and his 5-year-old daughter moved in, and we were introducing ourselves to them. My mom kind of tipped him off that there was someone in our building who was a little bit off, especially around Maddie. The dad said he'd seen someone like that giving candy to kids at the pool while they seemed uncomfortable. Here comes Bob as if on cue. He immediately tells the girl in front of her dad that she looks like a movie star and how pretty she is. He asks to take her off and play with her, but the dad says no, of course, and they go inside. Turns out they were next-door neighbors. We still didn't see him much, but the other neighbors were telling us all kinds of horrible stories about him. There was a woman who was alone most of the day with her 2 kids under 5, who told us he stared and watched her whenever she went to and from her car. Maddie's parents continued to see him watching her, too. Then one day, again, we're babysitting, and here he comes. Only this time he's swinging some nunchucks. Maddie screamed and hid in our car. He strolls over, nunchucks in hand, and starts talking to us all casual. But then he starts looking around. Where's Maddie? We told him she wasn't here, and he seemed to walk away. By then, most of the kids were afraid to go outside whenever they saw him. He had a habit of wandering around the complex. We could tell by his height and lanky gait. A few times, we'd see Bob with his dad. Those times, neither even glanced at us. Then one day, he just stopped showing up. We'd still see his dad and brother come in and out all the time, but we'd never see him. We only saw him again a year later, and it was only for one day near Christmas. Then he disappeared altogether. I really don't know what happened to him, but it was just one of those weird experiences with neighbors in the 3 years we lived there. Maybe I'll post the stories of a chick that wanted to kill her parents because she was a witch, or the old man that bit children next, if you want to hear them. Before we start, remember kids, stranger danger. If you don't know 'em, don't give 'em the time of day. This was about 15 years ago or so. My parents had gone out for a nice dinner for their anniversary, and decided that I was old enough and responsible enough to be left alone, at least just for a few hours on a weeknight. I was almost 9 at the time, and we owned a fairly protective dog as well, so what could possibly go wrong? They leave and tell me to lock up and call if anything happens. I do so and immediately proceed to party around the house like a rock star, because dude, I had the whole dang house to myself, and I could do whatever I wanted. Hell to the yeah. About halfway through a Sailor Moon marathon, I suddenly get a knock at the door. I was confused as all get out, because it had only been about 2 hours, and they had said they wouldn't be back until around 10 anyway. I guessed Mama had left something she needed behind again and swung around to grab it. My front door is a system of 2 doors, a super old, thick wooden one, from the house being originally built in the 30s, and then outside of that a screen door. My dog was raising absolute hell at the front door. I pulled her back a bit to try and calm her down because she had a tendency to be very reactive to almost any noise. Well, it was not my mom at the door. It was some middle-aged man I'd never seen before in my life. Puppo was now basically feral, so I kept the screen door firmly closed and a hand on her collar. I asked the man what he wanted. He started on in this weird convoluted story about how he had 2 young twin daughters and they'd gotten into a fight and one of them had run away. This man claimed that he believed his daughter was now hiding in my house and would like to come inside to look for her. I tell him immediately there is no such girl here. Why would he even think she would be here in the first place? He starts going in on this story about how this was the house they first lived in and how it's the one she was born in. It was like a safe place for her or something, and would likely be the most likely place she would run away to, as it was really the only other place she knows. I had felt kinda weird at first when I opened the door slightly and heard this dude's story, and this stuff was absolutely not helping his cause, but now I definitely knew something shitty was about to go down. I, in no uncertain terms, informed the guy he must have the wrong house, because this house was built and has been lived in by my family since its very initial construction. My dad was born in this house, and after my mom and dad told his parents that they were pregnant with my older sister, they gave it to them as a present to begin their new family. He must be mistaken, because I knew all of this to be fact. Hell, there were pictures less than 10 feet away from me on the wall of my dad and uncle playing in the front yard in the late 70s. By now, my dog was growling like crazy, and the dude was getting extremely agitated. He insists that I have no idea what I'm talking about. If I would just give him a few minutes to search for his daughter, he could be on his way right away. The latch on the screen door was broken at the time, and I was putting all my strength into holding my dog from the door. He opened the screen door with one hand, and the other reached for my closest arm. All of a sudden, that crazy cocker goes fucking ballistic. She used all her strength to lunge at him, grabbed a hold of his hand, and bit down fiercely. Now the man was yelling and confused. He pushed back against the screen door and slammed it shut to get my dog off of him. Sadie got pushed back inside, but she was still raging away. I quickly slammed the front door and locked it, and chained it tight. I ran around the house and made sure all the other doors and windows were locked, and then hunkered down in the bathroom, hyperventilating. I waited about 15 minutes until Sadie's growling had calmed some. I check outside, no man or his car. Both were now long gone. I call my parents and tell them they need to come home right now, please. When they get home, I recount the whole story. My dad goes to check the front door, and sure enough, on the screen door jamb and siding of the house was a large handprint of blood. Sadie was treated like a queen and got a whole steak for her to eat that weekend. When I was 15, I was in a really bad mental headspace. With that being said, I was depressed, lonely, and desperate for anyone's attention. So, against my better judgment, I made an account on Plenty of Fish. I understand that I put myself in a dangerous position for predators, but I also understand that any man who I told my age to should have just reported my account and not spoken to me. But after swiping left and right for about an hour, I met a man who I'll call Red. Red was 26, a father of 2 beautiful toddlers, and a Puerto Rican native who had recently moved to Florida. He spoke a fair bit of English and had this charm to him whenever he spoke. When I told him my age, it's scary now to think about just how okay he was with it. He simply told me that we wouldn't have sexual relations, and our other interactions would be innocent. We talked for a few months before talking eventually about meeting up. When I talked to Red, I felt very happy, whole, like I finally had someone to support me. The first few times we met up, it was fine. We went to the outlets, Disney Springs, the movies. He was a perfect gentleman, held my hand, opened doors for me, and most importantly, kept his hands off me. Eventually, we did kiss a bit, but nothing too intense. About 6 months into our relationship, though, I turned 16, and I invited him to my house, through means of sneaking in through my window, of course, and he agreed. We were just hanging out watching a movie, when he kissed me in a way he never had before, in a way I'd never been kissed before. It was surprising, and without having to be said, very overwhelming. I suddenly got very scared. It finally hit me in that moment that this guy was a full-grown man and I was just a child. I got off my bed and told him he had to leave. His face immediately contorted into anger, and he stepped toward me, trying to convince me through gritted teeth not to force him to go. He reached out to grab my shoulders, and out of instinct I shoved his chest to make him back off, only for a very harsh shove to be returned. A sudden hot pain overwhelmed me, spreading from the back of my head and down the rest of my body. Then everything went black. The next thing I knew, I was hearing a blood-curdling scream. Hazed out and too weak to open my eyes fully, I could just barely make out my mom. I felt this wetness on my head, and my body felt so cold. It was just as I began to gather that something was very wrong, that I lost consciousness once again. The following time that I awoke was in a hospital bed. My head was pounding like crazy and aching in the back. I reached up to hazily feel where the pain was coming from, and my fingertips grazed a row of staples on a now bald patch on the left back of my head, making me wince. Things went by very fast from that point on. A doctor and my mother and father explained that I must have slipped and hit my head on the windowsill, being that that's where the first impact was made, before falling the rest of the way onto my tile floor. My mom had come into my room in the morning to wake me up for school and found me lying in a pool of my own blood. She thought I was dead because my breathing was so faint. But they had no idea as to why I had really slipped. I was too embarrassed and ashamed of myself to tell anyone. I didn't think I deserved justice for what Red did to me. Later on, I found out further obstacles would come from my injury, hearing loss in my right ear, as well as the inability to retain some old memories. This event and a few flash memories from my childhood are the last things that I remember from before the incident. Though I was saddened by this, I was happy to still be alive and never have to see Red again. Now being 18, a few months ago I signed up for Plenty of Fish again. I kept my wariness about me this time though, and didn't go on any dates. I looked out for warning signs this time, and upon the first one blocked just about everyone that messaged me. Then one day I received a new message. It was from Red. I had blocked him on every other platform, including his number. It just said, "Hey, how have you been?" I didn't respond, but I looked at his profile. It still said he was 26. How odd. Perhaps I never really knew his real age. Perhaps I didn't know this man at all, being that he thought he had killed me and selfishly ran off without even attempting to see if I was alive, or even if he could help me. Update. I've seen all the comments of people suggesting and demanding that I go to the police. I've already taken action on this a few months ago. I didn't include it in the original story because I didn't want to feel like a fool. I went to the police by myself after seeing him on Plenty of Fish again, and they had no records for anyone with his name or age. I gave a description, but it was just like the description of any generic Hispanic male, and they couldn't really take action on it. I had no pictures with him, and his Plenty of Fish pictures all had his face covered somehow. The first time I ever really saw his face was when we started Snapchatting. He used to have an Instagram, but I guess now it's been deleted. I even tried to tell them the names of his 2 toddlers, but they couldn't find anything with that either. Why I love cats, or at least one of the many reasons I love cats. I work about a mile from my house in a pretty small town, 100,000-ish, very spread out though. I grew up in one of the largest cities in the States, so living here has been kind of a bit of culture shock. It's very easily accessible by walking, so I pretty much never drive. About a half year ago, I had just finished work at around 1 a.m. Nobody is ever really out past 8 or so here. Also a huge shock coming from that big city. So the park I walked through was utterly deserted. Mind you, I live in one of the safest countries in the world, not America anymore. So it's easy to forget just how vulnerable you can still be as a small female. I honestly didn't feel uncomfortable at any point of my walk until I rounded the corner past some basketball courts nearby my house. I was still about 2 minutes away from home, and this stretch of my walk was pitch dark. The moon was massive that night. While I had welcomed its light at the beginning of my journey, in the absence of any streetlights, it actually made things look pretty eerie. I had walked this path before hundreds of times, but tonight for some reason, something felt off. I'm not a fearful person in any sense of the word, but I was suddenly really on edge. And then I saw it, a van in the parking lot next to the courts, with its side door wide open. I picked up my pace a little and kept an eye on that van. There are usually cars in that parking lot. I live in a tourist town and backpackers often stay in their vehicles to save money. But I had never seen one with its door hanging open like that in the middle of the night. Not ever. I was so focused on that van that I missed a man walking out from the trees near the courts until he was a mere 30 feet behind me. He was walking incredibly fast, and there was very little doubt that he was heading straight towards me. I was at a complete loss for what my next action should be. Not like screaming would do much. I was still too far away from any residences. I usually carry a glass water bottle with me for protection. We have very strict laws on weapons here. But it turns out I had forgotten it at work that night. My phone was completely dead. Everything I knew better than to do, I had done that night. And as stupid as I feel writing this, I hesitated to run away, on the off chance that maybe he didn't mean to act so sketchy. I've moved past this mindset overall since, but there's still a strong part of me that balks at the prospect of making someone feel uncomfortable or embarrassed. I also hate showing men that I feel scared of them, because even if they hurt me, I'd rather not give them any satisfaction of seeing my fear. Also, I kind of knew in my heart that I probably couldn't outrun this guy with the speed he was walking. I was overthinking every little thing. I saw a little dark blur darting across the library parking lot at the back of the courts. I didn't even register what it was at first. The whole situation was so surreal. The guy was behind me now, and judging by his footsteps, he had not veered course at all. I quickened my pace a little, felt out my keys in my purse, and slipped them in between my fingers. I heard a slight jingling noise, and then everything suddenly made sense. That blur I'd seen was Apollo, a large black cat that often walked with me on the home stretch after the park. Tonight he was doing that weird cat run, where they got real low to the ground with their ears hung back. I had an impression he was very angry, but he was moving too fast for me to see his face properly, as he rushed right past me. I kept on walking at my fast speed, but suddenly I could hear the heavy footsteps were now retreating. I didn't dare to look back and kept moving forward as quickly as possible. Apollo suddenly appeared by my side, still staying low to the ground, and stopping every few feet to look behind him and hiss. Then he would do his weird cat run to catch back up with me. He walked the entire way home with me as he had done many times, but I had never seen him act like that. As we neared my gate, he visibly relaxed and flopped onto his back. I coaxed him inside before giving him some big hugs and head bumps. After that, I stopped walking home by myself at night, and still saw my sweet little cat friend very often. I never saw him behave that way again, though. Apollo unfortunately moved away 3 months ago. I still miss my little buddy and often think about how strange that night was. I wish I'd turned around to see what he did to chase the guy off. I've heard many stories about dogs protecting people, but rarely ever any about cats. My own little girl would never do anything like what Apollo did. So, to the parking lot creeper, let's not mate. And to Apollo, I hope to meet you again one day. From 2006 to 2011, I worked in the electronics department at the local Walmart in the small city I lived in. Throughout those 5 years I had worked there, I had plenty of creepy encounters with strange customers, especially considering the state hospital was just across the road. This story isn't just a regular old creepy encounter though, but something that would lead to me being stalked for nearly an entire year. It all started in 2010, on a night I was working second shift. I was doing my end shift ritual when a woman in her late 40s interrupted me. She was there with a little girl, must have been no older than 3 or 4. Excuse me, I need help with my cell phone? She spoke very softly and proceeded to tell me her problem. I need to turn my phone into a straight talk phone. The girl earlier said you could do it? Oh, fucking of course she did. I thought that to myself at least, but my lips instead said, "Sure, let's see what I can do." She handed me a 6-year-old phone from Verizon, and I knew as soon as I saw it that I would not be able to do what she wanted. I explained she would have to buy a new phone from Straight Talk and transfer her old number. Pretty basic shit, really. Now, I always took my job very seriously and held myself to the highest possible standard of customer service. I would often receive letters to the store from customers complimenting me, so I assure you I did nothing to actually piss off this lady, but sure as shit she was hella pissed. Why the hell would I want to buy a new phone? I already have one. She started screaming at the top of her lungs, her claims being of me upselling her and being a corporate goon. I finally managed to defuse the situation, and as she left the department, she gave me the classic, "You'll never get a job in this town again." As I'm getting ready to leave my shift, my manager stops me and tells me I just got a complaint at customer service from a lady claiming I swore at her granddaughter. Apparently, I'd told her to fuck off. I explained what really happened, of course, and my manager just laughed it off. He knew it was very unlike me to ever say anything like that to a customer. I wish the story ended there, but then of course I wouldn't be writing this. For the next several weeks, I would get complaints about things I'd never done, sometimes even on my days off. I would come into questions from my management nearly every day. It was all complaints ranging from me being rude to a customer, all the way to me doing drugs in the parking lot on break. All of these complaints were of course coming from 2 women. As it turned out, it was cell phone lady and her adult daughter. It turns out they had even been scoping out my work schedule and started coming in nearly every day. They would walk through electronics to make sure they saw me and I was there. And then later that very same night, I would have a new complaint. This happened for months. It happened so much, management deemed her my favorite customer. To be honest though, I didn't care much. Actually, I even thought it was pretty funny and a bit pathetic. I never got in trouble, and everyone knew these ladies and just blew it off. I started caring though when she took it to a whole new level. She started to follow me around. I would see her when I was around town. She started to make it clear she knew where I lived and would regularly start to walk by my house. I would see her standing out front, just staring into my place. I began getting complaints to the city about my property. Grass too tall, old shed in my yard, my fire pit, basically everything. She even found out my girlfriend's name and began complaining at her job too. I knew it was her. She would make it so clear and obvious she was following me. Sometimes she would stop in and ask me questions at work and act like the nicest customer. Then she'd drop hints like, "How's your girlfriend?" Or my favorite, How can you afford that big house on your little Walmart wage? For about 7 months, she stalked and slandered me. I started telling her I knew what she was doing and to stop, but she played it off and I couldn't report her. After all, she'd never once threatened me. She was just making my life very hard. By this time, everyone in my life knew about this nut job. One night, I'm grabbing dinner with my friends from work and we're joking about it when someone offers a suggestion. Well, what if you just counter-stalk her? At first, I thought it was a terrible idea, but they convinced me it would work and they would all help me. So we hatched a big plan like something you'd read on Pro Revenge. And it went as follows. Find her job, find her name, find her address, make complaints in the same manner as her. Find out all the rumors she's told about me, make it clear we know, and show her that unlike her, we have numbers. I found out her information easily enough. Turns out she didn't live anywhere near me. And it also turned out I was friends with a few of her coworkers. They would keep me informed on the crazy shit she said about me and even try to rein her in, and we began doing exactly what she was doing to me. We did this for about 4 months. The more we dug into her life, the more I found out about just how obsessed she was over getting me in trouble. She'd made reports I assaulted her. She encouraged others to falsely report me and follow me too. She told police I was a potential drug dealer. In the end, we won though. She started putting together that there were 6 of us digging deep into her life and asking many questions about her. My last month at work, I didn't get a single complaint. In fact, I never saw her anymore. The day after I quit though, I heard she started in the store complaining about a new person after asking one of the managers why I quit. I honestly will never understand why she was so hell-bent on trying to destroy me. I just told her to buy a $20 prepaid phone. For some background, I live in the UK and go to school with a uniform. I go to quite a large all-girls school with about 8 classes of 30 or so per year, with 5 years and a 6th form attached. So I've heard about creeps lingering outside of the school before. Usually though, they're sorted out quite quickly by the school staff. At the time, I was in year 9, so just turning 13 and about 4'9". I had a big homework assignment due at the time, and because I didn't have a computer at home, I often stayed late at school to do it in the ICT suite. As it was the beginning of the school year, it got relatively dark at around 5 p.m., which is right around when I got out of school, and right around the time this event took place. I had to catch the bus to get home as both of my parents would work. The bus stop outside my school was fairly busy, and there were a couple of other people and me at the time. I had my back up against a fence when I noticed a man under the bus stop, facing away but next to the road, opposite the fence I was leaning on. I was very aware of my surroundings, as I have had previous experiences with old creeps, and I'm just a generally paranoid person anyway. The man didn't strike me as particularly interesting, but I did notice him glancing over at me from the very corner of my eye. I then saw a bus coming, and assumed that it was mine, so I stepped forward to check. Turned out it wasn't my bus, which was annoying, as I was very cold and didn't have a coat with me at the time. As I went to step back up against the fence, I almost stood right back into the man that had been under the bus stop originally. He had moved to directly behind where I was. He had his arm up against the pole next to the bus stop telling you the buses that come by. I felt a bit concerned, but I couldn't move, as on the other side all the people were waiting to get on the bus that was now coming. It felt like forever, as I could feel this man's breath on the top of my head. I watched the bus come and collect all of the other people at the bus stop. It probably only took a minute and a half. Once the very last person got on that bus, I quickly moved out of this man's area and back against the fence. He moved so he was back under the bus stop, sitting across from me and staring at the ground in front of me. At last, my bus came after about 3 minutes in that state. I didn't want to give away the fact that I was getting on this bus immediately, but I had to wave it down, so I stood next to the road to signal it over. As I started to get on, my heart was going crazy, as the man had somehow snuck back behind me. I had already gotten my bus card out and scanned it very quickly, and only saw a few people on there. Normally, there might be a few people upstairs on the bus in this case, so that's where I headed. That was probably my biggest success of the incident. Or mistake, I don't really know, to be honest. I got up there and it was completely empty. Great. Well, I couldn't exactly go back down at this point. I knew the man had already gotten on and would be coming up the stairs soon, so I did the next best thing I could think of. I sat in the outside seat directly in front of the bus's camera, which I kept looking directly at just in case something happened. The man did follow me upstairs as expected. He sat right at the back of the bus, but not before looking at me as he passed by. It was then that I got the idea that probably saved me that night. I live on a very quiet street and it was already very dark now, so there was no way I was getting off this bus at my stop with this man. I pulled out my phone and earbuds. I put one bud in my ear and texted my best friend to play along. I FaceTimed her and quietly informed her of the situation. She understood everything. And along with some small talk, I talked loudly and at length about how my mom was so mad I'd stayed late at school, and she had just texted me saying she was waiting at the door for me. I had told her I was only 10 minutes away. In reality though, I had told my mom earlier that day that I was staying late in the morning before I left for school, and now my mom was long gone at work, at least 45 minutes away. My dad was gone even farther, about an hour and a half, and neither had access to their phones at work. Now we arrived at my stop and I had to get off. I took a deep breath as I stood up. I looked back at the man. He was staring at me as I walked down the stairs. My friend was screen recording everything at this point just in case something happened to me. Thankfully, he didn't follow me down at first, but as I was walking away from the bus, I looked back to see him pressed up against the back window, hands in fists and staring at me once more. That's when I took my flimsy school shoes off and sprinted to my house, as the next bus stop was still in eyesight. There were two on the main road that led down to my street. Once I was down my street and far enough away that you couldn't see the top of it anymore, I told my friend about him up against the window. She understood. I put my shoes back on and speed walked the rest of the way to my house. My family still doesn't know about this, even though I was quite proud of myself on how I handled the situation, and how I ran so far with no shoes on, a heavy skirt and a big rucksack on my back. I don't think they'll ever know, because as much as I don't want to ever stay late at school ever again, I know I probably will have to again at some point, and I don't want my parents to feel guilty about not being able to help it if something more serious was to happen while they were at work. I'll note that I did tell the friend on the story and the rest of the people that I knew. I asked my sister because I knew she would understand, and she said I should tell my parents. I think I will eventually. I've been in 2 bad car accidents. I know the rush of adrenaline going through your head when you're in a crash. For that reason, I always pull over at any crash I see to at least try and help out, unless I know emergency services are there already. I have a level head, basic medical training, and usually have a first aid kit on me as well. Normally everything is fine, and I leave once the EMS and police show up. Today, that changed. I came around the bend while driving and saw a pickup truck had slammed into a tree. A body was slumped over in the seat. I immediately pulled my bike into the subdivision right across the street and ran over, shirking off my bag, jacket, and helmet. I see a white man, maybe 20s, slim frame, slumped over in the seat convulsing, with saliva dripping down the side of his face. My brain instantly went to he's having a seizure. The car who was a bit behind me had also pulled over, and the driver was on the phone with 911 right next to me. He tapped on the window a bit, and there was no response. We checked if any of the doors were unlocked, and I jumped into the bed to see if the back window was either. None of them were. I hopped out and went to see if anything had changed. The driver was now no longer convulsing, but he was still unresponsive. I tried knocking on the window once more to see if he had come out of it yet. The driver jumped up and began panicking. Pretty common for someone who's just had a seizure, especially if they had a traumatic experience on top of it. He began to yell and lightly punch the window. This all happened in the span of about a second, which meant I jumped nearly 20 feet in the air in surprise. Once my brain cleared for a second though, I loudly asked if he was alright and if he would be able to unlock the door. Luckily for me, he didn't understand a word I said. He slumped back over, which prompted me to knock in concern once again. He jumped back up and began immediately freaking out. After a moment, he calmed down and sat there, smiling. It wasn't a normal smile though. It was sorta haunting. His tongue was hanging out and it was extremely yellowed. The man who'd pulled over with me, Mark, came around, which brought another round of freaking out. This began the pattern of any new stimuli at all causing him to lash out. A third person pulled over and came to check in as well. He quickly came to the same conclusion. Drugs, I guess. Our driver was now in a relaxed state once more, until the sirens started. Me and the third person, whose name I never caught unfortunately, began directing traffic, while Mark kept an eye on the driver, relaying everything to 911. I had moved my jacket, helmet, and bag over to near my bike, just in case he decided to start driving again or something. Finally, about a minute after we first heard the sirens, a fire truck, ambulance, and the sheriff all pulled up. The fire truck blocked traffic from one end. After briefly talking to the cop, Mark went to start turning cars around in the other direction. A cop pulled up from the end, blocked by the fire truck. The two cops, determining that the driver was in a combative state, drew their tasers. A firefighter used a pick to break open the driver's side rear window. After the first hit, the driver began to claw at the back window. Once it had been pulled out, the cops began yelling at him to open the door. Par for the course, the driver didn't understand a word. They decided to smash the front window as well. After the first hit, they didn't have to do much, because the driver immediately began hitting back. He punched out the window entirely, as the cops yelled some more. The driver was yelling, punching at everything, so the first cop tased him. If we hadn't heard the crackling, we'd not have even known it had worked. He was still swinging away. The second cop tased him. Still nothing. First cop again, second cop again. As the first cop tased him again with the marking of a fifth tasing, the second cop opened the door. The driver began kicking, punching, and scratching while getting dragged out of the car. The cops attempted to hold him down, but apparently drugs are a hell of a drug. The largest of the firefighters had to join in as well, just to be able to hold him down. Around this time, 6 more cop cars flew up, and they all ran over to assist. After here, though, it gets a bit boring. Mark and I had to stick around to be interviewed by the highway patrol officer, who would be investigating the wreck. I guess it just goes to show that driving under the influence is not a very good idea. I, 30 and female, used to live in a small neighborhood from ages 13 to 18. This took place when I was around 15 or so. I spent most of my time just walking around the neighborhood, listening to my MP3 player. Sheesh, I feel old just typing that. There was a guy around the same age as me that lived maybe 5 or so houses down from me. From neighborhood gossip, I learned that he was homeschooled and had been in and out of juvie multiple times due to anger issues. He was almost always outside, and sometimes when I'd passed by his house he would start following me. I was always smart enough to have my music down low enough to be able to hear and be aware of my surroundings. At first, I just passed it off as him ending up taking a walk at the same time of day I did. Looking back, that was truly dumb. As time passed by, he got closer and closer to me when following, until he eventually decided to come up right behind me. He said some truly heinous things that I will not repeat here. He was basically right in my ear whispering. I ran home immediately and told my sister, who basically had raised me as her own. She told me I was lying and to stop making up stories. For a while, I stopped going out walking unless I needed fresh air and exercise. I tried going regularly again after maybe 2 months or so. Sure enough, there he was. He came up right behind me and started to say those awful things again. I turned up my music and ignored him. This is what I continued to do every day until he eventually got tired of me ignoring him, I guess. One day he grabbed my arm and I couldn't get away. He then grabbed the back of my neck and told me I should know better than to ignore him. Again, I tried telling my sister, but she still didn't believe me. I stopped going out once again. 2 weeks later, I woke up to some loud banging on my bedroom wall. There was a garage on both sides of the house, and the wall of my bedroom shared a wall with one of the garages. The garage was unfinished. There wasn't even concrete down. It was easily accessible from outside, as it was missing the door at the back of the house. My sister was out of town, and my dad was deaf and bedridden. It was just me in the house able to do anything. My bedroom also had a door to go outside, so I ran over and made sure it was locked. I laid down and waited for the banging to stop, but it didn't. My cousin and her boyfriend lived just down the street, so I called her up. She sent her boyfriend down to see what was going on. Her boyfriend pulled right into the backyard and right up to the door of the garage. His headlights filled the garage with light and outran the guy from down the street, holding a large knife. He took off running, and my cousin's boyfriend followed close behind. It was at this time I called the police. They came and took a statement, but they said there was nothing they could do because other than going into the garage and trespassing, he hadn't technically done anything. I never took a walk in that neighborhood again. I still wonder how he knew what wall to bang on. How did he know I was right on the other side of it? How did he know my sister was gone, or that my dad was bedridden inside and couldn't do anything? I never usually locked that door, so had he been in my house to know? What would have happened if I would have gone outside? It still gives me the creeps. Hello everyone, my name is Jade and I'm 21 years old. I'm going to tell you a story that happened in 2017, back when I was 16 years old. I went on a vacation with my little sister Alice and her best friend Tia, both 14 years old. Like every summer, we usually go to Karnak, a town in Brittany, where we stay in the same residence each time. It belonged to a friend of our father. The residence in question is made up of several small houses with a shared swimming pool. There's no pedestrian entrance to the residence. In other words, the entrance for cars and pedestrians is the same. And since there's no badge or anything, the residence is constantly open to facilitate passage. The gardens of the houses are also designed in the same way. They're not closed and anyone can pass through their neighbor's garden. Something which is done quite often, and which shocks no one really. Our house is right next to a driveway, and really close to the pool, which increases the chance of people passing through or by our garden. This misadventure began at the beach. We wouldn't know until a few days later, because at the time we didn't really pay attention to what was happening. With Alice and Tia, we always did everything together. And as the beach was less than 5 minutes away and the city center less than 10, we were never accompanied by adults and had a certain amount of freedom. It was right in the middle of a conversation between us girls on the beach when I received an airdrop. I could see a photo of someone's feet. At first, I didn't pay attention at all to the name that airdropped me. I found it funny and decided to accept the photo. The photo was a picture of someone's feet in the sand, with writing that said, "You're going to die." I laughed and leaned towards Alice and Tia. Haha, very funny. At the time, we didn't really understand the joke, so we skipped over it and continued our conversation normally. Nothing unusual happened thereafter until the following afternoon. We went to the beach again and received that same photo of someone's feet with the words, "You're going to die." The joke no longer made me laugh, and I told Alice and Tia to stop doing this because it was funny once but not twice. This was the first time I actually showed them the photo. They looked shocked and said it wasn't them who'd airdropped it. I didn't believe them. We returned home and the evening came. All three of us sleep in the same room, by the way. I usually go to bed later than the other two because I watch movies until late at night on my phone. While the girls were sleeping, I was interrupted in my film by an airdrop request. I then had two thoughts. The first thought was that now that I was looking at the name of the iPhone that sent me the photo, it was quite strange. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was an assembly of letters and symbols that didn't really mean anything. The second was that since Tia and Alice were already asleep, it wasn't possible it was them. At this point, I started to panic, because that meant that from the beginning, an outside person had been sending me airdrops and had now followed us to our house. I decided to wake the girls up and let them know something was going on. We were stressed together, but too scared to check to see if anyone was outside. The rest of the night passed, and several days went by without anything further happening. We thought it was a bad joke from some children in the residence and quickly forgot about this happening. A week later, the day before our departure, we decided to visit the abandoned house which was located a stone's throw away from ours, just to mark the occasion before leaving. Our mother had strictly forbidden us from going to this place because she had clearly seen our look when we saw the house a few days earlier. Abandoned house means a house that's not maintained, and therefore there are many risks, such as the floor collapsing. We were young and didn't care. All we wanted was to have a little scare and some fun. I would like to point out that we had already forgotten this airdrop story, because since the one sent to the room, I had not received anything further. We arrived at the forbidden abode and entered the home. The door must have already been forced open by someone before, because it was easily opened. We decided to sneak out during the night. An abandoned house must be visited during the evening to make it scarier after all. Once we got inside, we got the feeling a horror film could really be made inside this house. There were debris everywhere, lots of dust, graffiti on the walls, the wood was creaking ominously. We had our dose of stress, and we scared ourselves. At some point, though, we heard a noise that didn't sound at all like cracking wood, or a noise you might hear in an old home. The noise was a shrill noise, kind of like the sound of metal scraping against something. We started to look for where the noise was coming from, but with no success. In the next moment, we received a request for an airdrop. We immediately noticed the name of that same iPhone that had sent me those ones a week earlier. This time, though, the picture was not a photo of someone's feet in the sand. We decided not to accept the airdrop, but we could still see part of the photo sent. Even if the photo was dark, we could see ourselves inside the house. The photo appeared to be taken from outside, only a few feet away. At this point, we really started to panic. We said to ourselves that maybe this person really was serious. Maybe they were going to hurt us. We automatically moved toward the window where the photo was seen to be taken from. We could see a shadow outside, which was located almost perfectly from where the noise seemed to be coming from. We wondered what was going on and stood there looking at this thing for a few minutes. It was so dark, though, that we couldn't really see well. Suddenly, the silhouette changed shape. It was indeed a man, now getting up from what seemed to be a crouching position with what seemed to be a knife. He was scraping it against the post next to him. That was the source of the noise. We were sure now it was this stranger who had been sending us the airdrops all along because there was no one else around. It didn't stop there though. He suddenly began to run at us. At this precise moment, we decided to quickly flee from the house. We knew that if we came face to face with this stranger, something bad was going to happen. Luckily, the back door was also open. We wouldn't have had time to run away and escape from the man if we'd had to go through the front door. We ran with all our strength, without looking back, and we arrived at the residence. Once we arrived, we noticed that we could no longer hear the stranger following us, but we did hear a laugh quite far away from us, which really made us shiver. He was stopped in the middle of the road. He pointed at us and laughed, then turned around and left. We hurried back into the house, and we finally realized what just happened. We said to ourselves that we'd likely just escaped the worst-case scenario. We never told our parents our story. We were forbidden from going into the house, and we were afraid of the repercussions. The same goes for the police. We knew full well we had no right to go into this house, which was not our property, and therefore we kept silent in fear of getting in trouble. That night, we didn't sleep until early in the morning. Since then, I've left my airdrop to contacts only. I get a strange feeling still whenever I receive one from one of my friends. After thinking about it, we think this person must have been following us for a while, since he'd probably managed to hear our first names in the conversation to be able to send it to me each time in person. So I've been a huge fan of these types of stories for years now, and finally have a fitting one of my own. For a quick bit of backstory, myself, my brother, and disabled mother all lived together in a trailer about 30 minutes from Nashville, Tennessee. I was wary of moving there at first, for the stereotypes you may hear about trailer parks. Luckily though, it was not nearly as bad as we'd been led to believe. We had zero issues in the last 10 years we've been here. All the neighbors are very nice, well-kept yards, everything else is okay. On to the story though. About a week ago, we were finally putting up our Christmas tree, drinking probably a little bit too much beer, and listening to Christmas music. The Christmas spirit was really in full swing. During our random banter though, my brother suddenly said, "Oh yeah, I can't believe I forgot to tell you. Earlier today at work, the owner had to kick out some guy who was acting really creepy." My brother works as the stalker at a family-owned little market about a mile from our home. He went on to tell me this younger-looking guy was pacing the aisles, sometimes standing still for minutes, and not responding whenever anyone would ask if he needed help finding something. After about 20 minutes of this suspicious behavior, the owner finally asked him to just leave because he was scaring the other customers. Without a single word, the man left. We continued with our good time, hanging ornaments, drinking, getting our mom involved. It was all good. We wrapped up at around 10:30 and helped our mom to bed. We decided we might as well finish off the ton of beer we had left and admire our fully decked out Christmas tree. Around 11:30, we decided to go out on the front porch to share a cigarette, as we usually did when we had a good buzz going. My brother opened the door and almost immediately shut it back closed. I asked him what was wrong. "Holy shit, that guy I was just telling you about? He just walked down the street." He was out walking right past our house. I thought that was pretty strange, but I wasn't really that concerned. We waited for a few minutes to see if we'd see him again, but when he didn't appear, we went outside and smoked as usual. We went back inside after we were done. My brother and I aren't troublemakers at all, but I am pretty confident in our ability to defend ourselves if we had to. At this point, these were just thoughts in the back of my mind though. After all, I hadn't even seen the guy yet, and he didn't seem to be sticking around. Fast forward to about 2 a.m. We were more than drunk enough to go ahead and call in the night. After one more cigarette, my brother opened the door. Immediately, I could hear him saying, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, hey man, you good? Hey buddy, what's up, you good?" I was in the kitchen at the time, but quickly decided something didn't sound right. I rushed over to the door, and what I saw when I got to it was a younger man standing on our deck. He was pretty tall, about 6'4". I was realizing for the first time this must be the guy he'd been talking about. One thing my brother must not have gotten close enough to notice at work earlier, though, was this guy's eyes. I'm not exaggerating when I say I've never seen anything like it. His body language wasn't super menacing or anything, but his eyes were the strangest combination of wide-eyed bewilderment and pure fury, like us opening our door confused him and also made him extremely angry. I joined my brother in explaining to him that it's late and he should head home. After what I'd said, there was about 30 seconds of the man just staring. He walked off without a word. I peeked out our blinds to make sure he'd really left, and I couldn't see him anywhere. It was like he'd almost disappeared. We were joking and saying things like, "Well, that was pretty weird, huh?" It took a while for my adrenaline to calm down. I kept thinking to myself that what really bothered me was those 30 seconds of the man staring. It felt like he was deciding on what his next move should be, but what that could have been, I have no idea. I also didn't love that my brother said when he opened the door, the man had already been silently standing there. For how long, who can know? We calmed down by watching YouTube videos. After another 30 minutes or so, I finally said to my brother, "Okay man, let's just go to bed. I'll take one more look outside to be safe." I felt like it wasn't really necessary, but I opened the door anyway. To my surprise, the man was back. The streetlights are spaced very far apart in our trailer park, but at the very edge of our driveway, I could see his silhouette about 50 feet away, just staring at our front door. I should mention he's not there texting or on the phone with someone or doing anything else. He's just there standing and staring. I do feel a little bad in hindsight, because I'm sure this poor guy had some serious mental issues occurring. But between being drunk and exhausted and the furious looks he was giving us, I was over it. I put some bass in my voice. "Hey man, you can't just keep coming back to our driveway. You're being creepy. Just leave us alone." I didn't really want to call the cops on him. His demeanor didn't change at all. But the second I mentioned the word cops, that seemed to do the trick. He turned around and walked away. I hope we handled it well. I understand and empathize with people with mental health problems, and I have family and friends who unfortunately suffer from such things. However, I can't shake the feeling that something bad was going to happen that night. He'd never actually left our porch earlier. He didn't leave the porch earlier that night until I showed up to the door, essentially making him outnumbered, and even then he still came back. I hope he's okay out there. We haven't seen the guy since. I also hope not calling the police wasn't a bad choice, and he isn't out there with bad intentions on someone else's front porch at 2 a.m. I wish I could figure out what that was all about, but during every interaction my brother and I had with him that day and night, he never spoke a single word. I used to have a Costco membership, but I had to cancel it after what was one of the most creepy experiences of my life. It started last summer. I would shop at Costco every single week. I had a routine that I would go every Saturday morning and buy all of my items for the week ahead. I would usually get most of the same items. Most of it was food and things like that. It would usually take me less than 30 minutes to get it all done. The membership saved me a lot of money because I used it so frequently. Plus, there was a Costco just over 5 minutes away from my house. One time, I went to Costco like any other day, then returned back home. Everything was fine when later in the day I got the mail. I lived in a small but nice house in a pretty typical neighborhood. When I retrieved my mail, most of it was just bills and advertisements. but I had this one letter that really stood out from the rest. It was typed, but seemed like an actual letter. It wasn't professional looking or anything, and there was no return address either. It didn't say who it was from. It did say, "Please read." When I opened it up, it was a typed out letter on one piece of paper, directly to me. "Hi there. You're such a beautiful woman. I love watching you shop every week at Costco. I'm writing you this because I want to meet you sometime soon." After I read this, I thought to myself, is somebody stalking me, or is this just a joke? I didn't really know what to think. I had never noticed anybody following me around Costco or anything. I never went when it was all that busy either, so I thought I would have easily noticed if someone was. Usually it would be around 10 a.m. or so, when the store was still really quiet. I considered not going to Costco the next week. Ultimately though, I chose to go. I wanted to save money, and I figured that it was not really that serious. The next Saturday came, and I went back to Costco at my usual time. It opened at 9:30, and I would get there at about 10, and be done by 10:30. I started doing all my normal shopping, going down all the aisles I typically did, getting all the products I usually did. I was careful to pay attention if someone was following me or not, but I didn't notice anyone suspicious around. About halfway through, I was in one of the aisles toward the back of the store. On each side of the aisle were lots of pallets on the ground. There would be products on the pallets that you could buy. If you've never been to Costco before, you can buy things in bulk, and the store is kind of like a giant warehouse. Most of the products are not displayed the way they are at Target or Walmart or something like that. I was shopping when, for whatever reason, I found my vision drawn to the right, where these pallets of products were. Behind a stack of pallets, I saw a man hiding back there. He was far back and hidden really well. He was also staring right at me. When I saw him, he immediately ducked down out of sight. I walked away and immediately went to the checkout. This guy had to be the one who'd written me that letter. I did not get a great look at him, but he seemed to be in his 20s and had darker hair. When I got to the checkout, I told the employee at the register about him. She said she would talk to her manager about it. I just wanted to leave though. I figured the guy would probably leave or hide before they got there anyway. I left, and the same day I canceled my Costco membership. There was no way I could go back there. This really creeped me out, because apparently, unbeknownst to me, some guy had been watching me every time I shopped. I had no idea, because he was hiding in the aisles behind pallets. It must have been just about every time. Later that night, I was at home by myself, and got a knock at the door at about 8 p.m. or so. I got up and went to the window. I looked outside, and it was the very same guy who had been hiding in the Costco. My heart started racing. He knocked again after I didn't answer the door right away. I stayed in the living room. I just wanted him to leave. After about 5 minutes, he knocked once more. I was still not going to answer. I stayed where I was, and after a little while, I thought he'd finally left. That was until I heard a knock coming from the back side of my house. He was now at the back door. This was creeping me out too much. I called the police on him. He wasn't trying to break in, but he was certainly trying very hard to get me to answer. I didn't know what he was going to do if I continued to ignore him for a long time. I think then he actually left though. When the police got there, they looked around outside and couldn't find the guy anywhere. They said if he came back for me to not hesitate to call. For the rest of the night though, he didn't try anything else. I didn't see him for several days, and was not going back to Costco either. Later that week, I got another letter from him. This letter was a little bit longer than the first one. It said that he was disappointed I didn't want to talk to him, and even more disappointed that I'd called the police on him. He then said that he was sorry, and he was not going to bother me anymore. I was actually really surprised to read that. The crazy thing is that after that letter, I really haven't seen from him or heard from him ever since. It's amazing how he just stopped. after going to such great lengths. I mean, he found out where I lived, he watched me while hiding inside of Costco. I guess he had enough common sense to know that if I got the police involved, he might get in some serious trouble, and it meant he was really scaring me. Either way, I'm glad I haven't seen him since, and I hope I never see him ever again. This happened to me when I was at elementary school. It would usually take me about 30 minutes to walk home from school. On the way home, there were 2 sets of traffic lights on a big 2-lane road. My school was by the seaside. I loved it. I used to walk in a group of close friends of about 3 or 4 of us, and we used to chat about all the latest fads, fashion, homework, that sort of thing. It was a really fun time for me when I think back on it. It was summertime in my 3rd year of elementary school. As usual, I was waiting for my friends outside on the playground after school had finished. I noticed an old man in a white car kind of eyeing me through his open window. At first, I thought he was someone's child because he was so short and petite. He was also sunken back in his seat, so I could barely see him. Not to mention, he had this baseball cap pulled down just over his eyes. I remember the logo that was on his cap. His skin was slightly sunburned too. On a second glance, he looked to be about 40 to 50 years old. The man fully rolled down his window and leaned over the passenger seat. He called out to me, "Hey, I'm sorry to tell you, but your dad's been involved in a big accident. He was rushed to the hospital. I'm one of your dad's friends, and I'm here to take you to go see him." Of course, when you hear something that terrible, it's gonna shock you. I had never seen this old man before, though. When you're younger and an adult tells you to get in a car, you listen, right? Especially when they say something like that. I didn't know what to do. What was I supposed to do right now? My legs were frozen still. It was at this point one of my friends came around the corner, and I began to tell her about what I'd just heard from this old man in the car. Our conversation was interrupted. "Hurry up, your dad's waiting for you." The old man in the white car seemed to be getting very impatient. He said once again my dad had asked him to come and get me. These words really upset me. I didn't know this man, but I was so worried about my dad. I was so confused. Something in my gut was telling me this was a very dangerous situation. This standoff between us and the old man in the car went on for about 10 minutes. It was agonizing until he finally got fed up. "Fine, don't get in. I hope your dad forgives you if he doesn't die." He rolled up the window and started the car. He drove off, and I watched that car driving away. I had conflicting feelings of guilt for not accepting the ride with him to see my father in the hospital, yet most strongly, I felt it would not have been safe to do so. After a while, my friend and I decided to head home as usual. I was nervous all the way back. As we walked along the seafront, I got home and spoke to my mother about what just happened. She confirmed that the old man was a liar. She reported the incident to my school and to the police. She looked me dead in the eyes and said, "I'm so glad you didn't get in that man's car." The next day at school, all the students were gathered and given a warning about this strange old man. They were told about what happened to me. The teacher explained that if we saw an older man wearing a cap in a white car, that we had to tell a teacher or a family member immediately. Do not believe anything the man said, and get away from him as fast as possible. I found out at a later date that a child had actually gone missing at a school not too far away from ours, and the child's whereabouts are unknown. It was said the child had been tricked into getting into a stranger's car, and the police were currently conducting an investigation. I don't know how that case ended, but I pray the child was returned safely, and the perpetrator was put away for a long time. I wonder what would have happened to me if I had gotten into that car. I'm much older now, but I do think about this often, and when I do, I always break out in goosebumps. A few weeks ago, I went on a trip where I'd rented out an Airbnb townhouse. I was staying in a small town that was near some trails that I really wanted to hike. I'd never been there before, nor did I really have any idea of the place I was staying at. I just knew it was a relatively small town that was in a convenient area for me to drive. The way down there took 9 hours in total, so by the time I got to the Airbnb, it was getting quite late. It was on a street that had multiple other townhouses on it, but once I found it, I parked on the road and got my things up to the door. The place looked decent on the outside, definitely not new or anything, but nothing that I wasn't already expecting. I texted the owner to let them know I'd made it, since I didn't see a passcode to the door anywhere in my emails. I waited for a couple of minutes, just kind of standing there and looking out at the street. I heard a door open nearby, and a man walked around the corner with this big smile on his face. He greeted me as the Airbnb host, and then let me into the place. He said he'd be right next door if I needed anything. I wasn't expecting that, but at least he left quickly and didn't make anything too weird. I set my things up in the bedroom and had a look around the house. I went to bed soon after. The next day, I ate a quick breakfast, then drove out to a trail and hiked it for a good 4 hours or so. I got back to the townhouse at 7 p.m., but when I entered this time, something felt different. Some of the things in my room were off, like they'd been moved slightly, almost imperceptible. Nothing that I know of was missing. But I don't know, I just had a feeling it had been tampered with. Aside from my unevidenced suspicions, though, there wasn't really anything suspicious to prove anyone had been inside while I was gone. After looking around for 30 minutes, I was more sure that this was just me being nervous about staying in an unfamiliar area. I forgot about it and heated up a frozen meal, then ate dinner on the couch. At around 11 p.m., I went to bed. This was a single-story townhouse, so the bedroom was at the end of the main hallway, just opposite the front door. I was always used to sleeping upstairs, so it was a little hard to get comfortable as I laid there in bed and tried to fall asleep. I kept drifting off for a few minutes, then waking up again and repeating this process. Maybe an hour into the night, I was laying there awake waiting to go back asleep when I heard a sound from outside the room. It sounded like a door softly creaking open from across the house. It sounded intentional, like they were trying to open it as quietly as possible. I sat up in my bed and looked at the door. I listened in, but I didn't hear anything else. After a minute, I got up and went to the bedroom door, cracking it open just enough to see through down the hallway. I could see the dim glow of the porch light lighting up the area where the front door was. That indicated to me that the front door was now partially open. I carefully and quietly closed my door, then locked it and moved to the back of the room. I called the police as well. In the middle of the phone call, I heard a creak right outside the bedroom door. When I looked at the bottom, I could see the outline of a shadow of someone standing there. I immediately stopped talking, waiting for them to walk away before continuing to report to the operator. Thankfully, nothing else seemed to happen. I waited for the officers to get there, but the person was already long gone by then. Everything showed that someone had been inside, including shoe prints all over the place. There was no doubt, even to the cops. For some reason, I had my mind set on it being that Airbnb host. They didn't find anything to support that, other than the front door having been opened without any struggle. There's also not much to say on whether they'd been inside the house while I was gone during the day. At least, not with nothing missing. Since they came back only once I was there, I think their intentions must have had something to do with me. It still haunts my thoughts, wondering what could have happened, and if that person is out there still trying. My name is Daryl. Many years ago, I used to work night shift at a hotel in Myrtle Beach. South Carolina. Mostly just families and stuff. We had on-site security then too. However, in the off-season during the winter months, it was a completely different story. The cheap weekly rates that we'd offer attracted a lot of creepy people. The idea was supposed to make money in the off-season by renting to what's known as snowbirds, old retired people who come to the beach for a month or more throughout the winter. It didn't always work out that way though. The cheap rates made it possible for less than desirable elements to become long-term residents. I discovered more than my fair share of meth labs, broken up physical assaults, and done much more during the winter months working third shift. I would meet some interesting people quite often. The cold weather would mean some homeless people would come in and try to get warm and grab a cup of free coffee. I wasn't technically supposed to let them, but it's not in me to be cruel. I would let them grab a cup of coffee and get warm for a minute, as long as they didn't attempt to cause any trouble. As you can see, the night shift in winter made for some crazy and sometimes creepy stories. I have quite a lot, but this one stands out the most to me because it didn't end well for me. I had a great night up till this point. I had gone up to an indie wrestling show with my best friend before work. In fact, I had agreed to come in an hour early the next night for the young lady that worked the second shift, in exchange for her working an hour late from me on this night, so I could enjoy the wrestling show. Ironically enough, I even met Terry Funk that night, a wrestling legend known for his hardcore and bloody matches. Little did I know I was about to experience that kind of violence for real. I was supposed to be there at midnight, due to her working over an hour for me. I normally came in at 11 p.m. I counted the register and she briefed me on her night shift as to what had happened, per usual. As she was leaving, my friend who we'll call Andrew pulled up. He worked second shift maintenance at this hotel, and 2 other hotels our company owned. He would regularly stop by after work and go grab us some food. We would play World of Warcraft on our laptops after eating. Business was usually slow enough for this to happen. He was just getting my money in order to order food and getting ready to leave. I was excitedly telling him about how much fun I'd had during the wrestling show, and I was showing him my Terry Funk t-shirt that I was so proud of. I was walking into the back office to put the shirt up when I heard the doorbell indicating a customer had entered. I turned around when I heard someone say something loudly. I still couldn't make out what they had said. I just reached the doorway when I saw Andrew just fall down in front of me. The next thing I know, a guy walks around the corner and hits me in the head with a short steel pipe in his hand. It staggered me, and I went to one knee. The next thing I know, he was hitting me in the head with the pipe over and over. I heard another guy who I hadn't noticed at this moment say, "He got away and got a cop." They left out the door. I was finally able to get to my feet. I tried to call the police from the phone in the back office, but I was having issues. I slammed it in frustration. I was really hurting, and I was scared. I was freaking out. I realized they could come back at any moment. I ran and locked the door. I didn't know where Andrew had gone, and that worried me. I called 911. About this time, blood had started pouring down my head. I told the operator I'd been attacked, and I needed an officer and an ambulance right away. I then called the other hotel we ran to let the night manager named Travis, who watched over all 3 properties, know what happened. He thought I was messing with him at first, because when we get bored, we would often prank each other. I finally convinced him I wasn't joking. He was going to lock up and calm down. The cops and the ambulance pulled up, and I opened the door. It was at this time I found out that after they'd sucker punched him and knocked him down, Andrew was able to jump over the desk and escape, just as a cop was driving by. I ended up in the hospital ER, where I had to have 10 staples in my scalp. They gave me morphine for the pain. I had no way to get home after being treated, but the doctors and nurses took pity on me and paid for a cab. My plan was to just go back to work, because this was December and Christmas was coming. I had 3 kids and I needed all the hours I could get. When I got back to the hotel, this guy Ted was there with his wife Barbara, who also worked at the front desk. She was shocked to see me. She thought I would still be in the hospital. I thought that I'd only been hit once in the head after being punched, but the video which Ted was pulling for the police showed a different story. After I went to one knee, the guy had hit me not just 1 time in the head, but instead a total of 10 times. I kept trying to grab the pipe and get up for some reason. I don't remember that. I guess I was really out of it. He kept punching me and hitting me with the pipe until his friends told him that Andrew had gotten away. That's when the 2 of them ran out. I was given a room at the other hotel we own, and Ted and Barbara gave me a lift there. I was in no condition to drive. They gave me a paid week off to heal. They then switched me to the other hotel on night shift for about a month, just in case these guys were after me in particular. We never found out why they chose to attack me. My name is Janelle. I'm a 21-year-old French girl and a student in France. Tired of not finding true love, I decided to lose my virginity with my best friend. In them, I found a pretty fantastic sex friend with whom I got along wonderfully on all levels. For about 3 months. That was around the time they threw me aside because I'm still in love with my ex. I was so fragile at the time that I made my first suicide attempt. I went to the emergency room and then the mental hospital. For the smart amongst you out there, you'll probably have guessed that I was already in a depression for a few months after, under treatments as well, with a strong penchant for alcohol on the side. To complete this auto-destruction mechanism, what better than reaching out on some dating apps? A few weeks after my release from the mental hospital, I matched up to make some new encounters and forget about my dear and ex-best friend. I always met guys at home for a first date because I have 0 experience with this kind of thing, and that's what I did for all of my normal dates. On one fine day, it came a time when I matched with a guy who we'll call Matthew. Matthew was not the most beautiful and had more than a few extra pounds, but I'm not exactly Beyoncé myself, so hey, why judge? I matched since we had similar tastes, especially his hobbies and the fact he liked to smoke weed. So I thought to myself, hey, perfect. Why not smoke some joints between having sex and doing our hobbies? He gave me some personal information like his address, his job, things going on in his life. He told me he'd just recently gotten fired. Work or no work though, I didn't really care. I simply explained to him that I was in quite a fragile state and I'd just come out of a mental clinic being very depressed. All for the purpose of making him understand that I might not be at my best. I also told him I was not looking for something very complicated. He assured me that was exactly what he was looking for as well, and he actually preferred to just be very cuddly. Perfect. After only 1 or 2 days of discussion, we agreed to set a date, a mojito party at my house, and he'd bring along some joints. When he arrived, he was even worse than in his photos. He was completely dirty and had extremely greasy hair and was wearing a stained t-shirt as well, the style of a teenager living with their mom, despite being at least 26 years old. I was far from wetting my panties, but I desperately needed some company. I offered to make him some drinks while I chose a film on television. Instead, though, he ran into the kitchen to prepare 2 mojitos before joining me on the sofa. We talked a bit, and he was not really that smart or interesting either. I downed my drink hoping to animate the party with that alone. After that, it was a 3-day blackout. According to our dear Matthew, I had that drink, then we smoked while watching a film before going into the bedroom. I can vaguely remember being on the bed and seeing him dressed above me, looking at me before turning his heels and slamming the door. I remember my phone going off constantly. I was away from a work group appointment at the time, so my friends were worried and kept on calling me. They couldn't contact me the entire time, so they contacted my sister. None of them could get through. Eventually, they got so worried they rushed to my house and rang again and again. Still no answer, so they called the firemen, who managed to open the bottom door, but not the door to my apartment. They kept on knocking, calling me, and eventually I ended up opening the door. The firemen concluded I was hungover and left while my friends helped me get dressed. They also thought I drank too much. They noticed, though, that my body was now covered with yellow betadine marks on my arms, legs, stomach, etc. They took my cat and took me back to one of their houses since I was in an almost comatose state. I was having trouble speaking. I looked almost completely elsewhere. I seemed to have a lot of trouble conceptualizing as well. The next day, my sister came to pick me up so I could stay with her for a few days. Everyone was convinced I'd just tried to kill myself with drugs and alcohol. At about that time, though, I started having a pain in my private area and a lot of blood loss as well. My sister took me to the hospital. I explained to them that I had to report I may have had unprotected sex while unconscious. I was advised to file a complaint, and I was redirected to the OB emergency. The next day, I finally snapped back to fully awake. My relatives could see it right away. I was much more lively, my remarks were more consistent. I got swabs done and a bunch of tests as well. Over the course of a week, I made a series of appointments for blood samples, urine samples, etc. I went on to file a complaint with the testimony of my friends, who met me at home, and my sister, who took care of me the entire time. After talking about it to people my age, older people, but especially medical staff and the police, the term organ trafficking was mentioned more than once. Apparently that guy Matthew was suspected of it. They think he must have chickened out because he actually liked me at the last minute or something. Despite my complaint, my bed full of betadine, my underwear torn off, and the blood on the doors of my apartment, which I'm not even sure how that got there, my attacker got nothing, and I'll never know what really happened during those 3 days. I'd like to point out that I did used to drink and smoke in addition to my treatment, and never before had I blacked out for an entire 3 days. I'm absolutely sure he put something in my drink. So this happened on Saturday. I, 29 and female, live in a fairly decent neighborhood. Not exactly the best, but definitely not one usually thought of as super dangerous either. Actually, it wasn't even that late at night. It was only like 9:30 p.m., and it was summer as well. It had only been dark for at most an hour or so. I had left my friend, taking transport back home, and since my friend had left in a rush, there was something I wanted to do that I felt I might forget once I'd actually arrived home. Someone had tried to take my phone out of my hands a few months ago, though, so I was waiting until I was in a safer place to take it out. I turned a corner, and there was literally one more block to my house. It was a pretty narrow street. This seemed to be as safe a place as any. I started to pull my phone out when suddenly someone stumbled toward me. His words were quite slurred, so I didn't quite get what he said at first. It was dark as well. After a moment, I understood he seemed to be telling me to give him my phone or my wallet or something. I stared, and despite the darkness, I could see something in his hand. It looked very much like a gun. It may have been fake, but still, I was terrified. For some reason, I looked around. Not so far away, walking toward me, was another woman. I screamed for help and ran away from the man, all while bracing myself for the pain just in case the gun was not fake. The woman yelled at me to stop running and come inside the building closest to us, and she ushered me in. There, after having a bit of a panic attack, the woman told me there had been another man hiding behind a car nearby that I didn't see because I was so fixated on the other guy's possible gun. I don't know exactly what that was about other than grabbing my phone, but still, there's a possibility I may have lost more than just my cell phone if I decided to stick around. I've been debating about whether to share this or not, but I finally decided it's been long enough for me to talk about this. This happened to me and my mom a few months ago, back in October. It happened in a very rural part of New Hampshire, like a side road on a side road type of neighborhood. It was pouring out, as it had been raining for pretty much the entirety of the day. My mom had just gotten back from down the street in my sister's car. I was on the couch in the living room when I suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Our front door has a big glass pane on the front, so we could look out from the inside, and I guess people could look in from the outside as well. Through the window pane, I could see a man. I didn't really get a great look at him, as I didn't have my long-distance glasses on. The man, though, seemed to have noticed I'd seen him, and waved as if trying to be friendly. For the rest of this post, I'll refer to him as the Poncho Man. I got up and thought about opening the door to see what the man wanted, but I relented. I couldn't properly see who this was, and I didn't want to let a stranger into the house. Instead, I went down the hall to my parents' bedroom, where my mom was getting ready for work. She asked what was up, and I explained to her that a man in a poncho was waiting outside our door and seemed to want to talk to us. Instantly, she went as white as a ghost. Immediately, she stopped getting ready, closed and locked the bedroom door, and started checking the windows to make sure they were locked. I asked her what the hell was going on. My mom explained to me that as she was driving home earlier, she had actually seen the Poncho Man. He had just been standing there motionless in the rain on the side of the main street. As soon as my mom turned down our road, though, she saw him start to walk in the mirror, presumably to follow us. At the time, the encounter was weird, but she hadn't thought anything more of it. Why would someone be standing out there in the pouring rain on this random back road in the afternoon? It was like he was waiting for something. I started to panic as well. My mom called my aunt and asked what she should do. My aunt told her to call the police immediately, and so we did. We proceeded to pace around the bedroom, frantically looking out the windows to see if we could find the Poncho Man. From where the bedroom was angled, though, it was impossible to look at the front porch and see if he was still there. After what felt like hours, we finally saw a police car pull up. We carefully unlocked the door and went down to let the officer in. We explained what we'd seen, and he agreed to do a scan around the neighborhood. As he left, though, I noticed there was something left on the doorknob. I took it off. It seemed to be a political ad for a candidate running for office. At first, I thought it was possible the Poncho Man was just campaigning for said candidate, but then I found a lot of holes in that story. It was pouring out now, so why would he go door to door in that weather? And why would he take such an obscure route in such an off-the-beaten-path neighborhood? The houses were very far apart, so you'd barely make a dent campaigning in this area. The timing didn't make sense either. Sure, me and my mom were home, but it was 4 in the afternoon. Most people would still be at work. Eventually, the officer returned. He found the guy down the road and questioned him. The man claimed to ID himself and claimed he was a political campaigner and was just knocking on doors for that reason. When probed further, though, conveniently enough, the man claimed he'd left the last ads at our house. That makes the campaign story even more absurd. Our house was right in the middle of the street. It's not like we were the last on the block. So why would you go down that street if you hadn't brought enough for the whole thing? Even the officer pointed this out to the man and said it was unusual behavior. The man fled soon after. Although the officer was suspicious of him, there wasn't really anything he could do about it. There was no way to prove the man's intent. He told us to be very alert and not hesitate to call if the Poncho Man returned. Fast forward a few weeks. I started noticing the officer's car seemed to be permanently stationed just down the road from us. I got curious and asked my mom about it. She said there had been multiple break-ins into the houses down the road, and now the officer was doing a sort of sting operation. The Poncho Man encounter and the break-ins may be unrelated, but considering how the man acted, I have a sinking feeling they're connected. Thankfully, for the past few months, we've seen neither hide nor hair of the Poncho Man. We got a new doorbell system with a camera, and the police left the area where they were doing the sting. I hope that means this whole situation is over, and we're done with and never have to meet that man again. I'd like to share my little story. My childhood best friend Marie and I were around 12 or 11 years old at the time. Marie's family had their own campsite in a provincial park, about 2 hours from our hometown. We would spend the entire summer each year living in their camper out there. This particular summer, I was able to go and stay with them for a week, and we were excited to spend our time adventuring around the forest. On the last night I was there, we decided we wanted to hurry down to the ice cream shop by the lake before it closed. It was early evening at this point, still pretty bright out, but just beginning to lose the light. The path we took was down a short slope right next to the main road, with about 10 feet of thick brush and trees in between. On the other side was the forest, with more tall, thick brush as well. We were walking along, not seeing a single other person on the path in front of or behind us. All of a sudden, though, we heard a sudden rustling and snapping of branches, similar to the sound of a deer moving through the woods. I wouldn't have thought anything of it, but then the sound of running footsteps soon followed. Marie glanced back and suddenly grabbed my arm, urging me under her breath not to look. At the same time, the running stopped. I don't know why I didn't ignore her and get a look myself. I guess I could sense the very real fear in her voice and chose to simply listen to my friend. We both started to panic, getting that feeling like when you're running up the stairs after turning the basement lights off. We picked up the speed as much as we could without breaking into a sprint, knowing the ice cream shop was only a minute walk away at this point. The path soon broke, and we arrived in the parking lot. Suddenly, Marie steered me hard to the left, heading towards the lake and the boat rental area. Instead of continuing straight to the ice cream shop, I went along with it silently, understanding ice cream was no longer the supreme interest right now. Marie was clearly panicking. We were both looking around, but it seemed whatever had scared her was nowhere to be seen at this point. Marie walked up to the boat rental and got us a kayak. We climbed in and paddled out into the middle of the lake. As we paddled there, she told me there had been a man behind us. The man had stopped running at us very abruptly upon making eye contact with her. He had been wearing a long black coat, with the hood pulled over his face, despite it being the middle of July. She'd seen a terrible smirk upon his face, and swore that as he stopped running, she saw him put away something shiny into his coat pocket. He appeared to have just emerged out of the bushes immediately after we walked past them, given the sounds we heard right before he came running onto the path. We reached the center of the lake and stopped paddling. I pulled out my Nokia brick phone that my parents had, thank God, given me just in case. I handed it to Marie and told her to call her parents to come pick us up. As the phone began to ring, I saw her look out past me into the shore. She went pale, lifting a hand to point shakily at what she was seeing. I turned. There was the man, stalking his way around the path that circled the edge of the lake, staring out at us, and watched him do 2 full laps around, never looking away from us. He waved before stepping back and disappearing into the woods. It took a few tries to get a hold of her family. We were freaking out so bad the whole time. As the sun got lower and lower, we did manage to have someone come with a truck. By the time we reached the shore, it was pretty dark outside. I don't really know what we would have done if I hadn't been able to call for a ride with my phone. Looking back, I don't know why we didn't just go to the ice cream shop, inform an adult there, and ask her parents to come get us then. But still, it worked out. We got back safe, and we thankfully never saw the man again. I was a utility locator, and I used to work on a team with my dad. To find a gas service from the gas main to the house, you must connect the equipment at the gas meter. Many older homes have the gas meter located in the basement. Sometimes I would be the one to connect the equipment, while my dad went out to find the gas service. On this particular day, we got to a house that had the meter stationed in the basement. I go up, knock on the door. The homeowner points me in the direction of the stairs to the basement. I go down and I can see the gas meter in the corner with 2 walls built around it, sort of making it like a closet with no door. Behind the gas meter was an old crawl space halfway up the cinder block wall. No lights at all in that space. As I stepped into this small closeted area, I heard what I could only describe as a demonic growl coming from behind the crawl space. I stepped out immediately and called my dad for backup. Not wanting to sound spooked myself, I only told him I needed a flashlight. He hung up and I stood outside the doorway and reached in to hook up the equipment. My dad came down the stairs with a flashlight. As he stepped through the door to see if I'd got it in the dark, that same demonic growl came from the crawl space. He just about knocked me down the stairs rushing to get back out of there. He handed me the flashlight and ran back outside. I stood there pointing it at the crawl space with a feeling that something was watching me. My dad called me and told me he was done working on this house now. I grabbed my equipment as quickly as possible and ran the fuck out of there. I never did find out what it was. I know for sure it didn't sound like a dog or a raccoon though, and I've never heard anything like that before or since. I had a veteran female Marine in my anatomy class that was having some problems with what she assumed was a stalker. She had a guy from a town about 40 minutes away come to set up her computer for her and debug it. The guy was bragging about how he was all ex-military intelligence blah blah blah. She thought nothing of it at first. He got her computer set up and everything seemed to be fine. Mind you, she's a fairly attractive single woman and mother of 4. Her house was huge and had a pretty good alarm system installed, including a motion sensor camera. The alarm system also gave her updated lists of which doors had been opened and at what time. She was home alone one morning, getting ready for class, when she heard what she thought was a door slamming. She grabbed one of her firearms and loaded it, and checked the house only to find nothing. She left and set the alarm, and didn't think much of it. Must be just going nuts from stress or something. She left the house and then immediately got a notification on her phone that after she left, the alarm was deactivated and the front door had been opened and closed. She realized she had not just been hearing things. She called the police and the alarm company, but after they came and searched the house, they found nothing. Fast forward a week later, alarm was still acting up. The cops had been called a second time, and her neighbor helped her search the house as well. She asked me while in class to come home with her and search her house with a gun. I agreed. On the way there, the alarm was still being weird. We arrived to the house and loaded our firearms. We started downstairs and worked our way slowly up. As we arrived to the top floor, I asked her if she'd ever checked the attic. She was surprised and said no. My adrenaline started pumping immediately as we found the crawl space door up there. I climbed in first, not knowing what or who I'd find. We looked around with our flashlights, and we could see a set of footprints in the billowing insulation leading to a far corner with a blind spot. We walked over cautiously to check. No one was there. We climbed down from the attic and shut the door. She recognized that sound as the sound she'd heard that first morning when she was home alone. We went downstairs to chill out and wait for her kids to get home when I noticed the doggy door on her back door. I asked her if she locked it. I inspected it, only to find that this lock could be unlocked very easily, simply by sliding any key across the latch. The man had been entering and exiting her home through the dog door. We left immediately to go buy a new door and come back to install it. After leaving, she got an update that the doors from the garage into the house and out the back door had all been triggered in the meantime. They had been hiding in the garage the entire time while we were in the home. We installed a new door, and the problem ceased soon after. Scary shit. This happened about 20 years ago. I was about 9 years old at the time, but my parents have also told me their side of this story on a bunch of different occasions. Because of this, I have some details from them that should help paint a complete picture of the events. My parents are both biologists. They met at work, and from there it's a classic history. The place where they worked at the time was a government building dedicated to biology research used in government projects turned towards the public. meaning they were the ones studying the environment and making environmental protection laws around those studies. This, being a massive old government building, always had a security guard present, day and night. During the day, those security guards would mostly just stay at reception and greet people entering the building. At night, though, they would go do their rounds and make sure there were no intruders. All the science equipment and computers kept in the building could be a prime target. One of these guards is the bad guy of this story. Initially, he seemed like the nicest person actually. He was especially nice to me, and frankly, all the memories I have of him before this event were all genuinely pleasant. He would greet me and talk to me in the sweetest way every time my parents brought me into work. He would make me paper planes, which he was surprisingly good at, and play with me throwing them around. He would stay with me at reception on the days my parents had to work late into the night. Obviously, for me, that would get really boring really fast. He'd always keep me company and help entertain me. Mostly we would talk. Sometimes we'd watch TV together. All seemed innocent enough. Nice enough for my parents to trust him with me at least, which was probably their biggest mistake. One night, my parents had to work even later than usual. I think it was around 10 p.m. or so, and they were still deep into their work. This guy, who was on the night shift, decided to take me around the building with him to do his rounds. We started on the top floor, checking all the rooms and the exterior part of the roof. Every room was so dark that I'd always stay a little behind and wait for him to turn on the lights. We stepped down to the second floor, where my parents' office and labs were. We checked the opposite side of the building, going into labs with massive extractors, microscopes, every kind of science equipment you might think of. We walked down the stairs to the first floor, where the administration rooms were. I remember seeing some maps on the walls and embalmed fish everywhere serving as decorations. First floor was all clear as well, so now it was time to check out the 2 basement levels. I thought it would have made sense to check out the right side first, as the left side had a flight of stairs at the end leading up to where my parents were. For some reason, he decided we'd go check that side first though. We checked all the rooms together, but I noticed his pace was accelerating, and he was starting to look and sound happier and happier, quite excited even. Once again, we checked all the rooms, all the corners from one end to the other, turning on the lights ahead of us and turning them off behind us as we left. When we got to the last area, he turned all the lights on and we went inside. There were 3 separate offices in here. On the first one, he hurried towards the printer, opened it up, took out 2 pieces of paper, and made 2 quick paper planes. That's when everything changed. He picked up one of those planes, went outside the office, and threw it towards the end of the room. He then told me we were going to play a game. The plane he'd just thrown was mine, and that we could throw them around in here with nobody bothering us, back and forth. I ran to the other side of the room to retrieve my plane, excited to play a game with him, when suddenly all the lights switched off. When I turned around to check what just happened, I saw him sprinting out of the lab, turning all the lights off on the way, and locking the door behind him. I ran to the door, punched it and kicked it while screaming for him to open. Panic began to take over me because of how scared I was of being in the dark at the time. Through the glass on the door, I could see him scurrying away down the corridors, turning every light off as he went, and then disappearing into the darkness. I'm pretty sure that everything I felt and every creepy monster I saw in there while waiting was part of my imagination because of how scared I was. I balled up against a corner and could see things moving around me in the dark. I could only cry, lost without knowing what was happening and why he'd just suddenly do this. My parents finished their work eventually. When they did, they packed up their things and made their way to the lobby to pick me up and go home. Only when they got there, I was nowhere to be found. The security guard was back at reception, acting like he'd never seen me. They panicked, of course, must have shouted 100 different cuss words at the guy. I'm not sure how my dad didn't just attack him right then and there. When they asked the guy where the hell I was and what he'd done to me, he simply said he'd gone to do the rounds with me, and I must have gotten lost along the way somewhere. This was a building that would take you hours to check from top to bottom, even if you were rushing, so maybe they got lost somewhere was not exactly helpful. They searched the building for hours without finding me. It was only when I saw a light at the far end of one of the corridors leading to the area I was in that I got the courage to stand up, rush towards the door, and start hitting it as hard as I could. They finally found me there and made the guard unlock the door to let me out. I don't really remember sleeping that night, and if I did, it must have been out of exhaustion. I made my mom stay in the bedroom with me the entire night. Of course, my parents soon made a complaint against the guard. When they did, and the guy started being investigated, he was promptly fired and arrested. Not because of locking me away where he probably hoped no one would find me, but because he'd been partnering up with other criminals to steal computers and equipment from the building to sell in some shady market. He also sold the information in the hard drives to make money off it. By then, he had stolen a lot of equipment without anyone realizing. Who knows what his plans were for me that night. I'm not exactly convinced that locking a crying child in the middle of the darkness hidden away in some room in the depths of the building is exactly the most normal behavior. When I was 17 years old, my bedroom had this window looking out at my backyard. The backyard was fenced in, but on the other side of the fence were some woods and a retention pond. I'd never been scared of this and always kept the blinds open so that when the sun rose in the morning, the natural light would help me wake up on my own. One night, I was up late on my phone while my dog was laying on the bed right next to me. At around 2 a.m., my dog jumped up and suddenly started barking at the window. At first, I thought he was just barking at his reflection and told him to stop. Then, though, I realized he was looking to the left side of the window, and I could clearly see his reflection was on the right. I couldn't see outside the window because I had left the lamp on my nightstand on. All I could see through the window was a reflection of my own bedroom. Not wanting to alert whatever might be out there that I was scared, I faked a yawn, set my phone aside, and turned off the lamp. I then laid down facing the window. I swear, I saw a set of human eyes looking back at me from the side of the window my dog had been aggravated at. I drank a lot of water that night, so coincidentally I had an empty bottle on my nightstand. I grabbed it and pretended like I'd just realized it was empty. I turned on the lamp and acted like I was going to get some water. I rushed to my parents' room, and my dad told me not to worry. We had these motion-activated floodlights, you see, and they hadn't turned on, so there was no way anyone was out there. I went back to my room and told myself I was surely just seeing things. I closed the blinds, turned off the lamp, and went to sleep. When I woke up the next morning, I went to take my dog out and do his business when I decided to check the pine straw bedding underneath my window. It was visibly disturbed. I did my best to ignore that and remember what my dad had said about the floodlights. That did work pretty well until my dad tested the floodlights later that day and found that the bulbs had been burst out. To this day, I keep my blinds closed and my lamp off when I'm asleep. I don't want to risk anyone being able to see me, and if anything is somehow peeking through my window, I want to know if it's there. I'm sure there was someone looking into my window that night. I just don't know who they were. This might not be the scariest thing you've ever heard, but it's the first time I've had something like this happen to me, and it shook me up super bad. To set the scene, I'm 18 years old and live with my family very close to my old high school. Sometimes my youngest sister, who's 13, and I go to walk around the track while we listen to some music. Today after dinner, we decided it was a good time to go. It was still light out, and there were 2 other people on the track with us. The high school layout was kind of weird. The track was at the very bottom of this steep hill, with a wheelchair ramp and stairs going far, far down the hill to the actual football/baseball fields. Then there was a long path towards the cage basketball courts, closer to the actual school building. My sister and I were just walking around listening to our tunes, and it was starting to get a little bit dark. One of the men running had to leave, and the other one just walked out of the track with his dog. That's when this odd guy showed up. He had super long hair covering his entire face and was wearing all black. He had this giant black backpack slung around to the front of his chest as well. I'll be honest and say I got weird vibes immediately when he entered, but I had nothing to really base this off of. I assumed I was just being paranoid of a person appearing at dark as per usual. He entered towards the track area gate, but instead of going onto the track, he sprinted down the steep hill and hid away. I literally pointed out how weird this was to my sister as soon as it happened. What business did he have booking it down the hill towards the bleachers and hiding like that? But whatever. I kind of assumed he must have gone somewhere else, because we kept walking after that and didn't see him at all. As soon as the guy with his dog fully left though, the man who'd hidden on the hill entered the track where we were and started speed walking towards us. Now, to be fair, he could have been doing what we were and just listening to some music, getting an exercise. But he already freaked me out, and we had been walking for long enough that I decided we should go home right now. It was now getting really dark too. As soon as he got on the track and started making a beeline towards us, I suggested we leave. Instead of heading towards the main gate we'd come from, closer to our house but right where he was, I made us go through the gate leading towards the stairs down the hill, so we would be going the long way around. Here is when I knew something was wrong. The man who had gotten onto the track less than 40 seconds ago immediately turned our way and started following us towards the gate we were leaving through. I was a little freaked out, so I started jogging. My sister thought I was just playing around, so she followed suit. I jogged down the stairs towards the football field and continued down the long path toward the only unlocked exit, which was all the way at the basketball courts. I guess my sister caught on soon though, because she turned her head, only to see the same man now sprinting down the stairs towards us. By the time we reached the end of the path, he'd already made it down the hill, and was clearly gaining on us. I was like, what the fuck? I immediately texted my dad because we lived so close, but I think he didn't see it because he was watching a movie or something. The man continued to sprint after us, speeding up the further along we got. It felt like a horror movie, to be honest. We eventually made it through the unlocked gate. My sister shoved it as hard as she could behind us, and we started speeding up the hill, the long way back to our home. Luckily, there was a woman walking her dog that way, so we kind of stuck near her because there weren't any streetlights on yet. We got back to the top of the hill, and the man was nowhere to be seen. I was so shaken already, though, that I made us jog back home so we could tell our dad what happened. I'm not sure why this man watched us from the hill, or followed us through the ridiculous long mazeway we took to get home, but I hope we never encounter each other again. I thru-hiked the Appalachian Trail, no bow, in 2023, northbound for those of you who aren't familiar. It was an unbelievable experience I'll never forget. I met so many great people and had so many unforgettable experiences as well, including the one you're about to hear. I was in Vermont in an area called the Glastonbury Wilderness, which is located near the infamous Bennington Triangle. I was hiking alone at the time, as the rest of my family, my trail family, and I were all within maybe a mile of each other. We were scheduled to meet up at a hostel later that night. I was hiking through the wilderness area when I noticed that the forest and mountain around me had gone completely silent. No birds, no sound of critters. It even felt like the wind stopped as well. Prior to the hike, I've worked in forestry, and I've done a fair amount of backpacking before. Because of this, I knew this sort of behavior was indicative of a large predator being nearby. It's happened to me before, so I wasn't immediately terrified. I took note of it and continued to hike onward. Maybe about 10 seconds later though, just off to my right side and up the mountain face, something big was thundering around the woods. The footfalls were heavy enough where they seemed to echo out. I stopped hiking at this point and definitely felt the hairs on my neck and arms stand up. I was looking through the trees, scanning the foliage to see if I could spot anything, when I spotted something big and black or dark brown moving around in the trees. That thing was making these footsteps. It stopped moving for maybe another 10 seconds, then silence. Suddenly, something at least 7 to 8 feet tall stood up on 2 feet and looked right at me from behind some rocks. My body had never felt such a strong fight or flight feeling before, and I definitely chose flight. I'll never forget how intense that primal response was. I jumped up and hauled ass north on the trail, making sure to make lots of noise, as you're supposed to do when bears are near you. This thing, which at this point I was assuming was a bear, followed me for another 10 seconds before taking off back into the woods. I caught up with one of my hiker friends, and she said I was pale and spooked looking. I told her I saw what was fairly certainly a bear maybe a quarter-mile back. After calming down a bit, we laughed it off as my first bear encounter. Now, if that was the end of the story, I would have totally believed it to be an ordinary occurrence in the wild, and while it was scary in the moment, I wouldn't have thought too much about it. Hikers see bears on the trail all the time. It's definitely a common occurrence. It's what I heard a few days later that scared me. A few days after that, a few hikers caught a ride from a shuttle driver to town for a resupply and back. We were chatting, and he asked us if we had any crazy stories to share. I didn't mention my encounter, because I was still thinking it was just a bear. After some more conversation and stories from the other hikers though, we asked him if he had any crazy ones. He told us that not even days ago, the same day I'd had my encounter to be exact, he got a call to pick up a hiker from a road crossing just outside the area where I was. She told him she was quitting the trail that day and asked to be taken to the airport. When he asked why, all she said was that she'd heard a baby crying in the woods, and when she looked around to investigate, she saw something running around in the woods and watching her. Apparently, it spooked her so bad, she left the trail immediately. I told the driver my story after that. The driver then told us he'd hiked and hunted in this area for years, and said bears don't get that tall, and moose don't stand up on 2 feet. The only thing he's ever heard about that is that some people will dress as Bigfoot and try to prey on hikers by themselves. Apparently, that's just a rumor though. I'm not sure what would be scarier, to be honest, actually seeing Bigfoot in the wilderness of New England, or seeing a psycho who dresses up as Bigfoot and was stalking me in the wilderness of New England. Either way, it's one of my more memorable trail stories. This happened at the end of summer in 2019. I, female, needed a distraction from my boring university revisions, and as lots of bored single people do, I hopped on Tinder. Nothing too serious really. I was too busy to meet guys anyway. I simply liked talking to people. One day I matched with a guy who I'll name Ted, who was in the same university as I was. He looked very handsome in his pictures. After talking for a few days on the app, and after I had wrongfully decided he was not a criminal, oh the irony, I gave him my number. Again, we talked for a while, then he asked to call me. Nothing too exciting, just the usual getting to know each other. We talked on the phone for a couple of weeks. He called me at random hours of the day and almost every night. I didn't really think that much of it though. During our phone calls, he mostly talked about himself. I didn't really mind though, because I didn't like talking much about me. It takes time before I trust anyone, and again, I was bored and a bit lonely. I'd been single for a while, so getting the attention felt quite nice. After a few weeks, Ted asked if I wanted to meet. I said yes because I'd finished with my exams. We met at the city center. When I saw him, I was kind of shocked. He looked nothing like the handsome guy in his pictures. It was definitely still him, you could tell, but good angles and Photoshop truly do make miracles is all I can say. I was a bit taken aback, but I'm not one to judge by looks anyway, so I went on with the date. Thinking back now though, there were some obvious red flags I missed. He kept asking weird questions like, "Are you shy? Why won't you stare into my eyes?" Well, buddy, non-stop eye contact is really weird. I do need to take my eyes off you to pick up my beer from the table or light up a cigarette sometimes. The night went on and we'd had quite a few drinks. Usually, I would never ask someone I just met to come home with me, but I was wearing beer mojito vodka goggles that made my brain blind. We left and spent the night together. In the morning, I drove into the train station and went back home to have a nap. At the end of the day, he called me and asked if we could meet again the next night. I wasn't really sure if I wanted to see him again though. I knew the only reason I'd brought him home was alcohol in the first place. We didn't really click at all on the date. The idea of rejecting him made me feel guilty though, so I agreed anyway. The day after that, he came to my place again, and there things started to get weird. I started to feel extremely nervous. Something was feeling really off. Thinking back, I think it was probably my guts telling me to get away from this guy. I decided to make things clear. I told him I was not looking for a serious relationship at all, at least not with him. I apologized and decided to bring him home. When we got in the car, he was quite angry. He didn't talk to me and I was embarrassed, so I didn't talk either. We arrived, he got out and slammed the car door quite hard. I knew I'd made quite a few mistakes here. I shouldn't have accepted another date with him knowing I was not into him, and I should have told him sooner I didn't want a relationship. I sincerely did not mean to act so badly. That's why I tried to be honest with him as I could. The next day, I called him and apologized again. He said it was fine and we hung up. I thought that would be it, but oh boy was that not. A few days later, it was time to get back to uni. That morning, I woke up to this gigantic message from him, telling me that the reaction I had a few nights before really threw him off, and he was looking for stability. As soon as I opened the text, he called me. It was 7 in the morning and I'd just woken up, so I couldn't really understand what he was saying. I simply told him again I didn't want to go any further with our relationship. He hung up, and for the next few weeks, things got even weirder. He started following me everywhere on campus, very obviously hiding behind walls to hear my conversations, texting me all hours of the day, even if I was not replying. Calling me 20 times a day even. I thought he was creepy, but that maybe he was hurt and was just coping. Ted was always with a guy we'll call Elliot as well. When I was at the library, they were always sitting together near to where I was. Ted was always watching me as I would study. When I went out for a break, he would follow me. It came to the point where my friends were texting me to warn me he was right behind me. I tried avoiding him, but it was useless. I told him many times I did not want any more contact with him, and he was making me uncomfortable, but nothing worked. He just kept going on, and I was going crazy. 2 weeks later, I was at a party where I met my now boyfriend. I fell in love very quickly. He's the most caring, loving man I've ever met. It's all lovey-dovey, yes, try not to puke on your keyboard. Anyway, in that moment I knew I needed to put my foot down and stop being so acceptant of Ted's behavior. I explained to him one last time to stop contacting me, and finally blocked him. I truly thought it would be over now. He continued to follow me everywhere on campus though, except he was not with Elliot anymore. One day I was studying in the library. Ted was a few tables away from me, of course, when suddenly someone sat at the table in front of mine. It was Elliot. I looked at Ted and he was glaring at Elliot with the most murderous gaze ever. I thought it was weird. I had never spoken to Elliot before, and he never came near me at all either. I was creeped out. I thought maybe Ted had sent him to talk to me or something. But instead, Elliot just ignored me and I kept on studying. When I went outside for a cigarette, he also blocked Ted from following me. I was a bit surprised, but I didn't think much of it. A few moments later, Ted went outside. Elliot turned his head and watched him till he was out of sight. Then he turned to me and spoke in a hurry. "Hey, I really need to talk to you, okay? I think you're in some danger. I'm sorry, I know it's weird because we don't really know each other, but I'm really worried for you." I was stunned. I didn't know what to say. "We don't have a lot of time before he comes back. When you went out, he came yelling at me because I sat in front of you. When he leaves, we need to talk some more, okay?" I said yes, and I was shaking. At around 6 p.m., Ted finally left after watching me the whole day. We waited another hour to make sure he was gone. We didn't want him to know we were in contact with each other. At 7 p.m., we sat down in the cafeteria, and Elliot told me things that made me shiver. He explained that Ted had had really horrible discourses about women and how he would love to control them. He also explained that a few weeks prior, he'd started to have suspicions about Ted's behavior regarding university classes. He followed random classes every week, sometimes even showed up at Elliot's classes, although he did not follow them, and he didn't seem to have access to the university online platforms either. Elliot did a bit more digging and realized that his friend did not have a university email address, which every member of the university was supposed to have. Elliot went to the administration, and they confirmed what he'd suspected. Ted was not a student. He never was. After that, Elliot completely cut off contact with him. Since then, Ted was harassing him, calling and texting him all the time, following him everywhere. Elliot was shaking as he was telling me this story. I was shaken up as well. But what was coming would reveal itself to be even worse. Elliot explained he absolutely needed to warn me because Ted had started saying some really terrifying things about me specifically. I wanted to cry. Ted was talking about me all the time. Shortly before Elliot cut contact, it got to the point where Ted was making very detailed plans about how he was going to rear me. That he knew where I lived, that he could come whenever he wanted and get me by surprise. He even knew where I parked my car on campus, and he wanted to wait for me in the dark. He always said it with this joking tone, but Elliot got real freaked out. I had tears in my eyes. I knew Ted was a creep, but I could have never imagined it was that bad. At this point, we were near the end of the semester, but we still had a few weeks left. Elliot and I decided to take action because we didn't want to be terrified every time we were on campus. First things first, we contacted university security. Things were taken extremely seriously. One morning when I arrived, the walls were completely covered with posters with a campus emergency number. Elliot and I began constant contact with the chief of security, who was very concerned for our safety. They managed to catch Ted at the library and asked him not to come again. We also went to the police. I don't know the right term for it, but we didn't file a complaint exactly. The police added a note to his record so that if anything happened to us, the police would know what we were worried about in the first place. The officer seemed worried as well. I asked him why. He told me he wasn't allowed to say anything specific, but if I ever saw Ted outside of campus, I needed to call the police without hesitation. How reassuring was that? A few days later, I got a voicemail from Elliot. Told me that he knows things he was not supposed to know. Apparently Ted is mentally sick. He's regularly arrested and locked in mental hospitals. Drug addict, alcoholic, has violent tendencies, was already accused of attempted rape. He lived off invalidity insurance, which explains why he had so much time on his hands to come to university. I would have never guessed that when I met him initially. Later, I contacted one of my acquaintances who works closely with the police. They weren't supposed to, but they confirmed everything. Sent chills down my spine. After that, things calmed down. Ted was still somehow managing to skulk about campus, but he kept a low profile instead. He stopped following us. It was finally the end of the semester. I went away for a few weeks and never set a foot on the campus. I felt a bit relieved. When spring semester started though, Ted was somehow still there. Not following any longer, but always watching closely. I was so freaked out. Then, COVID hit fortunately. Since then, all courses are online, and I've not seen Ted again. I don't know if he's still creeping on people or if he's now officially a student or what. When I think of him, I'm still shaky. I hope I never run into him again. This might be a little different than your typical scary camping story. This didn't happen while I was alone, and it didn't happen way out in the wilderness either. A bunch of friends of mine rented a cabin for a couple of weeks during the summer. Basically, it was just going to be a 2-week party with lots of beer and weed and the like. Also, I want to point out that our cabin was not way out into the woods. It was in a very recreational area in which many cabins were available for rent. We could actually see several other cabins from our own, so my friends and I built a fire every night. We sat around it and did camp stuff. Traded around ghost stories and stuff. My friend Justin got himself really drunk and revealed that he had brought some fireworks with him. He lit them in the fire. It was pretty cool. Not long after the fireworks went off, though, we were interrupted by a pretty big guy showing up. He came right up to the fire and didn't even say hi or introduce himself. He immediately just started yelling at us about the fireworks. Apparently, he had been sleeping nearby, and the noise had just woken him up. We tried apologizing to the guy, but he wouldn't even let us get a word in. He just kept talking over us about how inconsiderate we were. Justin kept trying to interject and apologize. The guy still wouldn't listen, though, so Justin took a step towards the guy with his hands held out, indicating he meant no harm. That's when the guy turned to Justin and told him that if he took another step towards him, the man would kill him right then and there. That's when I'd had enough. I was nowhere near as big as this guy was, but I had a very loud voice and a very nasty temper. I told the guy to shut the hell up now. All we were doing was trying to apologize to him, and he wasn't letting us get a single word in. That's when he started moving towards me specifically. All 5 of my friends got up, and he realized he wasn't as tough as he thought he was. Clearly, he wouldn't be able to get into a fight with 6 people. Throwing around every swear word I'd ever heard, plus a few new ones, the guy stomped out not long after. We all went inside, and my friends all went to bed before I did. I was still a bit worked up over the incident, and I decided to sit in the living room and read for a while to calm down. I'm a smoker, and even though it wasn't a non-smoking cabin, I always tried to smoke outside anyway. I went out and sat on the swing outside to smoke. That was when I noticed that our fire wasn't all the way out yet. I went over to stamp it out, so it didn't spread somehow during the night and start an accidental forest fire. As I was stamping out the fire, though, I heard some noises coming from behind me. I turned just in time for a fist to slam me in the side of the face. I knew instantly it was the guy from earlier. He pounced on top of me and pulled out a knife. He held it up to my throat and started talking to me, threatening me under his breath. I couldn't say I remembered everything he was saying to me, but the gist of it was him taunting me about how it wasn't easy for me to act like a man without my friends around. He also told me not to call for them, or else. I wasn't sure what to do in that moment, but I was obviously really scared. I thought the guy was just going to kill me here in the night, but he eventually did take the knife away from my throat. He kept pressing his knee into my back, though, so I couldn't get up. I felt the guy grab my hand. He pulled it up and grabbed onto my fingers. I asked him what he was going to do to me, and he told me he was going to give me something to remember him by. He took the 4 fingers of my left hand and bent them back as far as he could. I screamed and felt them all snap. He then told me if I told anyone what happened there, I could look forward to the knife next time. He then left. Well, of course, I was going to tell someone. I got my friends up. Jason was pissed. He grabbed his compound hunting bow, and he was determined to go and kill the guy. I talked him down from it, and told him we should just call the cops instead. I mentioned we weren't even that far out from civilization anyway. We got a police officer to come quickly, and an ambulance as well. The dumbass got arrested, so I guess that's a happy ending at least. I was able to stay at the cabin for the rest of the vacation without having to worry about him coming after me, but all 4 fingers on my left hand were broken, and that was pretty agonizing. So, yeah. This is a sort of weird story from when I was in junior high school. There was this odd guy in my class named Tim. I would have felt quite bad calling him odd while we were growing up, but considering the circumstances of what happened since, I have no problems with it at all. He was one of those students who was quiet. He never spoke in class at all. In fact, even if the teacher called on him to do something, he would never do it. I can't even really remember hearing his voice, or seeing him hang out with anyone, or really doing anything at all. Of course, by the time junior high school came around, students were no longer exchanging Valentine cards with the entire class. I guess that may be why this became such a problem. I still gave out several such cards just because I found it to be a very friendly thing to do, and for some reason that year, I decided to give Tim a Valentine's card as well. I actually didn't sign it though, as we often did with cards at the school. I simply slipped it in through a hole in his locker door. I made sure nobody was around to see me do it either. Somehow though, he seemed to know immediately it was me. I don't know how, but after that he became even stranger than he had been. Our classroom didn't have rows of desks. It was more like several tables placed in a big square in the room. Our teacher felt this fostered discussion. Tim sat down across from me, and he would just stare at me non-stop all day long. I did my best not to make eye contact with him, but he never broke it with me. Lunchtime at school, it was a bit like a combination of lunch and recess. We'd eat, and basically everyone would hang out in the schoolyard. I'd walk around with my best friends, but I noticed that Tim began to sneakily follow us around during the lunch period. He would always remain far enough behind me that I almost wouldn't be able to notice him. He probably couldn't hear anything we were talking about even, but he would still keep following us nonetheless. You can imagine that this all made me think twice about giving him that pity card. I thought I had been doing something nice, but it ended up making my time at school very unpleasant. Even though I actually enjoyed going to school, I now found myself dreading it every day. You can only stand having someone blatantly following you around for so long, before it becomes way too much to bear. My friend suggested I just go and talk to the teacher, or the principal or something, but I didn't really see how I could do that. Other than watching me all the time, he really wasn't doing anything wrong, just something a bit creepy, unsure of what to do, and not wanting to actually confront Tim directly. I decided to go ahead and write him a note and leave it in his locker like I did with the card. I explained that I really only gave it to him out of pity, and I was getting very uncomfortable with all the attention and following me around. At first, that seemed to have the intended effect that I wanted. Tim stopped staring at me right after the lunch period that day. I felt relieved. That is, I felt relieved until it was time to go home from school, when I opened my locker and found someone had shoved some ripped-up paper through the slots in the locker door. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly the Valentine's card that had originally caused all these problems. Afterwards, the attention from Tim got much worse. He would still continue to look at me, but now there was a malice in his eyes. He wouldn't follow my friends and I around the schoolyard during lunch, but instead he would now hide behind things and watch us as we walked around. I began to be a bit afraid of him and wondered if he would do something to me. About a week after things changed like this, Tim was suddenly absent from school. I had the first relaxing day there in weeks. I was almost upset to see the school day end. When I went to my locker though, I was a bit surprised to see that it was damaged. Someone had broken the lock on it. I approached with caution. I probably should have went and gotten an adult, but I didn't, as I was filled with both curiosity and fright. As I approached it, I put my hand on the door, half expecting to see Tim inside my locker either about to attack me, or maybe he'd killed himself in my locker or something. I wasn't really sure what I was going to find. I opened up the locker door and immediately screamed. There were 5 snakes in my locker. Instinctively, I slammed the door closed and ran right to the principal's office. I explained everything that had been happening with Tim, and that I felt it must have been him who put the snakes in there. The school actually got in touch with Tim's parents, and they didn't seem all too surprised. I'm not absolutely sure what happened to Tim after, but I didn't really see him at school or ever again, and I really didn't mind too much. Okay, so for me to tell this story, I have to admit that I've done my fair share of finding guys on the internet to date. I've never been very good at introducing myself to people, so it was the easiest way for me to meet guys. Of course, it wasn't generally that good. I found guys often lied about their age, and there were lots of guys who'd send pictures of themselves that were clearly not them, or from like 10 years earlier or something. Probably the worst date I had ever been on, though, was with a guy who was actually really good looking. His name was Todd, and he was attractive, very much so, but he was weird as well. I was under the impression that he really wasn't interested in me at all. He really didn't talk much either. He picked me up in his car, and I had to carry the entire conversation. We went to a restaurant, and he barely said a single word the entire time. I kept doing whatever I could to try and prompt him to talk to me, but he just wouldn't respond with much of anything. The ride home was just as awkward. I figured he simply didn't like me, and it was just a bad date. I was so relieved when he dropped me off back at my apartment. I figured I'd never see him again and chalk it off to one bad incident. However, no more than an hour later, he sent me an email telling me he had a good time and he wanted to see me again. I responded by simply saying I was flattered, but I didn't really feel we hit it off so much. I definitely didn't want to have to go through such an awkward experience again. When I got up in the morning, though, there were about 20 emails from that guy in my inbox. He kept on saying about what a fun time he'd had with me, and that he wanted to spend time with me again. I just couldn't go through that silence again, though. I let him know I really wasn't interested, and hoped that would be the end of it all. Almost immediately, he sent me an email back. I really didn't want to read it, but I figured I should. He was insisting I see him again. I didn't respond. After 5 minutes, he sent me another email complaining about why I hadn't responded yet. I was beginning to get a bit worried now. After a few minutes, there was another email demanding I respond right now. He said, "I know you're at your computer. I know you're reading my emails, so why are you not responding?" And that was when I decided the best thing to do was to block him, so I did so on everything. I thought that was going to be the end of it once again. I was off work that day because it was a weekend. I decided a few hours later to go get some lunch. As I walked out my front door, though, I was more than a little surprised and scared to see Todd's car waiting in the parking lot. I did my best to pretend like I hadn't noticed it and went to my own car. I got in and pulled out, and he immediately began following me. He wasn't even making an attempt to hide what he was doing. He was very blatantly stalking me. I was a bit scared now. Between his behavior on the date and the weird emails, I was sure he was going to try and do something. I made a lot of sharp turns trying to lose him, but he kept following me exactly. I'm not sure if you've ever had someone tail you in their car before, but it can be very, very frightening. At one point, still hoping I could lose him, I did get a bit ahead of him. Then I had a red light though. Maybe I should have run it, I don't know, but I just watched him in the rearview mirror. He wasn't attempting to stop at all. He was still going very fast. It was clear he was going to hit me. His car collided with mine at full speed and sent my car flying forward into the intersection. It scared the crap out of me. I was pressed back in my seat, and I actually thought I was going to die. A car that had the green light of the intersection was going in that moment, and it hit me dead on in the side, spinning me in the opposite direction. After spinning a few times, finally it was over. Even though Todd's car was badly damaged, he was able to drive away from the scene. The police came, and of course they eventually found and arrested him. He was charged with assault and hit and run. For the longest time, I had a problem driving. Every time I got into a car, I could still feel that accident happening, and thinking I was going to die in that moment. Thank God I never saw him again. A lot of people who have either had good relationships or even those who've not been in relationships at all tend to think that Valentine's Day is just a really romantic holiday. I haven't seen it that way at all. I'm not bitter, mind you. It has more to do with the job I've worked for a long time. I've worked in a motel since I was 18 years old, and yeah, it was one of those types where people pay by the hour. It was sort of cool when I was 18 and just got the job. My friends all thought it was pretty neat I worked in a motel too. People were always hooking up all the time, and I did too. That faded the longer I worked there though. Of course, with a motel like that, you see a lot of hookers coming in and out. In the beginning, I was worried I would get into trouble for letting that happen. However, I soon got used to it. The day that I saw the most hookers in the motel was, of course, Valentine's Day. For me, when I think of Valentine's Day, I always think about two things: hookers and what happened to me a few years back on that day. I was working and I was the only one at the motel. It was quite busy, and there was this one woman named Tammy who frequented the area quite a lot. It wasn't unusual for her to have several stays in one day or evening. This day was no different. She knew me well and would often wink at me before she went to her room with her client. I guess during that day on Valentine's Day, Tammy had been there about 3 times or so. I don't really think about it too much more than that. Each time it was with a different guy, of course. It would be in the room for less than an hour, and I watched them leave each time. The third time, however, I only noticed the John leaving. He didn't return the key either. I thought maybe Tammy might have had it, or maybe he just left it in the room after the hour they paid for was up. As I waited and waited though, Tammy still had not come out yet. I gave about an extra 30 minutes, and still there was no signs of life from the room. I would have to go there and check it out myself. This wasn't a thing that happened very often, so I was a bit apprehensive. I took my master key and made my way over to the room. The curtains were all drawn shut. At this point, my mind was creating all sorts of bizarre scenarios that I was expecting to happen when I opened that door. When I finally opened it up, the room was completely dark. I switched on the light, expecting to see Tammy on the bed or the floor, but she wasn't in the room. I sighed in relief, assuming she'd just left without me seeing her. Then though, I noticed I heard water running. I remembered that I had to check the bathroom too. I walked over to the dark bathroom, opened the door, and flipped on the lights. There she was, beaten and bruised, laying face down in a bathtub full of water. Blood was all over the shower head and flowing down onto the floor. I checked really quick and was surprised to see that somehow she was still alive. I can't even explain how terrible she looked and can only imagine the beating he must have given her. I turned the water off right away and let her know I was going to call 911. Apparently, this John was a guy who'd been regularly beating up hookers in the area. Tammy was not the first of them, and I don't think she was the last either. He paid with cash and hardly anyone used his real name, so I doubt they were able to track down the guy in the end. So yeah, whenever I think about Valentine's Day, I think about hookers and violence. I was living in the Fiji Islands back in 2016, and I was 14 years old. This story happened to my family, but mainly my mom lived through it. It was on the 31st of October, and I was at school for a Halloween-based party. My parents and my little sister were gone to a family friend's Halloween party as well, so the house was completely empty. My party finished at 9 p.m. My dad came to pick me up, but dropped off my mom and sister at the house because our security alarm was ringing. Because nobody was home, my family obviously called the security company over, and they sent a van with 3 security guards. My mom opened the house and let everyone in to check the entire thing. They didn't find anyone. My mother checked all the cupboards and under the bed with my little sister, who was only 12 at the time. The security went outside in the garden and into the basement as well to make sure that there was no one there and it was not an accidental ring. My mom turned all the lights on from the living room and the balcony. She had just started to open the window and the gates that protect all the windows to get on the balcony when she looked at the keyhole. She noticed there were some flip-flops on the floor nearby. She then looked a bit closer and saw 2 pairs of legs hiding close to each other against the wall under a garden sofa. My mom yelled out of her lungs. The 2 guys got scared and jumped off the balcony into the gardens. One of the guards responded quickly and grabbed one of the men. The second intruder ambushed the guard though, and they ran away together, jumping over the fence and running off into the forest. My mother regretted in that moment yelling. If she'd come down and talked to the security quietly, the guys probably would have been caught right then and there. My mother was now crying, holding my sister to her side and telling her everything would be okay. The security officers then called the police. They did a report and described the guys, and a search was started. The cops were there very quickly. The guys who jumped had lost a hat and their flip-flops and left their socks and 2 knives behind as well. Sadly, the men were never found again. But 2 weeks later, my mom pulled out of the driveway and looked into the rear-view mirror of her car. She was 90% sure the 2 guys standing there opposite our house were staring at her. The short one had the same kind of hat the robbers had left behind, and the other guy had a pair of brand new flip-flops. When my mom drove to the police station, the guys were long gone and never to be found again. My dad was mad that he didn't stay with my mom. I got home after that with my dad, to my mom and sister crying. My dad was mad he didn't stay, but my mom had drunk and could not drive. Luckily, my mom saw them before she opened the window. Otherwise, who knows what could have happened. Now, how did the 2 guys get onto the balcony in the first place? Well, it's going to sound stupid, but right next to the balcony where they were hiding, there were these 2 wooden poles linked to a weird plank thing. They weren't there for any specific purpose whatsoever. They were just kind of lying around. My dad had asked the landlord to get rid of them multiple times, but for whatever reason, the landlord refused to. So I guess that's how they managed to climb up onto the balcony. I'm now 21 and live in Australia, and even though I didn't live through this myself, it still really scared me. I always make sure to check the entirety of my house now, and make sure my house is always locked, to the point that sometimes I lock myself out of the house way too many times. I was pretty excited when I finally got my driver's license. My family was great too, and they bought me a new car as soon as I did. Of course, I took full advantage of this and drove all over the place whenever I could. It was a convertible Mustang, and it got me a lot of popularity in school. Everyone was wanting to go for a ride. Unfortunately though, this car also got me the ire of this guy named Billy. He had never really liked me much. My dad was a doctor and my mom was a writer. We did have things pretty comfortable, and his family was less well off. He seemed to hold that against me in particular for some reason, so when I got this new car, it made him dislike me even more. He had a car too, but I guess he was angry with me that it was a beater with a heater, as people called it. I never made fun of him or anything like that though. Hell, it was a nice car, and the point of a car is to get you somewhere anyway, but he still resented me for whatever reason. One night after a high school football game, I decided to take a few friends home before heading home myself. When I left the school, I noticed Billy's car pull out behind me. I didn't really think about it too much though. I did keep an eye on it just to make sure, as I dropped off 2 of my friends in town. He'd followed me the entire way. When I stopped to let them out, he stopped right behind me. When I started to back up, he followed me there as well. Billy made absolutely no bones about the fact he was following me. It was almost as if he wanted me to know this. The third friend of mine lived a bit further out of town, on a rural road. It was a pretty far-out drive, so it was going to take a while to get my buddy home. Sure enough, when we pulled out onto the route, Billy followed close behind me. It was nerve-wracking. I hadn't even thought about calling the police earlier. At this time, I thought it was probably too late. I wasn't going to get any bars at all that far out into the country. Billy followed us really closely too. It was really scary, because the curves on the road were pretty wild. Many times I was scared to hit the brakes at all, because he would have rear-ended me with how close he was, and sent me flying over the edge. I was actually a bit surprised he hadn't done that on purpose yet. He was clearly up to no good, either trying to scare us, or sincerely wanting to hurt me. Fortunately for me, though, I was driving a brand new Mustang. My friend had a long driveway up to his house, you see, so the moment I turned into it, I floored it down the driveway and left Billy in the dust. We got to the house and ran out of the car inside. Before he was able to make it all the way up the driveway, I wasn't really sure what to do now. We all had to agree whether or not to call the police. I mean, sure, he was following us, but he hadn't done anything yet. When I watched him hop out of his car, though, and walk towards mine, I told my buddy to call the cops right now. I wasn't sure what Billy was doing, but I was sure it couldn't be anything good. I didn't figure out what it was until I saw him light a match and throw it on my car. My car was instantly caught on fire. I found out later that while we were rushing inside, he'd poured gasoline all over it. My friend's dad went upstairs and grabbed his rifle while my friend called 911. By the time my friend's dad got outside, though, Billy was in his car, leaving. I wanted to put the car fire out, but his dad told me not to go anywhere near it and get back inside the house. Billy's fire was only on the top of my car, luckily. It destroyed the paint job, the convertible top, and the interior, and burnt the hell out of the frame. But the fire went out before reaching the engine or any flammable liquids. If Billy had wanted the car to explode, he didn't do a very good job of where he'd placed the gasoline. The last time I ever saw Billy was in court. He was being sentenced. His petty attitude really screwed up his life pretty badly. I also had full coverage insurance, so when you look at his actions, he gained nothing by being a jackass to me. He went to jail, and I got my car fixed in the end. Oh well, I guess that's how it turns out sometimes. I don't really want to tell you what area I live in. I guess no one will really do anything with it, but it still makes me a bit paranoid. It will suffice to say that I grew up in a nice traditional country town, and there were a lot of nice country roads in the area. Some of them were a bit notorious for being makeout spots for teenagers. My girlfriend at the time lived in a really nice old house out of town. Her family was quite wealthy, and their home almost looked like a plantation. I had to drive out of town down a country road for a bit in order to make it to her place. Along that road is an old covered bridge. I've never really liked driving across it though. It was very creepy, and I was always worried the old thing would fall apart on me. The worst part was just how creepy it was. I had a horrible experience on that bridge once. I had been out late on a date with my girlfriend, and by the time I got her back home, her entire family was already asleep. I had to quietly drop her off before heading home myself. On my way back towards town, my car began to make some strange noises, and before I knew it, it turned off altogether. I had to twist the wheel in an effort to get it off the road. I tried to use my cell phone to call for help, but I couldn't get a signal in this area. I didn't know the first thing about fixing this sort of issue in a car, so I had to decide what was better, trying to walk back to my girlfriend's house or walking back towards town. Since my girlfriend's family was already asleep though, I opted to head back towards town. I began the long walk there. It was extremely creepy, and it was a very still night. Only very seldom was there even a slight breeze. The moon was the only source of light out there. Although it was just enough to walk, it really wasn't that great at viewing the surroundings. I didn't normally find myself getting scared of the dark or anything like that, but at this time I was definitely a little apprehensive. Those backcountry roads can be a whole lot scarier than city roads at night. Eventually, I came upon the bridge. I had forgotten all about it in my worry because I'd been so concerned about my car. If I had thought it was dark along the road though, that was nothing compared to the pitch black facing me inside this covered bridge. I was hesitant to walk inside as I couldn't see anything in there. I couldn't exactly go around though. It was over a large creek and I had no plans of going swimming that night. When I got up to the entrance of the bridge, I hesitated for a long time. I don't know exactly how long I stood there, dreading having to walk into that darkness. Like jumping into a cold swimming pool though, I realized if I just got it over with, that would be so much better. I walked slowly into the bridge. It was dark. I know I keep saying that, but I mean it was so dark that I put my hand up in front of my face and I couldn't even see it right next to me. I could see some tiny light coming from the opening ahead. All I could hear was the creaking sounds of my feet as they pressed down on the old wooden boards. I kept my eyes focused on the other end, and I knew I would be there quickly. Suddenly though, at the opening of the opposite side of the bridge, a dark figure walked in and blotted out the light. I stopped, suddenly surprised that anyone else was out here at this time. As I stopped walking though, the creaking sounds of the boards did not stop. Someone was walking behind me too. I instinctively turned around. I couldn't imagine these two people were up to anything good. I couldn't see the person behind me at all, so I decided to try and run for the opening. I could see the figure of the man standing there just barely. Before I could even begin, however, a person grabbed me from behind and shoved me head first into the wall of the bridge. I felt a bunch of hits on the back of my head before I blacked out altogether. When I woke up, I had the worst headache I ever imagined. I was still laying in the bridge, and my head was throbbing. I could feel blood pouring down the back of my head, and when I tried rubbing the painful spot, I could tell whoever had attacked me had taken all of my clothes. I got up, swaying a bit, and began walking awkwardly toward the portal of the bridge. I got out of it and saw that I was indeed completely stripped and bloody all over. I had only taken a few steps out of the bridge when I collapsed once again. Next thing I remember, I was in a hospital bed. Apparently, I'd been laying outside on the bridge bleeding all night until my girlfriend's father had to drive to town for work. He saw me lying there and rushed me to the hospital. I never found out who it was that attacked me. I guess it could have just been a simple mugging. I didn't exactly have any enemies I could think of that would plan this sort of thing out. In the future though, even driving across that bridge was a terrifying experience. There's a small covered bridge that leads into a historic downtown area, not far from where I live. Ironically, the bridge itself was built much more recently, and there's nothing historic about it. I don't know, I just always thought that was sort of funny. Anyway, my story takes place pretty late at night. Like a lot of historic towns that rely completely on tourism for their economy, this town closed down really early in the evening. From that point on, it was basically a ghost town. After 5 p.m., you couldn't find a single shop still open. I was trying to start up a YouTube channel of my own at the time, and I wanted to record exploration of abandoned areas. I figured I could film around this town when it was closed down, and I could pretend like it was a complete ghost town. I set up to do this on a Wednesday night. I figured it was better than doing it on a weekend. I drove into the town, and as usual, it was completely dead. I got my camera out. I took quite a bit of film that night. Of course, I didn't encounter anything like ghosts or anything spooky like that, but I really hadn't been expecting to either. I could just add in all the suspenseful stuff in editing. I was about to leave the town when I remembered that covered bridge. Those things have a reputation for being pretty creepy, so I decided to have a go and film around that area. The town was pretty small, so rather than drive out to the bridge, I decided to simply walk over to it. I thought maybe I could get some creepy footage along the way there. The bridge did not disappoint at all. It was extremely creepy. It was pretty small, like I mentioned. It was really more there as a decoration than anything. I started recording around that area. There were a lot of trees around, and I was thinking it might be cool to edit something into the video, like an orb or some other sort of mysterious ghost. Yeah, I know that's pretty dishonest, but at least I'm being honest now about what my intentions for my channel were. After filming around the bridge, I began walking up to it. I wanted to get a good shot of me walking through that bridge, so I began walking into it. As I mentioned, it was very short and covered a small gap of the road. There weren't any lights on the inside though. That wasn't a big deal. It wasn't so dark that you couldn't see at all, and I had the light from my camera too. I was able to record the details of the bridge really well. As I was getting close to the far side, I was only a few steps away when I heard a voice whisper mid-step, "Hey, he's almost here. Give me the axe." Although it was a whisper, it was completely quiet outside, so I heard that conversation plain as day. I immediately stopped walking, and I heard some rustling by the bridge opening. I saw the beginning of a figure moving into the light. I turned and forgot about my video. I ran out of the other side of the bridge. I didn't want to look back. I didn't want to know who was following me or what they wanted from me. I just wanted to get as far away as possible. I didn't stop running until I made it to my car. I finally turned to see if the person had been following me, but there was no one there. Still scared, I jumped into my car and made the drive out of town. There's no real telling what might have happened that night if I hadn't heard that conversation. I accept the fact it might have been some teenagers messing with me or something non-life-threatening. I mean, no one followed me, at least from what I could tell. But there's a slight possibility that there really were two people out there waiting for me with an axe to kill me. That possibility gets to me every time I think about it. Now, I don't really believe in ghosts, but I've never been able to explain this story in any way logically. I saw something that was quite frightening at an old covered bridge. The bridge was way up in the hills. You have to cross it on your way up to a cabin my family owns out there. The bridge itself is very old and rickety as well. It's also over a thin but very deep ravine. Even though I've crossed it so many times before, every time I get so much more nervous about it than I was the last time. It always creaks as my car crosses it, and I swear it feels like it's about to give way. But I've been going across that same bridge since I was 5 years old. It's always felt like that, and it's always held in place. This particular story happened in the early fall. I wanted to spend some time up at my family's cabin because the mountains were beautiful in the fall time. It was great watching the leaves turn the hills into different colors. My favorite thing about the leaves that fell from the trees was that it always kicked up a leaf storm as well. It was an extremely beautiful sight. I'd been up at the cabin all weekend, and on Sunday evening, I had to drive to the town in order to get something from the store. As you might imagine, I was not really enthusiastic about driving down these mountain roads at evening or night. I had to drive really slow and really carefully. As I was driving, I came around the corner and realized this was the corner with the covered bridge. I could see it up in the distance. I was pretty focused on what I was doing, and I wasn't really concerned with the structure of the bridge like I normally was. It wasn't completely dark out yet, so when the bridge first came into sight, I could have sworn I saw a person standing inside of it. It looked like they'd entered the bridge from the near side and were walking through it. I thought that was a bit weird, and that possibly I should offer them a ride. When I came closer to the bridge and got to the entrance of it, I saw there was indeed a person walking through the center. When I got there, he had stopped on the far entrance. He turned around and looked at me, blocking the exit. He looked right at my car, and my previous intentions of offering a ride slipped my mind in that moment. This was a bit of a scary-looking guy. He also had this huge smile on his face. I had to stop my car where it was. There wasn't any way to get past him without running him over. The bridge was only one thin lane. As I stopped there, I began to wonder what I should do. The man then started taking steps toward me, though. He was still smiling. The way he walked was so creepy, too. About halfway through the bridge toward me, he stopped. I'll never forget the creepy look on his face as he stood there for a moment, tilting his head and staring in at me. I wasn't sure how much time had passed with him standing there blocking the way. Then, though, he suddenly walked to the side of the bridge. He pushed himself up on one of the openings on the side, turned back and smiled at me again, then just jumped off the side of the bridge into the ravine. Needless to say, I was shocked. Like an idiot, I jumped out of the car and ran to where he'd just been. There wasn't anything I could do, though. By the time I got there, he must have hit the bottom of the ravine and died already. I looked down towards the bottom, but I didn't see anything. That was not surprising in and of itself. It was a very deep area. I didn't know what to do. I don't know how long I stood there, looking down into that ravine. When I realized I still had to drive to town, only now I had to drive to contact the authorities. I went straight to the police station and told them the entire story. The police officer I spoke to seemed very disinterested. When I was done, though, he looked right at me and asked me a bunch of weird questions. Finally, he told me he could go down to the ravine and look for the body, but he knew that he would not find it. He said for the past 10 years he'd had people coming down up that mountain every once in a while, telling him that exact same story, but no one had ever been found in the ravine. I don't really know what to think of this. Was he just trying to keep me from following up, or was he serious about the amount of people who told him that story before? I don't know the exact truth, but I do know that what I saw that night was terrifying. I have a bad habit of walking alone at night. I love it, though. I know it's not the best plan as a small woman, but it's one of those things that just gives me joy. Speaks to my soul, I guess, as cheesy as that may sound. I do carry pepper spray and keep my phone in my hand. But hell if I'll let fear ruin something I love. Summer nights are the best, really. The light lingers forever in the Pacific Northwest. You get these endless twilights, and there's this beautiful breath of coolness coming out of the dense green, even when it's been hot in the daytime. I lived in the desert as a teenager, so I just love the cool, silky feeling air here. Soaking up that night air is amazing. I live in a small town at the head of a very long rural trail that winds through lowland marshy areas, dense woods, fields, and at night is silent and isolated. 99% of the time, nobody is out there in the night except for me, the bats, and a rare bicyclist. Once you get outside the city limits about a mile, there's nobody to fuck with you. There's nobody looking to fuck with you either, if you get my meaning. The only houses are sparse and far, across ravines and fields covered with blackberry cane. No streetlights and no easy exit from the trail either. I put one headphone in and walked for hours and miles. I usually take a big crossbody purse with some water, my ID, and a little cash, and start while the light is just leaving the sky. I only use my phone light when it gets pitch dark. This night I was really far out into the boonies, just me and the maple trees. It was fully dark, really, really deep dark then. I was cruising along listening to a podcast in one ear, with my phone light lighting up the way. A beautiful night, just soaking it in. I'd been out there for a few hours and was now heading back. Suddenly though, there was like this extra black patch, a big splotch of darkness moving across the trail. It took me a second to realize that's not a trick of the light. There actually was something there. There was a black mass blocking the trail in front of me. I started to get the chills. This was not normal, and this thing was between me and my home. There was no other choice, so I slowly crept up to whatever this was, and I noticed a black puddle. As I got closer, I started to make out that these were smears of blood. Not like a ton, but this was definitely blood on this paved trail. I walked closer and queued up 911 on my phone. The shadow resolved itself into a man in a big flappy black coat, now sprawled across the whole trail and surrounded by bloodstains. "Hey, are you okay?" To my surprise, the guy sat up. He was grimy, incoherent, and kind of chipper. "Oh, I'm okay. I'm just resting. You got any water?" I forked over my water bottle and told him to go ahead and keep it. He took it and thanked me, said he'd scraped his foot and wandered around a bit before deciding to take a breather, which was where the blood was from. I recognized him though. He was a local meth head. I asked him if I should call anyone, 911 or whatever. He didn't respond and just looked at me. I carefully skirted around him and quickly hurried back home. I did not have particularly warm and cozy feelings about him, having hosed off his puke from my porch multiple times. And I'd been called the see ya next Tuesday word more than once by him, so I decided to leave it at that. A few days later, he attacked a random tourist with a machete downtown in broad daylight, nearly sliced their leg off and went to prison, so I guess I had a fortunate encounter that night. In the late 70s, I recall visiting our grandparents' house. They lived in a holler about a 20-minute drive away from the nearest town. When going to their house, you would turn off a main road onto a rocky road. I always knew when the turn was coming because there was a little mom-and-pop type store right on the side of the road. This store was really the sort of thing you would never see nowadays. It was a very small, old gray building. There was a very old drink cooler sitting out on the porch, and it was very small inside. There was a counter, some coolers, some shelves with some simple groceries on them. It was truly the definition of what a small country store was. By the counter, they also had boxes of candy that cost about 10 cents, if I remember correctly. My cousins and I used to always walk down to the store and buy boxes of candy whenever we had a dime or two on us. That was what was going on this day. I was 10 years old at the time. My cousin was the same age as me, basically. We decided to walk down the road to the store, get some pop, and get some candy as well. Now, it was a little bit of a walk. It took us quite a while to get there, but it wasn't something we hadn't done before. This time, though, something very different happened. A car pulled up the street with an older guy in the driver's seat. He stopped right by us and asked us what we were doing. We had never seen the guy around before, and we knew most of the people in this area. We simply told him we were going to the store to grab some candy. The guy insisted we let him drive us there. My cousin and I enjoyed the walk though, and we knew that we didn't get in the car with people we didn't know. We turned him down immediately, but he kept trying to get us to follow him for a while. Finally giving up, the man, who was downright creepy, then drove off. Now, the little store didn't really have a parking lot. It was more like you would just park out front at any time you wanted. We got close and saw the guy from the car was not only parked right there, he was sitting on the porch swing drinking a tall bottle of mellow yellow. When we arrived at the store, he tried to talk to us again, letting us know he would be happy to drive us home once we were done. Needless to say, my cousin and I were extremely uncomfortable. The guy was so persistent. As we walked into the store, the man called out behind us, "I'll be waiting for you." We told the shop owner what was going on. I can't recall her name, but she was immediately concerned. She called our parents, and my dad drove down to the store to pick us up. Apparently, when my dad showed up, the man immediately jumped into his car and left. We found out when we got older that this man had been accused several times of doing things to boys that lived in the area. I really believe it, based off the way he was behaving. I don't know what would have happened if we got into the car, or if we tried to walk home without calling my dad, but I do know it would not have been good. I never really got scared of very much. I would often do things that probably might scare other people without really thinking about it. One thing I always did, and even do nowadays, is take walks at nighttime. I'm a night person, like I'm sure many people are, and my mind just works better when it's dark outside. I started taking walks in the dark, a lot of times really late at night, when I was really young. This happened when I was around 14 years old. Me and my family lived in an old house, way out in the country on a hillside. Although the house itself was really nice, it did not have air conditioning. So in the summertime, all we had to keep ourselves cool were fans and open windows. Today, I much prefer cold weather, and I live in a cooler climate because of that. Back then and today, if it's too warm, I won't have any chance of getting to sleep. I shared a bedroom with my brother when we lived in this house. We had the windows open and had one box fan. On this summer night, I was very uncomfortable and I could not go to sleep. I got up and tried to watch some television. I always liked the shows that came on late at night, such as Freddy's Nightmares or Tales from the Dark Side. Even watching those was not enough to make me forget about just how hot it was inside. I checked, and it was a much cooler temperature outside than it was inside, so I decided I would go out and go for a walk. It had to be around midnight when I went out. Everyone else was in bed, and I didn't tell anyone where I was going. It wasn't that big a deal, though. There was nothing around our house but hills and trees, some gravel roads and the like. It wasn't like there was anyone around to mug me or something like that. I was just hoping a walk in the cooler air would tire me out enough to be able to sleep when I got home. I walked on the side of the gravel road. There wasn't a shoulder per se, but there was some normal ground on both sides of the road. While walking on the gravel, even in shoes, it could be very uncomfortable, so I walked on the side and enjoyed it. I went pretty far down, but no further than I had ever gone before. I eventually decided to turn around and head back toward the house. Right as I turned around, the most interesting thing happened. A small black cat came running down the road that I hadn't turned down and ran right up to me. I always liked cats, although we didn't have one, so I stopped to pet this kitty. The cat was very receptive, and I almost didn't want to stop playing with them, but I knew I had to get home before I was out there for too long. As I began walking away, the cat decided it wasn't ready to give up on me. Instead, she began walking alongside me. The cat kept up with me as I walked, its little legs working fast so it wouldn't fall behind. Honestly, it was very cute. As we know with cats, they can pretty much decide who they want to be with, and I sort of had a feeling this cat was going to be following me for a while. As we walked along, something began to distract the cat. She stopped, and because I was paying close attention to her, I stopped and tried to see what she was looking at. Something obviously seemed to be annoying her. She was hissing at some unseen thing in the woods. It made me a little nervous, thinking something bad might be out there, but I couldn't see or hear anything myself. After a few moments, I was able to convince the cat to go ahead and start walking with me again. I began to wonder, though, what could have possibly annoyed this little cat so much. I also thought that whatever it was, it must have made my imagination begin to run away with me. I actually began thinking I was hearing someone or something walking around in the woods to the side of me. The longer I walked, the more I thought I was hearing these things. I did begin to feel a little bit scared for the first time, but the presence of that cat walking beside me made me feel much better. The next time I heard something, though, it definitely sounded like there really was something out in the woods following me. The cat noticed it too. She immediately took a stance very similar to the one she had before and began growling and hissing at something. It was exactly the way she had been acting before. I was convinced that whatever she was hissing at, it was definitely following us. I didn't know what it could have been, a human or an animal, but I knew I needed to get home as quickly as possible. I would have picked the cat up and ran with her, but I didn't want to startle or scare her. I tried to hurry as much as possible without leaving the cat behind. I could tell she wasn't fully grown yet, so she was really struggling to keep up. Honestly, I was almost considering this cat mine now. The rest of the walk home was very unnerving. I kept hearing things out in the woods, but decided that if none of it was bothering the cat enough to stop, I was probably okay. I just hurried along and tried my best to ignore everything I was hearing. I was happy when I almost arrived back to my home. It had a really big yard and driveway, so even though I was in the backyard, it was still a little bit of a walk in the dark to get there. I half expected the cat to leave me, because she'd successfully escorted me home. She didn't, though. She followed me right up to the house. I decided to reward this little kitty for her escort mission. I couldn't bring her in the house right away, though, since none of my family knew about her, and would be shocked there was this random cat in our house. If they noticed her while I was sleeping, who knew what they would do? I was sure she would wait for me as I went inside, though. I got a bit of lunch meat and a bowl of water, and went back outside. The cat was still there like I'd thought, but she was very agitated now. She was looking off to the side of the house toward the fence that separated our yard from the woods. When I looked over there, at first I couldn't see anything, but as I looked a little bit longer, I detected some movement out by the fence. There was someone or something out there in the darkness, and it was clearly distressing this poor little cat quite a lot. It was when I saw a rush of movement and a figure trying to climb over the fence that I realized this was a person. And I figured it must be a person who was up to something bad. I had a rifle I kept in the garage, so I ran to grab it. I hoped the guy, whoever he was, would see that gun and get scared and run off. I didn't really want to fire it. By the time I got back with it, the guy was much closer. I could see him a lot better. He was really ratty looking, almost like he was homeless or something. He saw me with gun in hand and paused. It was then that I noticed he had a large hunting knife in his hand, and a chill went down my spine. "Get off our property," I warned him. The man took a step toward me, as if he was daring me to fire. I didn't do anything until he stepped even closer. I fired the gun at him. I didn't hit him, but it acted as a warning shot. A warning shot I hoped he would take very seriously. The guy turned around and ran back to the fence. He jumped over it and disappeared into the night. The rifle shot, of course, woke my dad and family up. My dad came out onto the porch, and I had to explain to him what just happened. He took the rifle and told me to take the cat inside. He went to check out the sides of the fence to make sure the guy was really gone. We didn't figure out who the guy was, or why he was carrying a knife around in the dark like he did. My dad thought that with the cat's reaction, maybe he was abusing it or something. There were some pretty sick people out there who did that sort of stuff to animals. Maybe the cat had gotten away from him. Maybe he just wanted to attack me. but we didn't think we'd have a problem with him from then on, since he knew now we had guns in the house. We adopted the cat and called her Midnight. She was the best pet I ever had. I kept her indoors though, just in case that guy ever tried to come back for her. I think she could have taken care of herself though. Hi, I'm 22 and female. I'm from Hawaii and live on the more countryside of my island, where not even Google Maps can tell you exactly where I live. To put it very simply, I live out in the boonies, and people who don't live by me don't ever come into this neighborhood unless they're extremely lost. I'm only saying that for context. About 3 days ago, I was in my driveway, on my way to catch the bus to work. That was until this strange catering truck came driving directly toward my house and pulled right into my driveway. A middle-aged man came out, wearing a tacky Aloha shirt only tourists would be seen wearing, and dirty khaki shorts and run-down sandals. He looked dirty to say the least. Looked like he hadn't scrubbed down in days. He asked me if I wanted to buy meat or seafood. I said no thanks. He then asked if anyone else was home. I lied and said my uncle was, hoping he would go away. These kinds of trucks don't come anywhere near my side of the island, by the way. He refused to leave. He started complimenting my looks, saying how I had nice hair, then going on about how beautiful island girls are, our curves, and other creepy stuff like that. When my neighbor stepped outside to see what was going on, he ran back to his truck and drove away. Yet once I turned the corner to catch my bus, there he was. He then slowly drove behind me. I felt sketched out and called my mom, who's a dispatcher. I told her what happened and how he looked, and she told me she'd handle it. By that time, more people started coming out of their homes, so he decided to just leave. 2 hours later, I was at work when she told me she got a couple of other calls about that same guy, exact same description as me. I was asked to go down to the station to see if I recognized anyone. I pointed out his picture in a lineup. They confirmed that this man was a well-known sex trafficker that they hadn't been able to get a hold of for weeks now. Since then, I locked my house as soon as my mom left for work, and I haven't slept well since. I've been throwing up and having panic attacks every time I leave time for myself to think. I'm scared of this guy, and I don't know what to do. He knows where I work, my house, my face. It scares me to the point I've even covered up my windows, just in case someone might be trying to look inside. A couple of years back, my best friend and I went on a road trip to the States for a music festival. We met up with some friends and saw a lot of things and whatnot. One of our friends came back home with us. He needed to get back home for school, and his buddies didn't want to head back just yet. We decided to drive straight home, and did it in shifts. It took about 24 hours for the full drive. My story starts when I was driving the night shift at about 2 a.m. or so. It was a beautifully clear night, full moon, no clouds, middle of summer. While observing all these conditions, I also noticed that our GPS had turned us down a back road, and we'd driven into a very large valley. There were open fields on every side, and not another car or house in sight. It's important to note that we had not seen anyone or anything even relating to human presence for a few hours. Upon entering this valley, we lost our satellite signal as well. Now we had no satellite radio, no GPS, and no cell signal. I figured that it didn't really matter. I knew that if we followed this road for a couple more hours, we'd eventually get out. About 20 minutes after entering this valley, and after having lost all our connections, we came upon a bridge. As we got closer, I saw a car pulled onto the side of the road. Not uncommon, I guess. People have to sleep, and they pull off to the side of the road when they really need to. What is uncommon is that this car had all of its windows completely blacked out. With all the light from the moon, we should have been able to see at least partially inside, but it was pitch black. Getting closer, we also realized there was no license plate. No big deal, we assumed it must have been an abandoned vehicle. That is, until we passed by, and the vehicle almost immediately turned its lights on and pulled out behind us onto the road. Now it started to get real creepy. The vehicle started tailgating us. Out here in the middle of nowhere, with us unable to see who was inside, we started to freak out a bit. Okay, maybe he's lost and needs to follow someone out of the area, but that didn't explain the windows being blacked out, or the lack of a license plate. With this car now following us, I started to have very uneasy feelings. Soon, I began to full-blown panic. I wanted to get away from this vehicle ASAP. I tried to push these feelings aside, as it seemed like a silly response to a possibly explainable situation. That is, until I observed something in the middle of the road. Coming closer, I could see what looked to be a body laying in the middle of the lanes. It was not a very big road, and like I said, it was also a back road. At this moment, and at the sight of what appeared to be a body in the road ahead, we really didn't know what to do. There was no way I was stopping for any reason, obviously, in this desolate and isolated area. There was no one to help us, and there were no vehicles around, other than the one now following us. There was no housing or lights as far as the eye could see. No cell service, no satellite, nothing. By the time we came upon the body, there was no room to go around. There were no shoulders on the road, and deep ditches on either side. We were close enough now to see that it was not a body at all. It was a scarecrow. I drove right over it and continued on. The car continued to follow us. I sped up and it sped up. I slowed down and it slowed down too. I decided to fully punch the gas. After about 2 minutes of this, the car eventually slowed down, did a U-turn, and then drove back in the opposite direction. My passenger then turned to me. I swear I saw spikes on that scarecrow earlier. Luckily for us, we were driving a very big truck, and the wheel span was bigger than the scarecrow on the road. We didn't really have to touch it much while driving over. It was another half hour before we reached cell services, and the satellite picked back up. It wasn't until we reached home at 5 a.m. that we remembered during this time there had been a couple of people missing, reported in our province. Ones who were on vacation and driving home, who never made it back and were never found. Me and my passengers fully believe we escaped some crazy Wolf Creek type of situation. We contacted the police about it and ended up making a full police report. However, we were unable to pinpoint the exact location. There wasn't anything they could really do other than file the report. We definitely didn't want this to happen to anyone else, as it was spooky as hell. Strap in, this is a decently long one. I'm a 23-year-old woman, and this story is about a 33-year-old man. Let's call him Greg. I met him at the gym about a year back or so. I used to go to the gym with my mother, and being an introvert, I very seldom used to engage with or even talk to people. Being in the gym since the last 2 years, I had seen Greg work out and never really caught him staring or even looking in my direction. He was a well-educated, well-spoken man, and I assumed that interacting with him would not pose any threat to me. One day, Greg just randomly walked up to me at the gym and asked to add me on Facebook so he could promote some things regarding his business. I didn't really think much of it, as I'm barely active on the platform anyway. I let him add me. Slowly, our interactions grew in the gym, as well as on social media. I was going through a rough patch, so I would often find myself looking for a friend or perhaps even more. From the very beginning, my mother did not seem to like Greg. She felt that something was off about him. Regardless, I chose to meet him and another mutual friend of ours from the gym for coffee. I wasn't romantically inclined towards Greg, but I wasn't totally opposed to it either. At coffee, our conversations were quite general. But on text, Greg would casually flirt with me a lot. I would just ignore it, but that turned out to be a big mistake. The more I spoke to Greg and the more I found out about him, the more I realized I didn't see any kind of future with him in it, not even as a friend. Eventually, I started backing off and took longer and longer to reply to his messages. I didn't want to blatantly confront him. After all, we did go to the same gym, and I wanted to avoid any hostility. Greg also slowly backed off as well, and we stopped talking altogether. Fast forward 6 months. I got my dream job and posted about it on Facebook. Greg congratulated me and told me he was proud of me. I gave him the benefit of the doubt and started replying to his texts again. He immediately began making flirtatious remarks toward me, but this time I told him flat out that made me uncomfortable, and I didn't want to be involved with him romantically or sexually. Subsequently, the conversations died down, and we parted on what I thought were cordial terms. He would often send me messages asking for feedback on some of his work, but I would generally ignore them. Now, in July of this year, Greg messaged me once more, asking for some feedback. He also sent another message asking whether I would like to withdraw from his broadcast list. I respectfully told him I would like to withdraw, since I didn't think I was qualified enough to give him appropriate feedback anyway. He went completely off on me, sending a bunch of messages, most of which I did not understand. I asked for context and he told me I was only getting that over a call. I agreed. Another mistake. We spoke for 2 hours, wherein I made it very clear that he was only a friend and nothing more. He agreed and was very respectful throughout. Because of that, I assumed there was no harm in simply talking to him. For a couple of weeks, we spoke as friends before he started proposing me being a future work partner for a music venture. I was hesitant and would shoot his invitations to meet down by making various excuses. After about 3 weeks of this, he began making sexual remarks toward me. It made me uncomfortable, and I told him that I didn't want to talk to him anymore since we weren't on the same page. He started to get angry. He told me that if I wouldn't meet him, he didn't want to talk to me anymore either. I thought to myself, good riddance. I was getting increasingly tired of him calling me throughout the day and talking always about his inflated self-image. He told me something like he'd contact me after a year and we could meet then if I reconsidered my feelings toward him. I was growing impatient. I just wanted him out of my life. I was off my phone the next day for 6 to 7 hours. When I came back, I was welcomed to numerous missed calls and messages, most of which were threatening in nature. He threatened to show up to my house and kill me and my family. This is when I realized I may need to involve my family and the police. I told my parents everything. They didn't immediately contact the police though. These could just be empty threats from a man who wouldn't take no for an answer. The following day, Greg got my parents' numbers and started sending them threatening messages, claiming he would abduct me if they didn't make me marry him. We contacted the police. They went straight to Greg's home to investigate. But seeing his behavior, out on the roof half naked, screaming at the sky, they declared him mentally unfit and told us he could not be arrested. we withdrew the complaint and contacted higher law authorities. Whilst we were awaiting a response, Greg allegedly committed a crime in a 5-star hotel. He attacked a female employee and a guest with a knife and tried to rape the employee. Consequently, an FIR was filed, which led to Greg being admitted to a mental institution. He stayed there for a couple of days and now walks completely free. We were able to file another complaint against him, which was taken more seriously this time. However, we were advised not to create a case, as he would easily get off on bail. So he still roams free and still continues to contact me from unknown numbers every once in a while, making me feel like I'm under constant threat whenever I'm outside my house. When I was in the 3rd grade, I remember answering the house phone to find my grandpa on the other line. We started chatting like we usually did, and then he asked me if he could walk me to school tomorrow. My grandpa lived in Florida, and we lived in New Jersey. What? Grandpa, you're all the way in Florida? He kept insisting he would be there to walk me to school tomorrow. After we said love you to one another, the man hung up. My mom came in confused and asked me who I was talking to. I excitedly told my parents that Grandpa was coming over tomorrow. They were very confused and asked me where I'd even gotten that idea from. I told them that Grandpa had just called and told me. They called up my actual grandfather and asked if he had called and spoke to me. He said no. I'll never forget the fright on their faces in that moment. We kept an eye out the next day, but no mysterious person seemed to come and try and abduct me or something. I was too scared to ever walk alone to school after that, though. I used to work in a clothing store in the mall. Very often, I was the last person leaving. I would close up the store, make sure everything was clean, and then lock up and leave. The mall was usually very busy. It was a Mills outlet mall, but I don't really want to mention where exactly it was. Eventually, a day came when we were having a bit of a violent winter storm. It wasn't so bad when I'd left for work that day. However, once I got there, the snow was falling in full force. I could barely even see where I was going when I got out of the car and tried to make it into the mall. I had to shield my eyes because the snowflakes were getting into them, and they actually hurt quite a bit. I had no doubt in my mind this day was not going to be very busy at the mall. I was right. The huge mall was totally dead for almost the entire day. A lot of the stores actually made the decision to close up early. I was the only one working my store at the time, so the manager of the store called me up and left it up to me whether or not I wanted to work that day. I decided I really needed the hours, customers or not. I kept the store open a few hours before closing anyway, since nobody was coming in at all. The mall became a bit of a ghost town. So many stores were closed up, their gates pulled down already, and all the lights off as well. Only a few people remained in the entire place. I guess the pretzel store and the food court had remained open because a guy who was working there came into my store. I didn't really get a good feeling from him right away. He didn't really seem to be interested in the clothes. He would shuffle through a few shirts, then keep looking at me. Eventually, he made his way over to the counter and tried to make some small talk with me. I didn't really like talking to him. Something about him felt off and very forced. After a while, he asked me a very weird and cliché question. Hey, you ever see a dead body? That was strange. I told him no, as I'd never been to a funeral before. He nodded and said, "It's really cool. I mean, a dead body looks so different than the person looked when they were alive. It's like when someone dies, something leaves them, something that made them who they are. You should really see one sometime." I don't think I have to explain that this made me very uneasy. It was a sick and weird thing to just say out of nowhere. He kept talking about dead bodies too. The guy spent a good 30 minutes talking about it before he suddenly left to go back to his restaurant. Before I could even sigh in relief, however, he came back and continued to speak to me about dead bodies and decaying things. As before, I couldn't really believe he was just talking only about this. I really wished in that moment that I had agreed to close the store early. When a closing came, the only thing I really had to do was close the gate and make sure all the drawers were locked up and safe. I decided to hurry out the back door to prevent myself from running into that creepy guy again. The snow was still coming down hard at this point. It had piled up quite a bit too. Fortunately, however, the mall parking lot had been plowed, likely several times throughout this all. All I had to do was wipe the snow off my car. Then I could go home. As I was wiping off the excess ice and snow, though, I saw a figure walking towards me in the falling snow. I wasn't sure who it was because there was almost no visibility. I was just finishing the back window of my car. I walked over and opened up my car door. I felt the warm air of the heater because I had been letting the car warm up in the meantime. I turned around and saw that figure just standing there, staring at me in the snow. I still couldn't make out who it was, just that there was somebody there. Then, though, through the falling snow, I heard a familiar voice calling to me. You know, I really want to see a dead body. I wonder how different you'll look after you died. I didn't respond. I also didn't waste any time. I jumped into my car, slammed the door, skipped the seatbelt, and took off. I did not look back. I didn't care that my car skidded on the snowy road several times. I just got the car back in place and took off because I wanted to get as far away from this person as possible. The next day, I told my boss about what happened. We talked to the manager of the pretzel place, and he told us the guy had quit that very same morning. I guess I wouldn't be seeing him again. I really haven't seen him since then, but I often expect to every time I'm in that parking lot alone. I live in a third-story apartment all by myself. I actually chose this apartment because it had a nice balcony with a sliding glass window that faced the other side of the building. This was cool because the sun never shined in my apartment. I liked it all dark and cozy. I kept my grill out there because once a year I would do a barbecue. The only bad thing about that balcony was that in the winter it would pile up with snow. And of course, this is an apartment. Because I hated mowing grass and I hated shoveling snow, I did not want to shovel all that snow off the balcony. I just kinda left it there until it melted usually. I kept the blinds on the sliding glass door closed throughout the winter. The day this happened, I was coming home from work. We'd had pretty bad snowfall over the past few days. It was snowing particularly hard as I came home that day. I was really tired from staying vigilant all the way home. I just wanted to jump on the couch and sleep forever. As I was sitting down on the couch, though, I heard this really odd scratching noise. I'm not even sure how I would describe it to you. I guess it was like a rubbing sound, like if you took your thumb and pressed it up against a window really hard and scratched your nail on it. You know what I mean. I'm not sure how else to explain it. I heard it several times as I was watching television. It was quite annoying, but I did my best to just ignore it. I didn't figure it could possibly be anything important. I kept hearing that noise over and over again throughout the night, though. After a while, I decided I was just going to go to bed and forget about it. I fell asleep pretty quickly. I was woken up in the middle of the night because I had to pee really badly. I got up and walked into the bathroom, did the routine. Afterwards, on the way back to my bedroom, I kept hearing that weird noise again. I walked into the living room, and I saw something even stranger. There was an orange glow coming from out on the balcony. For the first time, I was really concerned. I snatched up a knife from my kitchen just to be safe. I walked over to the sliding glass doors. I grabbed the cord to open the blinds, pulled them open, and got the shock of my life. Sitting on the balcony, in the snow, were two extremely skinny and extremely pale men, completely naked. They had started a fire in my grill. One of the guys had his foot up against the window and was just rubbing it with his foot, making that noise. I realized they must have been out there all night because I'd been hearing that same noise for hours. I wondered how the guys didn't have frostbite. Upon seeing me, both men jumped up at the same time, revealing much more of their bodies than I ever wanted to see. One of the men began to hiss at me, which of course was just weird. They began to pound on the glass window. I didn't think they would have the strength to break the window, being so skin and bones as they were. But damn if it wasn't an extremely freaky sight. I showed them my knife and grabbed my cell phone, telling them I was calling the police. After slamming on my window for a few more minutes, they gave up. The guys jumped over the side of the balcony and appeared to drop off. It was pretty high up. I mean, it was on the 3rd floor. They must have landed in a snowbank or something. I don't know. The police weren't able to find anything after. I also never saw those two men again. It was so weird and scary. I have no idea how they even got up there in the first place. When I was 18 and moved out of my parents' house, I went to live in the Lakeview area of Chicago. I found a roommate whose apartment was only 1 block north of Wrigley Field. I really wasn't a baseball fan at the time, but it was still a pretty cool place to live. The thing I liked best was that there was always a lot of people around. I always found that sort of thing very cool. Well, I moved there in the winter though, and if you've ever spent a winter in Chicago, you know how rough it can be. It snows a lot, and after it snows, it gets really, really cold. This happened one night when I had to go to the store to grab some food. It was probably about 1 in the morning. I'm one of those backward sleepers because I prefer being up at night and going to bed during the day. Anyway, it was snowing pretty hard, and I didn't have the greatest visibility. I cut through an alley, and when I did, I saw what I assumed to be a homeless guy stumbling about through the alley. In Chicago, you see a lot of homeless people who ask you for money. I'm generally pretty happy to give them some if I have it, but at this time, I had none to spare. When I walked past the guy, he of course asked me for some money. I apologized and told him I didn't have any on me. I kept walking in the snow. When I was about 50 feet away from him though, I looked back, only to see he had a bottle in his hand. He was glaring at me. Ironically, he screamed out, "You deadbeat!" He took the bottle and smashed it on the wall of a building. With the shattered bottle in his hand, the guy started charging in my direction. Terrified, I started to run, but when I looked back, the man was running full speed toward me. He was running extremely fast and coordinated for a drunk guy too. I didn't know what to do because it was a long alleyway with no way to escape. He was catching up to me quickly too. "I'm gonna cut you up, you damn deadbeat," he yelled at me as we went along. I was scared because the man was obviously drunk. That bottle that he had was really messing me up. As I turned to run down another alley, I slipped on some ice and fell on my ass. It hurt, and I screamed out. The guy was going to catch me now. I had no doubt about that. Fortunately, however, I recognized the area I was in. It was the alley behind a gay bar called Roscoe's. Now, I'm not gay, but I'm more than willing to go into a gay bar to escape a lunatic chasing me with a bottle. Forcing myself to get up, I ran over to the bar and tried to get in. The man at the front asked for my ID. I told him I was underage, but I also told him a crazy homeless guy was chasing me with a bottle and asked him to call the cops for me. The homeless guy stopped just short of coming into the bar. The guy I was talking to was huge. I mean, a bodybuilder type. I'm sure you've seen this kind of really big muscular guy before. I guess he also happened to be the bouncer because he went outside and confronted the homeless man. I swear, the guy that was chasing me was scared to death in an instant of this enormous bouncer. Even though he was drunk, he kept his bottle at the ready. As the bouncer moved toward him though, he ran off like the Hulk himself was confronting him. Well, of course I was very appreciative of the man's help. He let me stay in the entryway of the bar while I waited for the police to arrive. I was too scared to go outside by myself, so the cops took me home after. I never saw that particular homeless guy again, but every time I walk by Roscoe's now, I wave to the kind man who may have saved my life that night. He always waves back to me too. What a great guy. This story actually happened to me when I was still living with my parents about 3 years ago. We moved to this new house at the end of 2019, right before lockdown, and multiple things began to happen there. One night around 7 p.m. or so, my mom and I were coming home from school. It was about a 20-minute ride. My mom has this weird habit of always checking who's behind us. That night, she noticed this car had been there for a few minutes already. To be sure we weren't just being paranoid, we slowed down and made 2 rounds in the roundabout. They ended up cutting us off at full speed on the small road going to our house, which wasn't really a busy road at all usually. We assume we must have been at the wrong place at the wrong time, and simply aggravated an incident of road rage or something. Fast forward to actual lockdown though. Everything was going pretty well, and we'd all collectively forgotten about that incident earlier. It was in May, so about 2 months after lockdown started. Almost by the end of it really. My sister was downstairs around 3 a.m., just hanging out in the living room. To give some context, my house has a lot of doors and windows in that area. At some point though, she noticed one of the doors slightly opening. She assumed that someone had forgotten to close it, and the wind must be blowing it open. When she tried to push it to lock it though, she felt like someone was putting their weight on it to open it up. She screamed as loud as she could, and ran upstairs to my parents. They went into the backyard to check if anyone was there, but we didn't see anyone. We just thought it would be a one-time thing, but my mom wasn't so reassured. She started to stay during the night in the living room, just to make sure nothing else happened. During the next few weeks, indeed, nothing new happened. She asked me multiple times to stay with her, just to be her witness in case something ever did. Around 1 a.m., we were lying on the couch together. The lights were all off because I had a headache, and my mom was just kinda scrolling through her phone. All of a sudden, we saw a blinding light directed into our living room. It spooked me so much I was completely paralyzed in the moment. My parents went into the backyard to check, but there was still nothing. After that, we saw multiple lights and noises. We checked the surveillance camera, only to see a bunch of weird people at our gate, staring directly into our house. That's not exactly illegal though, so we couldn't do anything about it. This continued for a few months, driving my family insane. In 2021, while we were cleaning the backyard for summer, we suddenly discovered a big hole in the bushes, large enough to allow someone to fit through. We didn't know what to do, but now we had confirmation that someone was coming onto our property at night. Almost immediately after we discovered that hole though, all these incidents stopped happening, and that weird group stopped showing up as well. That made us believe that they knew we were onto them now, but we still don't have a clue about who they were, why they were doing that, or even if they wanted to do something bad to us. I usually get over creepy encounters fairly quickly, but this one was quite different from the rest. I go by the rule, be nice to everyone, because you never know who could be a secret serial killer or something like that. That's worked out pretty well for me the majority of the time. This time though, it was probably what got me into the situation in the first place. When I was 18, I worked as a lifeguard by a small pool. Nothing fancy, basically just a babysitter in the water. When adults got bored of looking after their kids, they sometimes sought me out, for some reason, to have a free therapy session. Mothers and fathers talking about their hardships. I know I worked as a lifeguard, but I can't exactly save that kind of life. One day, a 50-year-old man with his 2 kids came to the pool. As many other people did, he went up to me and started talking. It started with some small talk, like how he didn't let his children eat ketchup because it had the properties to remove rust from metals or something like that. As the hours went by, he started talking badly about one of his kids, how she was overweight, had anger issues, and was worried about boys when no one would ever look at her. I'm not gonna lie, that last statement made me go quiet. I tried to somewhat reason with him to not speak like that about his own daughter. He seemed to listen to what I had to say, so I was happy I could possibly help that kid in some kind of way. Having a parent like that would give anyone a hard time. The next day he came back, extremely happy it seemed, telling me I was so good with kids because my talk had apparently helped him. He then began the day-by-day trash-talking of his ex-wife into oblivion. I didn't say much because it felt like it wasn't my place to speak. I didn't want to create unnecessary drama at my workplace either. What set the first red flag in motion, though, was when the conversation suddenly shifted into him wanting a young wife. It was as if he was trying to trash-talk his ex to get me to understand he was single and interested in a relationship with me. The days went by, and he continued to visit every single day. To some extent, I now got the feeling that he came every day just to see me. I was fairly creeped out by this thought. I tried to just ignore it and do my work. As the days passed, though, he started asking more and more personal questions. Things like, where do you like to do your grocery shopping? Is there a cafe close by where you live? What are your favorite hobbies in the area? They weren't direct. I was fairly sure he was trying to figure out where I lived without actually insinuating that's what he wanted to know. I kindly deflected all his questions, though, by either saying something very obscure or lying altogether. During my last work week there, I had an afternoon shift. I asked my colleague who had the morning shift if anything had happened that day that I should be aware of. He told me they'd had to ban a man from entering the pool area because he'd apparently broken behind the counter at the small pool shop where the workers kept all their personal things. Apparently, he'd been denied by my coworker to get a look at my work calendar, so he tried to sneak in and get a glance in a more illegal manner. That last week, I saw him twice at the end of my shifts, standing near the pool entrance, waiting for me. When I saw him there, I reported him to the pool security guards, and after that, I never saw him again. I, a 52-year-old woman at the time this happened, was traveling by car to an out-of-town job assignment. I had stopped at a popular and busy gas station/travel stop to fill up the car, stretch my legs, use the bathroom, and grab a snack. While I was in the middle of doing this, I was approached by a developmentally disabled woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s. She said she was looking for a ride to a town a couple of towns over. Her previous ride had seemingly abandoned her while she went off to use the restroom. Needless to say, she was more than a little bit upset. She didn't have a cell phone and didn't know any phone numbers either, so I couldn't call someone to come help her. I checked with the employees at the store, and they said she'd been out there for an hour looking for a ride. She told them her friends had left her while she was in the restroom as well. I made the decision to do something I've never done before in that moment: offer a stranger a ride. I wasn't going to the town she wanted to go to, but I was headed in that direction. I told her I could at least drop her off at the grocery store in the next town over, where I would be turning off to go to my destination. That particular store was always busy, and it was very likely she'd have an easier time getting a ride to where she wanted there. She'd also end up 5 miles away from where she wanted to go instead of 25 miles now, and she'd have an easier time walking that distance if the worst came to pass. She found this agreeable, and we set off together. Right away, as soon as we left though, I noticed a van started following us. I tried my best to lose this van, but it kept pace with us perfectly. Meanwhile, the woman kept saying she wanted to play with my phone now. I told her no, it wasn't a toy. It was my work phone, so I moved it out of her reach. The van sped up and started to get closer. Suddenly, the woman told me she remembered her boyfriend's phone number and we needed to call him right now. Obviously, I couldn't use my phone while I was driving. This was pre-car sync voice-activated operation. I was approaching the outskirts of the business district of the next town. No cell phone use while driving signs were everywhere. I tried to tell her, "We're almost there anyway, you can just call him from the parking lot when we get there." She became very agitated though and kept on screaming, "No, you have to take me home." "Well, I told you I can't do that, I'm not going there. It's in the opposite direction of where I need to go, and I'm expected soon. We can just call him from the lot." She became more and more upset and frustrated, and the van was getting closer and closer. I pulled into the store parking lot. It was about 4 p.m., and the grocery store was quite busy as usual. I pulled up in front and asked for her boyfriend's phone number. Well, wouldn't you know it, suddenly she couldn't remember his number anymore. She refused to get out of the car and started arguing with me. The van pulled up in the parking lot next to us. There was a sheriff's deputy parked nearby, thankfully. I rolled down my window and signaled that I needed to speak with him right away. He walked over and asked me what was going on. I told him the story about the woman and how she wouldn't get out of my car now, under my breath so she couldn't hear. I also told him a suspicious van had been following us. The deputy spoke to the woman. "Come on, miss. She brought you where you asked her to. It's time for you to leave the car now." She slowly got out of the car, and I asked once more for her boyfriend's number. She looked at me like I was crazy. "What do you mean? I don't have a boyfriend. Oh, look, there are my friends now." She pointed to that damn van that had been following us. The deputy and I shared a look. He leaned in to whisper to me, "Give me your contact info. I can delay them for about 20 minutes while I check their license and registration and lecture them about abandoning a special needs adult. Why don't you get out of here and I'll check up on you when my shift is over. And don't pick up any more hitchhikers in the future." I left soon after and went to my destination. The deputy called me to make sure I got where I was going safely and told me they were keeping an eye on the van and its owner. He also told me he'd contacted a colleague at the sheriff's department in the county where I was working and that she would contact me in a day or two as well. While I was on assignment there, I spoke to 2 deputies and a detective about the woman in the suspicious van. No one ever told me anything about them, but it was clear they were very interested in them for whatever reason. My nightmare is that one day I'll turn on a true crime show or something and see a report about this woman and her gang robbing or killing someone. This story starts back in 2017, when my boyfriend and I just started living together. Rent in our country has been really high for years now, so after looking for a long while, we decided to emigrate. Our college is very close to the border between our country and the neighboring country, and in the neighboring country, the rents are way lower. After a few months of searching, we found an apartment there. It used to be the old hay attic of a farm, I guess, but a rich couple, the landlords, had turned the attic into an apartment years ago and turned the rest of the house into a home for themselves. We actually quite liked the place and readily signed the rental agreement. We moved in September of 2017. At first, all was great. We really liked our landlord and his wife, even though they were fairly eccentric. After a while, things became less comfortable though. The landlord would blast loud music at all hours of the night. If he asked him to fix something, he would show up at 2 a.m. He constantly bragged about how he kicked out the previous tenants after they'd told him the rent was too high. When rats infested our roof, ceiling, and created holes that went straight outside, he'd use expanding foam to kill them trapping the rats in the process, which led to them dying and decomposing in the ceiling. You can just imagine the smell. Most importantly, he would knock on our door for minutes on end, and if we didn't answer, he would just stand underneath our window staring before yelling our names over and over. It was like he knew we were there but just ignoring him somehow. Once, he even managed to get into the apartment without permission. I got home sweaty as hell, so I walked into the bathroom. When I came out wrapped in a towel and walked toward the living room, he suddenly burst in through the front door. I asked him what he was doing, and he told me he'd left his key in our house after a visit, even though he'd used that very same key to get in just now. The last points finally clicked when we moved out, though. The landlord was about to move away to Poland, and the new landlord was an asshole, so we decided to just move out. We told the previous one about this, and he said, "Well, can you give me back my camera at least?" We thought he was joking at first, but after he left, we suddenly got a weird feeling about this, so we decided to check. The apartment had a very high pointed ceiling, so we had to use a large ladder to climb up there. What we found, though, on the high horizontal beam was a small camera pointed down to our living room. I think I still have the video somewhere of my boyfriend cutting the wire. All of a sudden, the cam network we'd see on the Wi-Fi list all the time on our phones was gone as well. We moved out and thought about pressing charges, but this man had a great lawyer and was long gone by then. I really do need to say I hope we don't meet again, as recently one of our new neighbors told us a man called the landlord's name was on our street looking for us for some reason. I was just chatting to a friend when I remembered this creepy story from the pandemic. I, 30 and female, lived alone. I had no car and there were no shops nearby either. It was about 9 p.m. and I'd just gotten back from work when I realized there was no food in the house. I ordered a grocery delivery on Uber Eats. I asked them to leave it at the door due to COVID rules. There was a knock at the door later, and I saw a tall, skinny man standing right by it. I shouted through the letterbox to leave it on the floor and back off. He said no and that he had to hand it to me, as it had alcohol inside the order. I hadn't ordered any alcohol myself, so I told him he must have the wrong delivery. He simply claimed it was correct. I told him to put it on the floor and back up again. He refused once more. Stupidly, I opened the door a crack to tell him to do it due to COVID rules and that this was getting quite annoying. He stepped towards the door in that moment and grabbed the handle fiercely. I pulled the door shut before he could do anything and shouted at him to leave or I was reporting him. He put the order down and stepped back. I asked him through the letterbox to back up further. He did, but again, when I opened the door, he tried to rush at me once more. I always remember I felt a chill down my spine in that moment when I heard him muttering, "Pretty, very pretty," in a low monotone voice. I also noticed he had his phone out pointed at me and asked him what he was doing through the door. He said he had to take a picture, but it was pointed at my face, not the bag on the floor. I quickly opened the door, snatched it up, and slammed it behind me, then locked up tight. I watched through a crack in the curtains as he just stood there by my door, pacing back and forth as if he couldn't make up his mind on something. He knocked over and over, but I tried my best to ignore him. I was getting seriously creepy vibes now and called my best mate for some advice. She told me to report him and not to open the door again no matter what. I shouted for him to leave, but he continued to stand there in front of my door. My dog, who's normally the sweetest thing, had picked up on my anxiety and began barking at the man as well. He turned around and got into his car that was parked across the street from my house. He made it look like he was going to leave, but I kept watching for the next 20 or so minutes through my window, and he just sat there. He continued staring at my house. I figured at first maybe he was picking another order to take or something, but then suddenly a message popped up on Uber. He told me he'd forgotten a bag in his car and asked me to come out and get it from him. I checked my order and everything was right there. I messaged him, saying that couldn't possibly be correct. He got very agitated and insistent, saying he couldn't leave until I came out to him and picked it up. He was practically begging me to come out to his car, saying it wouldn't take more than a minute and I could simply grab it from in his passenger side. I lost my shit. I told him I'd heard what he said earlier, and I knew he was taking a picture of me, not the order. I was going to call the police right now. He still insisted I had to come outside. The entire time I was on the phone with the police, he was still messaging me, even saying, "The police won't come. Come on, pick up the order and I'll leave. Why are you making it so hard on us?" The police told me someone would be there within 20 minutes and to stay inside with all doors and windows locked. My dog was going nuts now. My neighbor's husband, who was 6'4" and built like a brick shed, texted me saying he'd heard a commotion outside and asking if I was okay. I told him about what was going on. He immediately ran outside, screaming at the driver to fuck off before he got fucked up. The delivery guy peeled out of there. My neighbors rushed over to make me a brew and wait for the police. I made a report to both them and Uber, but all I got was an apology from Uber. The police never got back to me. I got a car shortly thereafter and never had to use Uber again, at least until my boyfriend moved in. When I was around 19 or so, I worked nights at this shitty hotel chain in my hometown. It was generally pretty chill though. You'd get your occasional weirdos and creeps, but I could pretty much handle my own, and I got used to this pretty quickly. However, one guy was way worse than anything I'd ever encountered up until that point. It was an average night, spent checking guests in, doing laundry, stalking, etc. There were 2 sets of doors at the entrance, the inner ones being locked after the night shift started. It was around 3 a.m. or so when this guy just randomly shows up and rings me through the lobby phone set between the 2 doors. Immediately, before I could even get my customer service on, he started frantically demanding I call medical transport. I didn't really know what he was talking about, but I tried my best to help him, asking him questions to further identify the situation. Eventually, I was just going to let him in so I could get a better idea of how to help him. When I went to do so, though, his tone immediately changed. He started speaking in this monotone voice and had this kind of dead stare. I'd never before seen eyes so devoid of all emotion. Not to mention, he had no signs of physical injury or any distress at all. Obviously, I was freaked out, but tried my best to carry on normally, asking him more questions. After the first 2, he just stopped answering completely though, and only continued to stare at me. I tried repeating myself, but now he was just eyeing me like a wild animal. At this point, I was starting to get pretty fed up with his behavior. "Alright, well, I'm just gonna call 911 to get you help." He then started to get all frantic, going between begging me not to call and saying, "They won't let me go. I can't go back there." I told him I had no idea how to help him. If he wouldn't let me call emergency services, he needed to leave right now. He didn't seem to even need medical assistance in the first place. This guy went right back to ignoring everything I said and just staring at me. Honestly, I should have called the police right then and there, but I was overwhelmed by this man, and getting the police involved was always a last resort for me. "Alright, well, you can wait there for 20 minutes and try to find alternative transportation, but then you really need to go." I went into the back to watch him on the cameras, from where I was safer. 20 minutes went by. I came out to tell him to leave, but then he just started yelling nonsensically. I went into the back once more. The man waited there for 2 more hours. Finally, I told him I was calling the police, to which he replied, "Well, if you're going to do that, I'll just leave then." It was almost comical at this point. "Please do so. I've wanted that this whole time." I was so done with him that I was basically yelling. The man ran outside. I did call the cops and report him soon after. The freakiest part, though, is that while I was telling my boyfriend about this guy, he recognized him from my description of his blank stare. He pulled up this mugshot, and I could see he had charges for rape, aggravated sexual assault, and a bunch of other terrible shit. You see, my boyfriend worked at a homeless shelter for some years and had seen the guy from time to time. After that, I felt so lucky that he just left on his own. Who knows what would have gone down in different circumstances. I normally go walking in the woods with a friend, and today nobody was available, so I went by myself about 7 p.m. I parked the car and went into the entrance. There was one other car there, and a jogger who passed me on my way in. I decided to go off the main track. There's a smaller track about 10 to 20 meters down that you can follow instead if you wanted to. It's a wooded area, but you can easily get back to the main track in 5 minutes if you really want to. I was debating if I should continue on the smaller track, go straight and go back onto the main track, or go down into the more wooded area where there was a small pathway. So I'm just standing there trying to decide when I see a man in the distance on the main track walking toward the main entrance. At some point, the man seemed to notice me and stopped walking immediately. He was staring at me now, with a huge grin plastered on his face. He was in his 50s or 60s, and I was getting an extremely creepy vibe. My guts basically dropped out. I was thinking that if I walked back onto the main track, he'd be waiting there for me. If he stopped staring and continued walking the main track, we'd meet up later on, and nobody else would probably be there. I was thinking he would continue walking on, and I'd just wait a while for him to leave and go. I was feeling super unsafe, and regretting coming here all by myself. He ended up walking down the hill at a diagonal, while I saw he was still staring straight at me. He was making a beeline for me. I was now freaking out. I could only hope he was going to go down the other pathway. There was nobody walking the main track. I started walking faster. I noticed he was now doing a C shape, coming down to where I was standing previously. Now he was moving even faster and was right behind me. He wasn't exactly running, but his eyes were fixated on me. He was moving fast, and he'd been smirking ever since he spotted me. I was really freaked out now. I got a bit further, to an area which was covered by trees on each side. I mean, this man was clearly following me now, right? Why else would he reverse his own path and go exactly where I was now walking to? He was about 6 meters away from me now. I was getting ready to run back to the entrance, which would take about 5 minutes from where I was. He was walking further to the right, so he would cross paths with me on the main track. I was freaking out. He could easily grab me, or he could even have a weapon. I was too scared to take my phone out and be distracted. The fact he'd been following me so closely, without a single word, only hearing the leaves breaking under his boots behind me in the woods while stalking me, was terrifying. At that point, though, a couple spontaneously appeared. I was quite relieved. They were going really fast, so I was worried they'd just pass by me easily, and the man would start chasing me after they left. My car doors don't lock properly, and sometimes the engine stalls as well since it's an old shitter. I was freaking out that might happen once I arrived back to my car. The man stopped in his tracks, though, after seeing that couple. I took the opportunity and began moving so fast. He was now moving super slow behind me, still staring, still sticking to the wooded areas, and doing that predatory stare for 10 minutes, fixated on me. When I got back to my car, I started it up and drove slowly by so I would be able to identify him properly. He didn't come out, though, until I was way down the road. I'm now wondering if I should have stayed parked and gotten a picture of him or something, or recorded him on video, and told him I would report him for following me. Maybe I should have told the couple I was being followed. I drove away super shaken up, and the man was gone from my life forever. I can't even describe the feeling. All I can remember is his creepy smirking face and really gray hair. I'm definitely lucky I managed to get out of there. I'm so furious that I can't even go for a short walk on a hiking trail without being in danger. I can't even imagine what would have happened if I'd met him further down into it. In my college, all freshmen had to live in the dorms, and they had to live in either a double or a triple. I was a bit nervous about sharing the room with another person, and this only got even worse when I met the guy to be my roommate. This guy was named Kyle, and Kyle was really weird. He was sort of dark. I don't mean to say he was a goth or anything like that, because that's not really what I mean. I mean, yeah, he did wear dark clothes and had dark makeup as well, but he was just so weird. He took it to a level that was much more than just an odd fashion statement here and there. He was involved with what he believed to be witchcraft, and I'm not just talking about Wicca or that sort of thing. He called the witchcraft he believed in black magic, and very often referred to entities he would pray to, and demons and that sort of thing. Now, I'm not particularly religious or anything, but everything he did just made me really uncomfortable. Things with Kyle were at first just annoying. He would always be awake at all times of night, and I always had to be up early for class the next day. He would sit at this little altar thing he'd made and talk to these demons by candlelight. He kept me awake all throughout the night, so I took to wearing earplugs and an eye mask to try and get at least some sleep. One night, though, I was woken up by a lot of noise that even my earplugs couldn't keep out. When I peeked out from under my mask, Kyle was having a three-way with another girl and guy on his bed. I just put my mask back on and pretended I'd never seen anything. So far, it had only been minor annoyances, but it turned very scary one day. I got home from class, and Kyle, who usually didn't pay much attention to me before, seemed really excited to see me. He told me he was communicating with one of his demons, and he needed someone's blood in order to do this further. He just straight up asked me if he could have some of mine. I turned him down, of course, and he insisted it would not hurt at all. I told him I wasn't really concerned about the pain. I didn't want him to use my blood for some nefarious ritual or something. He just kept on begging for my blood for a while, but I didn't relent at all. When he gave up finally, I could tell he was extremely pissed off at me. I didn't really care though, because at least he left me alone for the rest of the night. As usual that night, I went to bed with my earplugs and my mask on. I'm not sure how long I'd been sleeping before I felt a sudden and sharp pain surge up in my arm. I jumped up in bed, ripping my eye mask off immediately. There was a large slash in my arm, and Kyle was kneeling next to my bed, holding a ceremonial knife. The guy had actually sliced me open and started to collect my blood in my sleep. Enraged, I kicked him in the head, which knocked him down to the floor. I kicked the knife out of his hand and ran out the door. I ran straight to the RAS room and pounded on the door frantically. She answered and saw the huge slash in my arm. She called the campus police. Kyle was arrested soon after, and you can be damn sure I pressed charges against him. I know after he was taken out of my room, and I assume he was removed from the school as well. I don't technically know for sure exactly what happened though. I'm just happy I never saw that psychopath again though. I knew right away I was gonna have problems when I started living in the dorms. Growing up, I'd always had a room of my own, and being with another person was gonna be pretty hard to get used to already. When I first met my new roommate, he was actually a really nice guy. His name was Josh, and we got along really well. Still, it was difficult for me to always have another person hanging around all the time. There was definitely no privacy for me anymore in these small rooms either. About a month after I'd moved in, I was up studying late at night. Josh had been deep asleep for a while, when suddenly he just rose out of his bed like a zombie. He was only wearing his boxers. He got up and walked out of the room in his underwear. He didn't come back for about an hour. I tried to ask him where he'd gone like that, but he ignored me and went back to his bed, sleeping right away. The next day, I brought this up to him, and he told me he used to sleepwalk when he was little. He hadn't done this in a really long time, but had been concerned that he would start up again. He had a feeling it would start up when he went to college and added more stress to his life. He told me it was normally not that big a deal. He'd just walk and wander around for a bit and then head back to bed. He said it would be fine if I wanted to wake him up if I did anything weird. Apparently the rule that you're not supposed to wake up a sleepwalker isn't really true. Over the next few weeks, Josh did sleepwalk a few more times. I did wake him up once or twice when I thought he might get into some trouble. Sometimes, however, I couldn't. He would leave while I was sleeping, and when he came back into the room was generally when I would wake up. Anyway, the sleepwalking really wasn't that big of a deal until one particular night. Like I mentioned, it would almost always just involve him walking around in his boxers, but one night it took a really odd turn. I was deep in sleep when I began to hear some strange noises, which woke me up pretty quickly. I was still groggy and not able to pay that much attention to it until I heard the sound of something hitting the floor. Opening my eyes, I was immediately shocked. Josh had just opened the window and taken the screen off of it. He was climbing onto the windowsill of our second-story dorm room window. I jumped up to try and stop him, but before I could do anything, he fell out of the window as if it were nothing. Freaked out, I ran over and looked down. Josh was lying there in his boxers on the ground. There were a few students outside who had been unlucky enough to witness this. I ran out of the dorm still in just my boxers and sprinted down the stairs. I told the people around him that I was his roommate and that he was a sleepwalker. Fortunately, he survived the fall. Apparently, he landed on his feet, and the shock of the fall completely shattered both of his legs. Josh was okay and didn't remember anything about what had happened, or at least as okay as you can be with two completely shattered legs. I know this might not seem as scary to some of you, but you just need to imagine this picture. Imagine waking up in the middle of the night and seeing your best friend jumping out of a second-story window with no cause, as if it were nothing. I was absolutely terrified. I'm sure you've heard this sort of story 100 times before, but I think this one might be just a little bit weirder than most. Mostly that's because I live in a very rural area, and when this happened, I was in fact living out on a ridge all by myself. I won't give the name of this ridge though. I'd rather keep this strange story anonymous and not allow people to find my location. My house was way up on a hill and was about a 20-minute drive from the next closest house. We had a huge big yard, and on a clear night, you could see just about the entire Milky Way clearly. It was so dark out there, and there were no polluting lights around. Growing up in that house was great, other than that I had to get up nearly 2 hours before school started, because the bus needed a long time to get there and back. Other than that, it was pretty nice though. This happened when I was 13 years old. My parents were visiting my grandmother, and I decided not to go with them this time. Usually, I'd get pretty bored when I went there, so I stayed in the house by myself instead. I was curled up on the couch in the living room and watching various horror movies late into the night. At one point, I got a sudden phone call. I didn't think to ask who it was. It was someone who wanted to speak to my father. He didn't ask for my father by name, though. He just asked, "Hey, is your dad home?" I stupidly told him no, and that he wouldn't be home for a few days yet. The guy didn't even offer to leave a message, and just hung up immediately. I very quickly put the incident out of my mind, but about an hour later, towards the end of a very scary movie, I was startled by a sudden knock at the door. I was even more surprised because I hadn't seen the lights of a car pulling up into the driveway. It would have been very obvious if someone had driven up here. I looked over at the clock and saw it was about 11 p.m. I think anyone, especially someone who lives in a rural area, would be a bit freaked out by someone suddenly coming to knock on the door this late at night. I didn't know how to react. I thought the best idea was to just not answer the door at all. I already had all the lights off, so maybe whoever was out there wouldn't know I was home. I had the remote control on the couch, and I quickly clicked the kill button to kill the light from the television. I hid under the blanket, just in case the guy looked in through the window. When I didn't answer, whoever was outside knocked again. He waited for a few moments. I still didn't answer the second time. When I still didn't respond, the person outside began banging really hard on the door, then started yelling, "I know you're home, and I know you're alone." He kept knocking on the door over and over. You might be wondering, why didn't I call the cops in that moment? Well, remember just how far away I lived. There was no way they would get there in time. I didn't even think about going to get my dad's gun either. I just stayed under those covers, shivering as the man continued pounding on the door. There was no way in hell I was going to answer it, obviously. Eventually, the guy gave up. I heard him knocking some things over on the porch. Then it was all quiet once more. I stayed on the couch covered up and didn't dare turn the television back on either. I mean, I didn't know if the man had gone to another door or window of the house just to hide. I didn't know if he could see inside. If I moved, maybe he would see me. Eventually, after quite a long time had passed, I fell asleep out of exhaustion. I woke up in the morning as the sun began to shine into the room. I felt very relieved a few hours later when the phone started ringing. I was scared to answer it, assuming it would be the same guy again. I had put 2 and 2 together at this point and figured that person must have been the knocker. To my fortune, though, the person on the phone was not that man. I answered it and was immediately informed it was the police. An old grandmother who lived a few miles down the road in a lonely house like my own had been attacked and brutally beaten the previous night. It happened only a few hours after the knocker had left my house. They were calling to warn us that whoever did the attacking was still at large and to exercise extreme caution. I just know it was that same man. Now, first off, I'm a guy. I have to get that out of the way right away, because this is a story about pet cats, and I know a lot of people assume cats are more of a girl's pet sort of thing. I've always had a great fondness for felines. I mean, they're such beautiful animals. Sure, some of them can act really stuck up sometimes, but hey, they're cats. They have every right to do so. My parents bought me a cat when I was about 10 years old. His name was Greasy, for no better reason than I wanted to name my cat something I was sure no one else would have already done. He's still alive, actually, and is sitting next to me as I'm writing this story down. Even though I love my cat, I wanted another one as well. Cats are sort of like tattoos, in the way that you can't only have just one of them. My parents, on the other hand, didn't want me to have more than one pet. I recall around the time I was 12 or 13. One night, Greasy was getting a little more meowy than usual. He was also hanging around the front door. When I went to check out why, I noticed there was a young cat hanging out in the bush in front of our house. Having sympathy for the young creature, as well as just loving young animals in general, because he was a freaking cat especially, I decided I'd feed him a bit. I grabbed one of Greasy's extra bowls and gave the extremely hungry cat outside a small meal. The way I looked at it now was that I now had 2 cats. I named this stray cat Sebastian and even wrote the name on his bowl. I wasn't allowed to bring him into the house, obviously, and I didn't tell my parents much about him. I enjoyed my stray cat, though. He was awesome. and it was nice having one cat inside and one outside. My parents went to bed early because they often got up early for work. It was really easy to do this without them finding out because of that. I'm not really sure for how long this went on, but I guess it went on for a fairly long time. My parents didn't notice how quickly we were going through cat food, or perhaps they didn't care anyway. I always wished I could let Sebastian into the house, but of course I couldn't do so. Every now and then, Sebastian would eat his food early, then jump up on the window ledge and look inside. Whenever he'd do this, I'd pet him for a while. One night, I was watching some late-night television in the dark when I heard some rustling going on outside near the front door. I figured it was Sebastian looking for his dinner, so I grabbed his bowl and filled it up. When I went outside, however, he was nowhere to be seen. I tried calling out for him in a quiet voice, but he still didn't show up. I guess I stupidly figured he might be hanging out in the bushes. That was silly, simply because there was no reason for him to do that. He would always run towards me for the food. I walked over to the side of the house and nearly fell over in shock when I saw a figure dressed all in black sneaking underneath one of our windows. Shocked, I dropped the food. The man looked over to me. It only took a few moments for our mutual shock to fade and for him to immediately make a rush towards me. Having already dropped the cat food, I twisted around and quickly ran back to the house, screaming for my dad. I got to the door, opened it, and ran inside. I attempted to close it, but the guy shoved his arm in first. He grabbed the door and began trying to pull it open. We struggled back and forth for a moment, until suddenly the living room light turned on. When the light turned on, the would-be burglar realized he would be caught. He cut his losses and let go of the door. He jumped off the porch and ran for the hills, so to speak. My dad did call the cops. And to my surprise, the guy was actually caught as well. Sebastian did come back later to get his food too, although I was scared to go outside again. Still though, I put out his meal, and he was a very happy cat that night. Well, telling this story is going to date me a bit, I guess, but this happened when I was about 15 years old. I had been having a pretty severe case of insomnia, and as anyone who has suffered from insomnia knows, you can only lay in bed for so long before you just have to give up and find something to do. To let you know a little bit more about the situation, this happened in the summer. My parents were not home this night, as they had gone to a party. Knowing my father, he had probably gotten so drunk as well that they weren't going to be coming home anytime soon. He was one of those guys to get trashed, then refused to know when it was time to leave. Because of this, I was home all alone. I had actually started to drift off a bit when my body jerked. I'm sure you've had this happen before. It woke me up, and after that I wasn't able to get back to sleep. I tossed and turned and tossed and turned. Finally, I rolled over and looked at my clock. It was just a couple of minutes before 11:30 p.m. I figured I might as well get up for a bit and watch The Tonight Show. Maybe Johnny Carson would help me relax and put me to sleep. I walked up the hallway and into the living room without turning on any of the lights. I turned the TV on, then flopped down on the couch and stretched out a bit. I watched Johnny and began to feel a whole lot better after the beginning of the show. I went to turn the TV off and apparently got a bit of a static shock. This caused me to pull my hand away from the TV. Because of the suddenness of this action, I turned around, only to see, facing the couch, to my horror, a man hiding on the far side, crouched down in the small space between the wall and the couch. I screamed in shock. The man actually looked pretty surprised himself as well. I quickly sprinted out of the room and into the kitchen. My intent was to grab a knife. I found a big cleaver easily. I flipped the lights on and ran back into the living room to confront the man. The door was wide open, and the man had fled into the night. I called the cops as I did a thorough check of the house with cleaver in hand. The man was definitely gone now. All I could figure is he must have seen my parents' car gone, and the lights were out. He must have thought no one was home and tried to rob us. When he heard me get up, he didn't have time to get out of the house, so he hid in the corner. I don't think he expected me to stay up from insomnia and watch a whole hour of television. The man had been trapped there the entire time I was watching Johnny Carson. The man was right behind me, crouched in my house only a few feet away, and I never knew. I would have never known if I hadn't turned around from that sudden static shock. I live in a pretty rural area, and my school bus used to come at the end of the drive I lived on at 7 a.m. every morning. It returned at 3 p.m. every afternoon to drop me off from school. The drive was a dirt road with a lot of bumps, rocks, and branching pathways the further you went, so rather than drive each individual kid to their stop, the bus would kind of just let us off at the start of the drive. From there, we would all have to walk. It wasn't that far, but on a blazing hot or freezing cold day, or during a heavy rainstorm, it was certainly far enough. I realize that I'm describing the walk as a negative experience already, but the truth is, it's not the walk itself that was that bad. It was an experience I had with one of the people that waited for us at the end of the school day that I want to talk about. Most days, the parents of the younger kids would walk with us until we got home. I'd known a lot of these people my whole life, so I trusted them all completely. I mostly stuck to talking with my immediate next-door neighbors, a nice couple in their mid-40s. There were days they weren't there, though, because their daughter was out of school. On those, I'd kind of keep to myself. I was a pretty quiet kid anyway, so that's not really surprising. One day, I noticed someone new at our bus stop, or rather, two someones really. A 5-year-old kid and an older boy. The older boy said that his brother had just turned 5 and was entering school for the very first time. Being raised to be polite, I shook the elder brother's hand and introduced myself, not really thinking anything of it. Over the next year, my last year of middle school, he would talk to me more and more at the end of each day. He was usually hunched over, yet at the same time he somehow towered over me with his lanky frame. I learned quite a lot about him. He was 19 and had dropped out of school a few years ago. He lived with a single mom and his younger brother. He also told me he liked to take walks in the afternoons. Usually, I'd just absorb his little information snippets and go on my way, after saying that was nice or that's cool or something like that. One day, he began asking me if I would like to go for a walk with him sometime. Now, my parents are pretty overprotective since I was their only kid. I knew they wouldn't let me go on a walk with some older boy alone without meeting him first, so I told him that. He seemed very disappointed, but took it well. At least the first few times. I would be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to say yes, in part or mostly because I was curious, but a deeper part of me kept urging me to say no. It wasn't a panicked feeling or anything, more of a gut feeling that something was off about this guy, and I'm very glad I listened to it. I kept on saying I still hadn't asked my parents yet, and he would keep asking and asking. Many times getting very insistent before backing off when he had to go up his part of the drive. Thankfully, he lived in a different pocket on the road, so he didn't know where I lived. At least I hoped so. It all came to a head on the last few days of school. It was a cloudy day, and when I got on the bus to head home, I noticed that my immediate neighbor's daughter was not on it, and neither was my new bus stop buddy's brother either. I figured it would be a quiet walk for me that day, and I felt a bit of relief knowing he wouldn't be there or asking me to go with him all day long. I would finally get a reprieve from that bubble of anxiety in my belly whenever I saw him waiting for us. The second the bus came to a squeaking stop on my road, though, my stomach panged with apprehension. He was waiting there all alone, wearing the same blue hoodie and holding the same expression as usual. A patient smile. His hands were clasped behind his back. I tried not to make eye contact through the window, and I thought to myself, okay, let's do this. It's probably fine. He'll just ask me to go for a walk, I'll say no, and that'll be it, right? Wrong. Why was he even here in the first place? I wanted to ask him why, but I thought my first action should be to try and act normal. The conversation started off like usual at first. You know, how was school and things like that. He looked more hesitant than usual, though. We're going to be moving soon. I won't get to see you or go for that walk anytime soon. Oh, that was my only response. I couldn't think of what else to say. On some level, I was relieved I wouldn't have to see him anymore. On the other hand, I felt sad for his little brother. The brother was a sweet kid, and it couldn't have been easy moving after only 1 year of kindergarten. In retrospect, this next part might not sound very creepy and maybe anticlimactic, but I have to remind you of the facts here. This was a nearly 20-year-old man talking to a barely 13-year-old girl. As he turned onto his road to go home, he turned around and fixed me with the most intense stare I'd ever seen. "I like you," he whispered to me. "As a friend, right?" I laughed and prayed that was it. He smiled as if I'd just told him the funniest joke he's heard in years. One day it'll be different. Now, a lot of you will question why I didn't just book it to the nearest phone to call my parents, but I was too surprised and confused to do anything in the moment. As he started to take a step towards me, I was already speed walking away down my bend in the road. I wondered if that really all happened or if I'd just imagined the whole thing. In the end, I had to accept that it really did. I never got a follow-up on this because I never saw him again, and if I did now, I doubt I would even recognize him. I don't know what he had planned for me or on that walk, or what his intentions were, if anything. But based on what he said and the gut feelings of my younger self, I'm guessing I really didn't want to find out. My neighborhood loved Halloween, almost revered it like a second Christmas or something, or a first spooky Christmas. I'm not really sure. What I do know, though, is that when the first leaves started to fall and the air became crisp and cold, everyone's decorations began to emerge from their sheds or boxes or dusty garages. Skeletons, cardboard cutout witches, black cat piñatas, the ever-important jack-o'-lanterns, you name it. Every house had something. Some chose to be more elaborate than others, though, while some just had a Happy Halloween banner and a pumpkin on their front door. Others chose themes to completely transform their yard with. The neighbors to the left were particularly good at a haunted graveyard scene, with animatronic hands popping out of the ground and moving whenever people walked by. It was freaky, I'll admit, especially at night. On Halloween, they would set out a big fog machine, so trick-or-treaters couldn't see the scares until they were right on them. To be honest, I really liked it and found it quite charming. One house across the street, though, would prepare for Halloween in a different kind of way. None of us really knew them at all, but I would see them every once in a while. An older man and his son who was in his mid-20s. The man was graying and looked on the verge of needing a walker already. The son was, for lack of a better term, very scruffy looking. He still seemed to be able to handle the heavy lifting of moving boxes of decorations out onto the lawn every day, though. Their idea of spooky Halloween decorations was a common topic among my parents at the dinner table, as well as the local kids. Mostly because of how legitimately creepy they looked. This wasn't an over-the-top kind of creepy either. They were pretty damn realistic. Sometimes they would paint a massacre scene, with mannequins painted to look like real people and blood splattered all over the yard. Other times it would be a realistic mad scientist torture scene, which featured the man and the son himself, the former of which would be strapped to a table. He would pretend to go at him with needles and other devices. We all figured they just had a really fucked up sense of humor, but I could tell it made my parents a little uncomfortable for my sister or I to go over there to trick or treat on Halloween. So it was that we avoided that house altogether. That was until my sister became a total brat one Halloween and insisted we go and see what was up with them. Her name was Dorothy, and she was going to have her curiosity satiated no matter what. Being the responsible older sister, I had to keep up with her to make sure she didn't get herself hurt or get into too much trouble. So, when the big night came, we got ready. I was a generic black cat, and she was a little diva witch with a plastic broom and magic wand. We hashed out the plan. We would do our normal trick-or-treating routine, then loop back around to knock on the across-the-street neighbor's back door and conduct a little interview, of course. We'd pick their brains for why their Halloween decorations were so disturbing, and off we set. She ran around shrieking witchy curses at her friends, with me trailing behind and keeping an eye on everyone. I remember I had a stash of Butterfingers in my sweatshirt pocket and was dutifully crunching on them throughout the trip. She negotiated her candy stash with the others. Soon enough, though, her little friends dropped off to go home, and we were facing the neighbor's backyard. It was small, with scraggly grass that led up to a door with chipped paint. I know, the stereotypical run-down house with a crazy person living inside, but I kid you not when I tell you that's exactly what it looked like. My sister was the brave one here. She marched right up to the door and banged on it loudly, screaming, "Trick or treat!" We waited for a few minutes, each one of us getting more uncomfortable than the last. A thin layer of frost was across the grass. I knew my sister would be getting cold soon. I could see her excited breaths misting in the air as we waited. Just as I was about to give up, the door opened with a jolt. It was the younger man, and his eyes went wide when he saw us. He scrambled up to us, and I instinctively reached out to pull my sister back away from him. He surprised us, though, when he said, "You shouldn't be here, seriously. My dad doesn't like kids or people trespassing. You should really go, right now." "But we wanted to know why your yard is so scary," my sister whined. "It's to keep people out," he said hastily, gesturing with his hands. He seemed genuinely afraid for us, and for himself. "He doesn't think straight when he's drunk, so you have to go right now." A voice came from somewhere behind him inside. It sounded slurred and heavy. "Bobby, who's there?" The son went as far as to push me and my sister out of the backyard, hissing through his teeth, "You gotta get out of here." Seeing as we had no other option, we left immediately. My sister was still pressed to know what was going on, but even she seemed nervous now. I was definitely nervous. Just to be safe, I had us go around the block and come down the street again, as if we were coming home like normal. As we entered the front door, I looked back at the house, looking for any sign of Bobby or his father. There was nothing. I know a lot of you might be looking for a story with lots of action, but I can only really speculate what was going on in that house may have been worse than any scary story. Since we didn't get to see inside, we'll never know for sure, though. Okay guys, so before this story starts, I just want to let you guys know it has elements of essay and rape in it, so please skip this one if you're not comfortable with that sort of thing. And with that being said, I will now get on to the story. This isn't my story, but instead it's my mother's. She passed away in 2016 from cancer, but before she did, she took it upon herself to unload any regrets from her past or any mysteries I might have questioned about her. She wanted there to be no secrets between us in the end, and I admire her greatly for that. She requested that I tell her story to others, to warn people about the dangers of trusting people you barely know too blindly, as even if they seem to integrate into your life with the best of intentions, it can merely be a facade for something much, much darker. I'll try to relay everything she told me to the best of my ability. though due to the emotional nature of our last few conversations, I may not remember the details too clearly. For some context, I was adopted by her and her husband when I was only 2 months old. Even though they aren't my birth parents technically, they are the only mother and father I've ever known, and they'll be such until the day I die. That's not where this story started, though. The story starts a few years after I was adopted. I was adjusting really well, apparently. My mother and father both adored me, and even though they both had busy careers, they never slacked in showing me the time of day. My mother was working as a home remodeler at the time, while my dad worked in sales. For the time, they made a very good living. My mom was beginning to feel a bit overwhelmed by everything, though. She ran her business right from home, and the influx of new clients coming in was stressing her out really bad. She decided to hire on some extra help. She wasn't having much luck until a neighbor by the name of John applied. Now, John had lived on our street for about as long as my parents had, but they'd never really gotten a chance to know each other that well. It came as a bit of a surprise that John was willing to work under my mother, as according to my dad, he was the type to make derogatory comments at the local bar with friends about women. Ultimately, though, he was nothing but respectful in front of my mother, for the first couple of months at least. Whenever they went out on a job after the first month or two, John would start making sexist comments to my mom, sometimes even in front of clients. He would present himself as the head of the operation, not her, and when she tried to correct him, he would laugh it off like he was just making a joke. She got very annoyed with him and gave him a stern warning to knock it off or he'd be fired immediately. She then said he started making other kinds of comments instead. He would tell her she looked pretty today, or that the way she walked showed off her toolbox. You get the idea. This made her incredibly uncomfortable. She said she was going to let him go right then and there after he made a gross comment about her blouse within earshot of a client. Due to an influx of business, though, she unfortunately couldn't afford to let him go. She could always let him go after the surge of business when things calmed down, she told herself, and just put up with him until then. It was at this point in the conversation that she started crying. I got her a tissue and some water and told her to save her strength, but she protested, saying she needed to get all this out. Even if it was painful or wiped her out for a couple of days, she needed to tell me. She continued even as I noted her heart monitor beside her speeding up rapidly. She told me she was wrong in thinking she could just handle it on her own. She thought that since she was a professional and this was an actual business, she was untouchable and he wouldn't or couldn't do anything to her. She didn't even tell my father, and as far as I knew, they told each other everything. The last thing she wanted was to have him worried about her and not focusing at work, or being too worked up to spend time with me. A lot of people might condemn her actions or think ill of her, but I choose to understand it by remembering a simple fact. When people are faced with something they don't know how to handle, they won't always react in the perfect way. They'll react out of stress or fear. My mother found out just how wrong she was, though, when her and John got a new job to fix up a vacant house at the end of our street. The new owner had bought it with the intention of turning it into a daycare and wanted them to paint and spruce up the place. The owner said they would furnish it themselves. They would be gone for the duration of the cleanup, on the note that they didn't want to get in the way, and that made my mother hesitant. Up until this point, she'd never been alone with John when working on a job before. She also wasn't one to pass up an opportunity, though, so reluctantly she and John made their way to the abandoned house at the end of the street. They unloaded the necessary paint supplies from her pickup truck and headed inside. The first thing she noticed was that the house was drafty and dark. Very little light shone in through the windows, and the layout made it cramped and unappealing for a daycare setup. She went in to inspect the kitchen first, with John following behind her. She was about to suggest they tear out the wall to open up the breakfast bar, when suddenly he grabbed her hard and pushed her against the wall. She screamed and fought all the while, but she couldn't stop something really awful from happening to her. Something I won't name here, but I'm sure you can figure out what it is. After he was done with her, he told her not to tell anyone because he would ruin her business and tell my father that she'd been cheating on him. Even come after her again or me. John was a monster, and my mom was so scared he'd make good on his threats that she couldn't do anything other than comply. John distanced himself from my mother's business soon after, but she could tell he was keeping tabs on who knew what. She felt horrible not being able to tell my father and had to deal with what happened completely on her own. She became more withdrawn after that. She still showed love for us, of course, but it was more strained, and it was harder to get her outside to do the things she loved. We cried in each other's arms after she was finished. I felt sick, while she looked as if she'd been reliving every horrible moment. At this point, I can only say I'm glad my mother is finally at peace. Nothing will ever trouble her again, and monsters like John will never be able to reach her. If there's anything you can take away from my mother's story, it's this: be careful who you let in. When I was 13, I was completely in love with the girl next door. Her name was Catherine, and she also happened to be my best friend. We would spend the night at each other's houses as kids all the time. Watch movies, paint our nails. It was in my first year of high school that I started to feel differently about her. Don't get me wrong, I'd always loved her, of course, but it started to feel more intense. I started thinking about her more often, and every time I saw her, I would notice more and more how pretty she was. She had bright blue eyes and dirty blonde hair, and her smile caused my heart to skip a beat. I was so scared to confess to her, though. For one thing, I didn't know if she felt the same way or if she was gay at all. The topic just never came up, as we were too busy fangirling over bands we liked or new movies coming out. The last thing I wanted to do was mess up our lifelong friendship at that point. However, the second problem was bigger and more concerning. We lived in a really conservative area that still held on to those traditional values. I knew that going public, especially at the time with my feelings, would be at the very least frowned upon. So, for the longest time, I hid in the shadows while being by her side every day through high school. We still hung out every weekend and after school a few times a week, driving through town and telling each other all our secrets. We still shared a blanket on movie night, though now my heart would leap whenever she threw her arms around me because of a big jump scare or romantic moment. She really trusted me completely with her biggest fears and worries, and so did I with her, minus that one really big thing. As graduation was rapidly approaching, and the air was growing warmer with each passing day, I noticed that her affection toward me had been heating up too. I don't know if it was just my imagination running wild, but she began to hug me for a lot longer and told me I was pretty a lot more often too. On the night of our senior prom, I took her aside. We'd gone with a group of friends, so there were no dates involved. I worked up the courage and stole a kiss. To my disbelief and happiness, she simply said, "I was waiting for you to do that, you know." We started a secret relationship from that night on. We still kept our usual dynamic with movie nights and boy bands and whatever hobbies we had, but without going into detail, I didn't think I could be happier. I loved her and she loved me. We knew we'd go to the same college together, and I honestly couldn't wait to get out of this town. I know it sounds like naive and wishful thinking, but I honestly thought I was going to marry Catherine someday. One day in late August, though, a couple of weeks before we were set to pack for school, Catherine just stopped talking to me. I couldn't reach her on cell, and whenever I called her house, her dad would always answer and say something along the lines of, "Oh, Catherine is out right now. I'll have her call you back later." Her window faced mine on the side of the house, so after the second day of her not calling me back, I knew that something was wrong. I tried to get a peek in her window to see if she was there, but the curtains were drawn shut and her bedroom light was turned off as well. She usually kept her light on until midnight, as she was a night owl. By that point, I was starting to get really worried. I started searching every place I knew she could be. The candy shop, the lake, all the country roads leading out into the woods. I asked her coworkers at the local Hannaford if they'd seen her recently, and they all shook her head no. She hadn't shown up for work 3 days in a row, and that certainly was not like her. Catherine was hardworking, driven, and always called if she was going to be late or wasn't coming in. She'd always call me, too. That was when I finally broke down. I went to knock on her door, determined to find out what was going on. I stood on the front stoop, my shoulders slumped and eyes pricking with tears. My entire body was tense and wired, as if I hadn't slept in a week. I was about ready to burst through the doorway when she answered, and hug her and ask her where the hell she'd been, if she answered. And so I knocked. Her dad opened the door, looking as if he'd just been in the middle of a nap. Catherine's dad had always been a little indifferent to me, never really talking to me whenever I came over, or when he had to pick her and I up from school. Today I could see a scowl of disgust plainly on his face. He regarded me coldly. Hello, is Kat here? I'm really worried about her and I need to talk to her." "I told you she was out," he snapped immediately. "And you need to stay away from her. I know all about your little love letters." What he said made my heart completely stop. How did he know about those? I'd written these letters a month into our relationship that detailed how long I was in love with her. She hid them deep inside her dresser. He'd gotten them somehow. He must have done something to her. Kicked her out of the house or worse. Maybe she ran away. I gasped and couldn't speak, but he did. "She's gone. You won't see my daughter again, so don't even try." With those final crushing words, he slammed the door in my face. I jumped back, almost falling down. My hands were shaking. I was in disbelief. Resigned and with tears streaming down my face, I went home to face the disappointment of my parents. Apparently her dad had also let them know what was going on all along. I never saw Catherine again. My best friend, the girl I grew up with and my first love, disappeared from my life forever. I did, however, eventually find out what happened to her from sources I won't name. After her father snooped through her room and found my letters, he snapped. He locked her in her room that night, where she stayed for 2 days while he arranged a ride from a friend to take her to someplace where they would cure her affliction. I'm disgusted to even think about what that means, and what she went through. I'm out of my oppressive hometown, and married to a wonderful woman now. Some part of me always still breaks, though, whenever Catherine crosses my mind. I hope she's okay wherever she is, and even if we can't be in love anymore, I still want my best friend, the girl next door, back. She never did anything wrong. She never deserved what happened to her. I'm a female. I was 25 at the time this happened. This was in 2018, and I lived with my boyfriend in our hometown. It's a small city that's relatively poor and has some drug problems as well, since there's not much to do. My boyfriend, now husband, was at his friend's house. It was a Saturday night, and he said he'd be home around 9 or so. He was about 2 towns over, a 20-minute drive away. At the time, we lived in a duplex with a split upstairs and downstairs. It used to be one big house, but had since been converted. My cousin was actually renting the downstairs apartment, and she was kind of loud. Because of this, I knew when she was and wasn't home, and she was not home on this night. The way our street was situated, the backs of the houses on my street and the parallel street all faced a narrow alley, and the driveways were mostly only accessible this way. The downstairs unit had a front porch with a door and a side door. Our upstairs unit had a back door at the top of an outside set of wooden stairs. So anyway, I'm home watching TV alone when I hear someone coming up the stairs and knocking on the door. It was about 8:30. It wouldn't be that unusual for my boyfriend to be home early. Maybe he'd gotten bored playing video games, or he just felt like leaving for whatever reason. Usually, I would unlock the door for him when he came home, instead of him using his keys. It was quite dark back there and could be a real hassle. I got up and opened the door like usual, only to find someone who was not my boyfriend. It was a pretty thin man, wearing 2 big jeans and a hoodie. He had about 4 teeth and was teetering back and forth. I was so shocked. I was positive that had been my boyfriend coming home. The guy at the door asked me, "Can I use your phone?" Behind him, down the stairs and in the alleyway, I saw a big SUV just idling, with other people clearly inside. I panicked and said, "Yeah, hold on." I shut the door in his face and locked it. I think I was more shocked that it was a stranger at my door and not my boyfriend than anything else. I hid so he couldn't see me through the door's window, and I was frozen now. Something was telling me this was not okay. After a few minutes, I heard him run down the stairs. I go over to the door and see the car driving away in a hurry down the alley. I called my boyfriend and told him what happened. He said he'd leave, but like I said, it was a 20-minute drive. He had been just about to leave anyway. After he got home, I calmed down and felt a bit silly. Why not just lend the guy my phone? Was it really that weird? Then I thought about it a bit more over the next few days, though. It was 2018. This guy and whoever was in the car waiting for him, none of them had a phone? It wasn't like they were having car trouble either. What would they need a stranger's phone for? To even get to my home, they had to go down a random alley to the back side of a house, go up some random stairs and knock on someone's door just to ask for a phone. They didn't go to my cousin's front door downstairs either. I would have heard someone out there on the porch. They didn't go to any other house. I saw them leave the street entirely. Why go to a house to ask for a phone when there was no car in the driveway? Of course, as tends to be my luck, our battery-powered security camera was dead at the time. I'm genuinely not sure what they wanted. If anyone has any ideas, please let me know. I'm sure they didn't want anything good, though. When I was about 13, my parents and I took a trip to Yellowstone National Park. We were out hiking on a trail when we suddenly heard a huge crash and loud screaming. "Watch out!" Those were the only words yelled out from someone not in sight, on the trail just up ahead. All of a sudden, hundreds of buffalo appeared, crashing through the trees coming right towards us. Executing our natural flight response to this dismal turn of events, we ran as fast as we could through the woods. I even tripped at one point. I remember screaming out to my mother desperately, who was already there to help me out. My father yelled at us to follow him as we started running up the hill on the other side of the path. Not even moments later, the herd of buffalo rushed right past where we'd just been. It turns out if you're ever being chased by a gigantic herd, you should always run uphill because the herd tends to naturally go downhill. Luckily, none of us were seriously harmed. We went to a diner right after that for lunch, and I ordered a buffalo burger. Gave me a real sense of victory. Camping in general can be pretty freaky. Not so much during the day, but when it gets dark, it gets real dark. Whenever people say the Blair Witch Project wasn't scary, I always ask them if they've ever been camping for real. If you have, then that movie probably freaks you the fuck out. Laying in your tent at night, not knowing what's 3 feet away from you is terrifying. It's pitch black and quiet. It's like being alone in a creaky old house, except with a 10 times multiplier. Every sound could be a bear, a wolf, or a person out to get you. If you're in a tent, you can't see what's going on. Probably my freakiest experience happened when I was a kid. We went camping in Colorado. It was dark, but still too early for us to be tired. We were all sitting around the fire doing the do, talking, eating s'mores, whatever. I would say we were telling scary stories, but fuck that. We were probably talking about Disney movies or some other dumb shit. Now, keep in mind how dark it is out there. The light from the fire only goes out so far, and it creates like this black wall where all the light just stops altogether. We were sitting there when all of a sudden my sister looked up and got rigid. I looked over and saw a pair of eyes staring at us from the darkness. Me and my sister started freaking out. We were right on the edge of losing our minds scared. Our parents calmed us down though and told us not to move. We had no idea what it was, and it was nearly impossible to judge how big in the darkness. We sat there and watched those eyes until eventually they went away. Maybe it was a raccoon or some shit, but 6-year-old me was convinced it was the chupacabra. Maybe not as interesting as some other stories, but it definitely freaked us out. My dad admits to this day that he was not scared, but notoriously he's never been able to handle anything scary on any level, so I really call bullshit on that. My mom's worked in medical records in a general hospital for over 20 years now. She's bright, personable, and professional. What I'm saying here is that there's not much that phases her anymore. Even at the dinner table, though she doesn't reveal any personal info about any charts or anything, she just tells enough to make everyone lose their appetites. She had one incident a couple of years ago, though, that actually rattled her quite badly, and she took a while to open up to me and my dad about it. Actually, it rattled a lot of people in her department, maybe even the entire floor, because it wasn't exactly an isolated experience. My mom's office was located on the second floor of the hospital. In one corner, it had a locked door with a code to get in for security purposes. It also had big glass windows, providing a view inside. It wasn't exactly soundproof though, and that's where the meat of this story comes in. I won't bother you with random details about the regular workday, but my mom said she was sitting at her desk as usual when suddenly a quite unusual sound tore throughout the area. It was muted, faint at first, and nobody could tell what it was. My mom paused in her work, as did so many others. Without the mismatched clacking of keyboards, the office was eerily quiet. It seemed like everybody held their breath, waiting for the sound to come again. And it did. Oh boy, did it. A clear guttural scream tore through the office space and down the hall. It sounded like an elderly woman in excruciating pain. But something was off here. Well, obviously something was off that a woman was screaming in the first place, but for other reasons than what you might think. For one, my mom said it was louder than any human could feasibly make a sound. For another, there were no patients allowed on this floor. And for a final thing, it seemed to be echoing. It was coming from the floor's elevator. Security was quickly called to the elevator for a short time. My mom said it was hard to concentrate, knowing somebody might have had something bad happen to them. Maybe they were stuck in the elevator shaft or had been crushed or something. She couldn't imagine how anyone could survive that, let alone an old woman. But still, she found herself going through the motions without really putting any thought into them. She said she felt numb, like all her mental energy was just drained away or sucked into finding out what happened. Punchline is, they didn't find anything. The hospital security searched the entire floor, elevator, and personnel top to bottom. There was no trace of an injured elderly woman. I know the story sounds a bit far-fetched, but to this day my mom is adamant about what happened, and there are many other witnesses as well. Maybe it was an elevator malfunction, or a mass hallucination. Maybe something even more chilling like a ghost or something. I guess we'll never really know. Here's a story, not from my mom, but from my mom's coworker in medical records. There's a lot of scary things that happen in hospitals, but this experience was a different kind of scary altogether. According to my mom's coworker, who was more like her friend really, the day started out like any other. It was a regular Tuesday, and as busy in the main office as it was, she still had to go to the storage building to retrieve and file away records from time to time. Back when this happened, they still kept physical copies as opposed to digital. My mom said it was a real hassle adjusting a few years later, but that's a story for another time. The storage building was located absurdly far from the main hospital. In fact, it was a tiny, partially underground warehouse, for lack of a better term. It sat all the way across the parking lot, situated at the edge of a thick stretch of woods. My mom's coworker had been charged with the task of grabbing a stack of records from the building, as many of it as she could feasibly carry at least. Since it was broad daylight, she had no problem walking so far from the main office alone, and figured the job would be a quick in and out. A lot of people didn't like that building in their office, but it was a necessary part of the job, so they put up with it. For one, my mom always described the inside of that building as very creepy. Low-hanging ceilings, a staircase descending downward into darkness, very weak and low lighting. Basically, it looked like a space you would see in the subreddit liminal horror, if you get my drift. Just rows and rows of narrow, empty hallways that could really mess with your mind. Anyway, my mom's coworker carefully took the steps one by one as the mouth of the storage unit gaped before her. There was a dim orange glow illuminating from the depths, and the stale paper smell wafted out from deeper in. She got to the section she was supposed to go to and started grabbing up yellow folders from the shelf. Suddenly, she heard footsteps echoing from somewhere in the aisles. She thought maybe another coworker had been charged with record sorting as well, but that theory was quickly squashed back when the footsteps quickened their pace. They sounded like they were running back and forth down the aisles and definitely getting closer to her. She froze, listening, even as her fight or flight reflex screamed at her to do something. Eventually, the footsteps sounded like they were racing down the aisle next to hers, about to turn the corner and come after her. That's when she finally took off. She doesn't remember if she made any noise or if she was followed, but she tore up those steps without looking back once. She said to my mom that she'd never been so grateful for the sun blinding her before. The blood rushed to her ears as she ran across the parking lot and back into the building. When she told their supervisor what happened, they confirmed there was no one else in the building aside from her at that time. At least none that they knew about. Since then, everyone was hesitant to go down there alone, and they requested a buddy system for sorting or retrieving records, especially during the night shift. The building was eventually abandoned anyway, due to the shift to digital records I mentioned earlier, but it still sits there. No one knows who or what was in the building that day, or if they meant my mom's coworker any harm. We do know it was creepy as hell though, and I know I'm not going to any job that has a weird off-site storage building anytime soon. I'm a 29-year-old female. Call me Mary. I worked in a mental health and psychiatric ward in a hospital for about 7 years before I resigned last year. It can be really grueling, but it's ultimately rewarding work. I mostly conduct individualized therapy for inpatients who don't respond to outpatient or group therapy well. I advocate for their needs, and am able to make real connections with people who sometimes just need some extra support. It's really opened my eyes to the scope of the human condition. Forgive me if that sounds a bit pretentious, and what others' lives are like besides my own. Every once in a while, though, I get someone in my ward that I don't have the qualifications to treat. Not for lack of trying, mind you. Sometimes they just don't click with anyone in our facility. And that's just the state of things. You just do the best you can to help them adjust until they find someone they can open up to. There was one patient who transferred into my care, though, that I genuinely grew to fear despite my efforts to keep up an empathetic professional front. Barring names, the patient was transferred to the mental health ward during my last year there. He was in his 30s and really thin. According to his primary doctors, he had stopped eating because he was convinced his wife of 5 years was trying to poison him. He began to get belligerent and borderline violent with the wife, swearing at her if he thought she was behaving suspiciously. At first, he was admitted to the ICU because of his poor health, but after a few weeks, he got approval for referral upstairs to psychiatric. That's where I came in. Our first few sessions, I would do most of the talking. He was very quiet and withdrawn, but he seemed to acknowledge that maybe he was wrong about his wife, which was a start to me. I asked him why he thought his wife was trying to poison him in the first place. He said the suspicion had started when she went out of the room to pour him a drink rather than just bringing the bottle right in. He said she had told him the bottle was almost out anyway, and she saw no point in bringing it all the way over only to immediately throw it away, but he didn't believe her. He gradually opened up a bit more from there. He said they'd been having some problems prior to his beliefs. They had separated for a few months before the first incident, and he often described her as looking at him with what he described as bitchy contempt. Like she was pissed at him, but he didn't even know what he'd done wrong. I thought we were making some good progress. I reminded him that each incident of his wife trying to poison him had a rational explanation, and let him work out the reasons for himself with some gentle guidance. That was when the first accusation came up. He sat across from me in my client chair one day. There was a desk between us, and I felt good knowing there was some sort of barrier there. He suddenly grew quiet in a moment where we were talking about another incident with his wife, something involving his birthday cake. He sternly said, "Are you with that bitch?" "Excuse me?" I said out of reflex. Every bit of conflict training rushed through my head as I recomposed myself. I cleared my throat. "I apologize, but what exactly do you mean by that?" I could see the veins bulging out of his neck as he narrowed his eyes at me. His voice was low and nearly a growl now. "You're with that bitch, aren't you? My wife. You're trying to get in my head so next time I'll eat what she gives me, right? Don't deny it." "I don't know your wife," I said gently. "Now, how about we take a moment?" And he suddenly slammed his fist down on the desk. No! You're trying to poison me too! Don't talk to me!" He seemed like a completely different person from when I met him. He started spitting and swearing, leading security to be called in. They had to sedate him to take him back to his room. All the while, I was pushed back against the window to my own office, unable to move and completely rattled. My hand shook as he was dragged out of the room. I felt like I was in the sights of someone who genuinely wanted to hurt me or possibly kill me. Although he didn't get the opportunity to physically harm me, I was pretty sure he really wanted to. He'd been supplied with nutrient supplements that had returned him to his former strength, and I'm very small, so he would have had no problem tossing me around the room like a rag doll if he wanted to. I was offered the rest of the day off, which I gratefully took to process these events. I needed a fresh mind to come back the next day and work with other patients. I didn't know how I would deal with this guy going forward, especially if he felt he couldn't trust me anymore, but I decided to cross that bridge when I came to it. The next day, the patient was brought in. He wanted to apologize and said his wife had baked me a cake for taking care of him. Now, I'm not allowed to accept any food items from patients or outside family members, so I said I was grateful, but I had to politely decline. He immediately became irate, asking in an angry tone, "Why won't you eat it, huh?" This caught me off guard. For one, he was being treated for a possible delusion that his wife was trying to poison him. For two, it was strange he trusted his wife with any sort of food at this stage. For three, he'd just accused me the day prior of working with his wife to try and kill him too. So this sudden turnaround was very startling. He became very insistent. "Just eat the fucking cake," he said over and over, to the point where security had to be called again to escort him out. He was released from my care soon after, for fear of my safety. I don't know what's happened to him since. My boss and a police officer called to the scene suspected that he'd put something into the cake his wife had given him, either to support his delusion or to specifically target me. Which possibility is correct, I'll never know. I resigned a few weeks later for a different, less stressful career option. To anyone who works in psychiatric, be real careful out there. I was at a lake in the woods fishing with my 4-year-old kid and wife. There was nobody there except for us. The lake was surrounded by a dense forest of trees, brush, and the like. We were about 50 yards from our vehicle, down a hill at the bank with our poles resting in the water. The fishing was slow, so I decided to test out my new camera. I walked around the general area, while my wife sat with our child and tended to the fishing poles. I walked up a hill from the bank and through the dense trees to the mouth of a clearing, where all of a sudden, I saw 4 random guys, approximately 20 yards away out there in the woods. They looked like a cross between grunge band members and deep woods hillbillies. I don't know really, they were dirty and unwashed, looking kind of raggedy. We were in the boondocks, so I had no idea what these guys were randomly doing here. They just stood there looking at me for what seemed like a good solid 2 or 3 minutes. The look in their eyes was either desperation for some reason or malevolent intentions. I played it off and focused my camera in a different direction. I noticed that one of them was moving closer to where I was. I immediately felt really uneasy. I mean, why the hell were these guys out here so far in the middle of nowhere, with no fishing poles, no hiking gear, nothing? The one that had moved closer to where I was called out of the blue, "Hey, why don't you come and take our picture?" He then kind of half giggled, revealing his rotted-looking mouth. He had about as much teeth as a jack-o'-lantern. I'm not trying to be judgmental. These guys were just very sketchy. I could definitely feel this one's intentions in particular were nothing good. I smiled back and kind of nodded. I started making my way back to my family and the fishing spot. As I started walking away, I heard one of the ones further away holler at me. "Hey man, come over here. We want you to take our picture." I heard the others laughing, and I noticed they were slowly making their way towards my direction. They were talking amongst themselves and laughing sinisterly, as if they were villains out of a horror movie or something. I couldn't make out what they were saying at this point. I was casually but quickly leaving the area. I did make out a few comments though, like, "Yeah, I think he's alone." "Nah, I saw his car over that way." Anyway, I finally made it back down to the bank and immediately told my wife to start gathering our shit and head back to the car. She could tell by the sound of my voice and demeanor that something was wrong here. We both half-heartedly packed up, grabbed the kid, and headed up the bank to where our vehicle was at. Still the only other people out there. Right as we got to the car, I noticed they were in the distance coming out of the woods and charging right towards us. We threw our shit in the back, jumped in the car, and started heading out. I didn't want to worry my wife, but I had the realization that there was only one way out of there. An old dirt road that meandered through the woods and passed right by where they were at. I was afraid we might get cut off, so I floored it and thought I was going to stop for nothing. As we were making our way out, I saw something to the right out of my peripheral vision. Sure enough, it was one of them full stride running towards us. This time, I noticed he had something in his right hand that looked like an elongated tire iron or something. We lost him in the woods just about as they made it to the road. A while later, maybe 30 minutes, we made to the old country concrete highway that led back to the city. At this point, we saw another vehicle in the distance coming in our direction, a beat-up old work truck. I thought to myself, "Oh, fucking shit, they caught up to us." Luckily, as the vehicle approached, we got a much better look at the occupants. An old couple. The husband looked like an old lumberjack type. Definitely he could take care of himself. They slowed down as they approached and rolled down the window. The man asked if everything was okay and if we were lost or something. I said no, we know how to get back to the main highway from here. I told them about what happened back there, and he didn't even seem fazed. He said we shouldn't be out here alone. There's been many stories. I didn't ask any further. He then said that he never comes out without his rifle and his Nam knife. I'm assuming he means Vietnam. Anyway, we thanked them and got the hell out of there, never to return. I was hiking the Appalachian Trail northbound in early August, a few years ago. I was a day out of Davenport Gap, heading to Hot Springs, North Carolina. I don't remember the exact shelter I was at, but I know it was north of Max Patch. That time of year there aren't many people on the trail, and other than a couple of cars, I hadn't seen or spoken to another person in a full day. I decided to end my hike for the day at around 7 p.m. so I could eat dinner and prepare for bed before dark. I was also filming a little diary of my hike as a gift for my sister. I ate, filmed, reloaded on my water, and hit the hay right as it got dark and all the crickets started to come out. At about 2:30, I was startled awake, but not by a noise, rather by the absolute silence around me. I didn't hear the toads, crickets, or owls that you'd expect to hear at that time of night. The sounds I'd been hearing when I'd gone to sleep just 6 hours earlier. I looked around, but I couldn't see anything. Everything was perfectly still. I made the decision that I had to get the fuck out of there. I packed all my gear in about 5 minutes, threw on my headlamp, grabbed my bear bag, and noped my way up the trail. I'm pretty sure I averaged 4 miles per hour in the pitch black until sunrise. Because of such an early departure, I finished my planned 18 miles into Hot Springs by 10 a.m., which was kind of nice. To this day, I have no idea what was there that morning, but I know something was there. I've encountered tons of predators in the woods, everything from black bears to coyotes, but I've never experienced a calm like that before. That sort of thing only occurs when there's a large predator nearby, or even worse, a crazy person. Who knows what would have happened if I had stayed until sunrise? Maybe nothing, but I don't think it was worth sticking around to find out. This will probably get buried, but 2 years ago, myself and 2 other people were camping in Yellow Bottom, which is in the Cascades of Oregon. About 3 a.m. I woke up, hearing what sounded like a bunch of people having a campfire party. It was nothing huge, not even scary really, just a bunch of talking, laughing, stuff like that. I was kind of pissed off, since we'd specifically come up to get away from the college kids and such. Now, those very kids had set up camp what sounded like no less than 100 yards away. I couldn't see fire or light through the tent walls, and since that was my big concern, a fire in the woods, I just kind of ground my teeth about it and went back to sleep. About an hour later, I woke up again. This time, somebody let a little kid start crying. This was getting seriously annoying. It was not wailing, but sniffles. The kind of long-term crying a real small kid would do. I listened for about 5 minutes. Since I'm not a monster, I started to get this prickly feeling that maybe something was really wrong. You know, there was this little kid crying all alone. Where the hell were their parents? I started to get up, and my friend, who I thought was sleeping, grabbed my arm, just about giving me a heart attack. "Don't go out there, just wait." He knows the woods way better than me, and he sounded actually scared, so I sat there and waited. Yeah. A few minutes later, the crying stops, and the party starts right back up. But the weird thing was, now I couldn't really pinpoint what direction the party was coming from. I was trying to tell if maybe a group had found the kid or something and they were all talking together, but no matter what I tried, I couldn't pinpoint the direction. This party went on for another hour, just until the break of dawn, when all of a sudden nothing. The sounds literally cut off in the middle of a laugh. Now there was silence. I was completely freaked out. I think I might have even made a noise when it just stopped like that. My friend, who hadn't even gotten up the entire time, just said, "Stick Indians," then rolled over and fell back asleep. I got up when the sun was finally completely up and made some coffee. I looked around, but I'm not brave like that and didn't go that far. I searched the area where the sounds had come from though, definitely. There was nothing there. No signs of a campfire, no tents I could see through the trees, nothing. We packed up that day and I asked him what a stick Indian was. He wouldn't tell me. I had to come back and Google it. Even now, I'm not really sure what it's supposed to be. If you look it up, apparently it's some kind of forest spirit that lures people out by making noises like babies crying or people having a party, and then, I don't know, eats them or something. Fuck if I know. So that's my creepy story in the woods. I don't really have any proof like recordings or anything, but people who know the Pacific Northwest, it was way up in Yellow Bottom, past the official camps, on the left-hand fork of the main road, down a logging road and right by the river. The campsite with huge fallen over dead trees, that one. So if you want to try yourself, you can go out there, I suppose. I've never been back up there though. No sir, not for me. So my father and I were up there with his girlfriend and her 2 kids in a cabin out in the woods. It was late afternoon, and the door was open because it was a nice day. Since my father's girlfriend Kathy was making some delicious smelling enchiladas, in hindsight that was probably a dumb idea. We sit down to eat dinner together, when all of a sudden in walks a goddamn bear. Cue lots of screaming from us kids, as everyone leapt to their feet. Kathy was the only one to act really. She grabbed her chair like a lion tamer and screamed at the bear as she advanced towards it. The bear was just kinda like, "Ah, shit, what the fuck?" and backed up out of the cabin onto the porch, which is when Kathy slammed the door shut and locked it in its face. The bear skulked around our property for about an hour though. We watched it through the windows as it lumbered around to where my dad had napped earlier in the day. It began to gnaw on and maul his pillow, all while my dad stood there freaking out. My dad is a big, burly, no-nonsense kind of guy, but this scared even him. And that's my scary bear story. Fuck man, bears don't even knock. I was hunting a big field for whitetail. It was public land and I decided not to set up a tree stand, instead just sitting behind some heavy cover on the ground. I tried to get my spots well before the sun was up, so I was not making noise at first light. When many deer start to move around, I got to my spot at about 5 a.m. It was absolutely pitch black, and all I had for light was my headlamp. After I switched it off, it was quiet for about 30 seconds when I suddenly heard a howling from my right side. It was clear that the howl had come from the edge of the field I was in, roughly 200 yards away. It sent shivers down my spine. 30 seconds passed, and I heard a second howl in the opposite direction, on the other side of the field. At this point, I was pretty freaked out, but I figured it was highly unlikely anything would attack me. Not much longer though, when from directly behind me, somewhere in the thick of the woods, there was a third howl. I was completely surrounded, and I was terrified. My truck was about 500 yards away to my left. It was along the edge of the woods in the field, and down a narrow path that cut right through them. I flicked on my headlamp, and flipped the safety off of my gun. I equipped my hunting knife as well, and started to move as fast as I could. I made it back to my vehicle. I waited until the sun came up before I went back and actually tried some hunting. I never saw a deer that entire weekend though. I presume that whatever was doing that howling drove the deer away, and I don't really blame those deer one bit. The entire experience was very scary, and I've done a lot of hunting and camping. I've spent a lot of time in the woods, both during the day and night, and nothing has ever freaked me out that bad. For reference, I'm a 20-year-old male who weighs about 200 pounds. I live in a suburban area of a very large city, which I won't disclose here. If I did, it would make it extremely easy to figure out where I live, based on context clues. This experience happened to me about 2 weeks ago, and I'm still real shaken up from it. I worked as a busboy on the weekends at a popular catering home near where I lived. I've been working there for a little over a month now. It was actually my last day, since I had another job lined up that was offering me more hours, with better pay as well. All I had to do was be available to work on weekends. I had to work a party that lasted from 7 p.m. until midnight, and I had to stay for almost 2 hours after it ended too, to reset the room for the following morning. At around 2 o'clock or so, we'd finished up resetting the room, and were told we could finally leave. I was about to walk out the building when my boss suddenly ran over to me and asked if I could help her move a table to the upstairs room. I didn't mind, so I agreed. We placed the table where it needed to go, and then we both went back downstairs. As we walked outside, we said goodnight to each other, as she got into her Uber that she'd requested to take her home. Now, due to numerous setbacks in my life, I unfortunately do not have my driver's license. The catering hall is about a 30 to 40 minute walk away from my house, and I didn't mind walking that far. During my time working there, my parents had been nice enough to drive me to and from work. My mom had told me to call her when I got off as usual, and she would give me a lift home. She didn't want me walking by myself that late at night. Well, I gave her a call on her phone, and immediately it went to voicemail, indicating her phone was off. I tried again, and the same thing happened. I thought to myself that she must have fallen asleep while waiting and forgot to put her phone on the charger again. It must have died. I called my dad, hoping his phone was not silent as it usually was when he goes to sleep. As my luck would have it, it must have been, since I called his phone a fair few times and got no answer. Well, fuck, I thought to myself. All my coworkers had already left, and I couldn't ask anyone I worked with for a ride home. The only bus nearby that would cut my trip in half stopped running at midnight, so I couldn't take the bus now either. I also didn't call an Uber. I'd forgotten my debit card at home. I only had 2 singles on me. Needless to say, it looked like I was gonna have to walk home. To give you some perspective, the catering hall was located in between a service road that runs along a major highway and a street that rides along the coast. In order to get home, I had to walk down the service road for about 10 minutes until I hit the aforementioned Coast Side Road, which went underneath the highway. Then I would have to walk 2 more blocks up that road until I hit another street. Then I had to turn right, walk for another 10 minutes, half of which was spent walking uphill, until I reached the street that entered the community I lived in. I began the tiring walk, and about 5 minutes later, I'd passed the bar. I saw a car idling in the parking lot, with only the left headlight shining. The car was a white Toyota Camry. That's if I'm not mistaken. I'm not an expert on cars. There were 2 guys in the car smoking a cigarette. I quickly glanced over while passing by. I didn't really think much of what I saw. The bar closed at 1 in the morning, but I figured these guys had just pulled into the lot for a quick smoke while driving. I turned onto the road that runs underneath the highway and was crossing the service road on the other side when I suddenly got the urge to look behind me. I quickly looked back to see the same car driving down the road I was walking along. It wasn't exactly pitch black, but it was still relatively dark enough to where I might not have even recognized the car if both headlights had been shining. I continued walking and eventually turned right onto the road with the hill I mentioned earlier. They slowed down next to me, and the passenger rolled down the window to say something to me. The road I had turned onto was even darker than the road I was walking on before, so I wasn't able to make out what either of the people in the car looked like. From what I could make out, they were both probably in their late 20s and wearing dark concealing clothing. The driver appeared to be a white male, and the passenger looked like a black guy. The passenger called out to me, "Hey, what are you doing walking so late at night?" I responded that I was walking home from work. He then asked me if I would like them to give me a ride home. I responded by saying that was very kind of them, but I was fine walking by myself. Thank you for the offer, though. The man got visibly annoyed and appeared to be somewhat agitated. "Nah, man, it's dark and dangerous out here. You should let us give you a ride home. We'll get you there safe and sound. Come on, you can trust us." At this point, the only things on the road were the car and myself. I declined once again and darted behind the car to walk across the street. I walked up and turned left into the parking lot of a different community. It was about 2 blocks away from my own. It had a chain in front of it preventing people without a proper key from parking inside. All of a sudden, the driver rolled down the window. "Get the fuck back here, you little shit!" He did a U-turn and pulled up to the entrance of the lot. The passenger jumped out and began to chase me on foot. The driver peeled off after, presumably to get onto the road on the other